Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Vivian. The morning sun beats down on my shoulders as I guide the old tractor through another row. Dirt kicks up, coating my work boots and the hem of my jeans. The engine sputters. Again. And I slam my palm against the dashboard. Come on, don't die on me now. My voice cracks from thirst and I swallow hard against my dry throat. I've been out here since dawn, trying to prep this section for planting before the forecast rain hits. The weatherman swears we're due for a downpour by nightfall, and I can't afford to waste a single day. The Davis family farm stretches out around me, 120 acres that my great-grandfather purchased back when black farmers could finally own land here. Every inch of this soil tells our story, holds our sweat and tears. My parents poured their lives into these fields, working sunrise to sunset to make something lasting. Now it's just me, trying to keep their dream alive while banks and bigger operations circle like vultures. I park the tractor and hop down. My boots hit in packed earth with a solid thud. My curls have mostly escaped their tie, forming a wild halo around my face that catches the breeze. I catch my reflection in the tractor's side mirror, hazel eyes squinting against the sun, full lips pressed together in determination, dirt smudged across my left cheek. Mom always said I got her height and Dad's stubborn chin. Looking at myself now, I can see them both so clearly it makes my chest ache. It's during days like this when I miss them the most. The eastern fields showcase what this land can do when everything aligns. Rows of corn reaching toward the sky, their leaves a vibrant green in the morning light. But the western acres tell a different story. Weeds creep through fallow soil. The irrigation system there broke down last season, and the replacement parts cost more than my current bank balance. I press my palm against the sun-warmed metal of the tractor. Just a few more rows, old girl. The machine's been here longer than I have. But like everything else, it's showing its age. The engine makes a concerning rattle that wasn't there last season. And I'm praying it'll hold out until harvest. The property taxes are due next month, and the numbers in my ledger keep sliding deeper into red. The farmhouse needs a new roof. I've got 3 buckets catching leaks upstairs to prove it. The barn's paint peels in long strips, curling away like old wallpaper. But this land runs in my blood. As much a part of me as my own heartbeat. Generations of Davis farmers have worked these fields, and I won't be the generation that loses it. I can't be. The breeze picks up, carrying the sweet scent of freshly turned earth. I pause to wipe sweat from my forehead, letting memories wash over me like summer rain. Dad used to walk these fields with me, perched on his shoulders, pointing out which crops went where, and teaching me to read the land, like others read books. The soil tells stories, baby girl, he'd say, crouching down to scoop up a handful of dark earth. See how it crumbles? That's good tilth. Our ancestors knew what they were doing when they chose this spot. I kneel down now, running my fingers through the same rich soil. Great-granddaddy Davis bought this land in 1945 after returning from World War II. The bank tried to deny him the loan. They always did with black farmers back then. But he'd saved every penny from his military service. He paid cash, walked in with a briefcase full of carefully counted bills, and walked out a landowner. Mom used to tend her vegetable garden near the old oak tree, singing gospel hymns while she worked. The tomatoes she grew were legendary. Folks would drive from 3 counties over just to buy them. I still use her growing methods, still plant the seeds in neat rows like she taught me. Sometimes when I'm working that patch, I swear I can hear her voice on the wind. This land raised us, she'd tell me, fed us, sheltered us, gave us purpose. You take care of it, and it'll take care of you right back. Every season leaves its mark. There's the lightning-struck pine where Dad proposed to Mom during a spring storm. The crooked fence post where I learned to ride my first horse. The corner of the north field where we buried Thunder, my childhood dog, under his favorite sunflower patch. I press my palm flat against the ground, feeling its steady presence beneath me. This isn't just dirt and crops. It's my family's legacy, written in acre-long rows. Every harvest, every drought, every triumph and setback, they're all recorded here in the language of growing things. The Davis blood runs as deep as the roots of our oldest trees, and just as strong. I drag myself up the worn porch steps, screen door creaking as I enter the farmhouse kitchen. Bills carpet the oak table, red stamps and final notices screaming for attention. I drop into a chair, my muscles protesting the morning's work. Those developers called again. Maria leans against the counter, coffee mug in hand. She's been our farm manager for 5 years now. Practically family. Left another message about their generous offer. Delete it. I grab the nearest envelope, tearing it open with trembling fingers. Another past due notice from the equipment company, the 3rd one this month. Sterling Development can kiss my... Girl, you need to at least hear them out. Marcus strides in from the back door, his work boots leaving mud trails across the linoleum I'd just mopped yesterday. He's handled our irrigation system since high school, back when Daddy was still running things. His weathered face shows the same worry I've been seeing in the mirror lately. They're offering 3 times market value. That kind of money could set you up real nice somewhere else. This land isn't for sale, not at any price. I crumple the notice into a tight ball, tossing it toward the overflowing recycling bin, where it joins a dozen other rejected offers. The very thought of selling makes my stomach turn. How's the western field looking? Systems hanging on by a thread. Marcus pours himself coffee, the ceramic mug chipped at the rim. Another family heirloom showing its age. He takes a long sip, avoiding my eyes. But I got it running for now. Might buy us another month. After that, he leaves the sentence hanging, heavy with unspoken concerns. Maria slides a plate of eggs in front of me. She's always trying to make sure I eat during a crisis. The eggs are perfectly scrambled, flecked with herbs from the garden. Your daddy would be proud, Vivi. But he'd also want you taking care of yourself. I'm fine. The words come out sharper than intended, making me wince. Sorry, these property taxes are due soon, and the tractor's making that noise again. The same grinding sound that's going to cost us money we don't have. We'll figure it out. Marcus squeezes my shoulder as he passes, his calloused hand rough but comforting. We always do. Sterling's buying up every farm in the county. God, why can't they leave Pinewood alone? Maria settles across from me, pushing aside a stack of invoices that have been haunting my desk for weeks. Her usually cheerful face is tight with worry. Turning good land into strip malls and condos. The Rodriguez place sold last month. Their tomatoes used to win ribbons at the county fair. Well, they can't have this one. I stare at the wall calendar, my neat handwriting marking payment deadlines in red ink. I just need to make it to harvest. The corn's looking strong this year. So what are we going to do in the meantime? Marcus asks, perking a brow. Ignore the vultures circling over our heads? Sterling is on our butts. I push back from the kitchen table, my chair scraping against the worn linoleum. Call everyone. We're having a meeting tonight. Everyone? Maria's eyebrows shoot up. The whole farming community. The Washingtons, the Patels, the Hendersons. Anyone who's still holding out against Sterling. I grab my phone, fingers flying over the screen. If they're picking us off one by one, then we need to stand together. We'll figure something out together. We have to... By sunset, pickup trucks line my gravel driveway. The kitchen fills with the scent of Maria's coffee and the murmur of worried voices. 15 families crowd around my table, spilling into the living room, the last independent farmers in Pinewood. They offered the Washingtons double what they offered me, George Henderson says, his weathered hands wrapped around a coffee mug. Playing us against each other. That's their game. I spread out a county map across the table, marking the farms Sterling's already bought with red X's. They're creating pressure, make us feel isolated, desperate. But look, my finger traces the connecting properties. Together, our lands form a barrier. They can't build their precious development without all of us selling. We could negotiate as a group, Sarah Patel suggests. Better leverage? No. I plant my palms on the table, meeting each pair of eyes. This isn't about getting a better price. This is about protecting what's ours. Our heritage, our way of life. Marcus steps forward. Vivi's right. My daddy worked these fields too. His daddy before him. Some things are worth more than money. So what's your plan? George asks. We form a coalition, pool our resources, share equipment. The Patels have that new harvester. We could work out a schedule. The Washington's grain storage could help us all hold out for better market prices. Energy surges through me as the idea takes shape. Sterling wants us to feel alone. Let's show them what happens when farmers stick together. Heads nod around the room. The atmosphere shifts from defeat to determination. These are my people. Stubborn as the soil we work. Strong as the roots we tend. Sterling development might have deep pockets, but we have something stronger. Community. I can only hope this will be enough when our purses run dry eventually.
Chapter 2. Jackson. The stale air hits my face as I step off the C-17, my boots landing on familiar American soil. The weight of my pack digs into my shoulders, lighter than the burden of what I'm bringing home. Dawn breaks across the airfield, painting everything in shades of gray that match the emptiness inside. My driver waits by the black SUV, maintaining a respectful distance. Smart man. The ghosts I've brought back don't like company. A jet screams overhead. The sound rips through me, hurling me back to that night in Kandahar. Explosions light up the sky. Roger screams for backup through the radio. Blood seeps between my fingers as I press down on Mitchell's chest wound. Stay with me, soldier. His eyes go glassy, fixed on something I can't see. The sound of gunfire draws closer. I grip the door handle of the SUV, my knuckles white against the polished metal. Breathe. Focus on the present. The leather seat creaks under me as I slide in, the familiar scent of high-end upholstery doing nothing to settle my nerves. I hate how these episodes leave me shaking. Turner Estate, sir? The driver's eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror. He's new. Doesn't know to avoid eye contact on days like this. Yeah. My voice comes out rough, unused. I turn to watch the city fade behind us, trying to leave the memories there too. The familiar gates of the family compound emerge through the morning mist, wrought iron and old money stretching toward the sky. 3 generations of Turner wealth sprawled across 40 acres of manicured perfection. Father's pride and joy, his legacy. The pressure of expectation settles across my shoulders, heavier than any tactical gear I've ever worn. Being a Turner means more than just having money. It means carrying the weight of a dynasty. And right now, that weight is crushing. "Lieutenant Turner, we need that air support now." Smoke chokes my lungs as I sprint across the compound. The radio crackles with static. Dead air. Just like the bodies scattered around us. My men trusted me to get them out. I failed. The car stops at the main entrance. White marble columns stretch toward the sky, a monument to old money and older expectations. Inside, they'll want the son who left 3 years ago. Instead, they're getting whatever's left of me. I step out, straightening my spine through muscle memory. A soldier's posture, a Turner's bearing. The mask slips into place, the one that hides the nightmares, the guilt, the blood that won't wash off my hands. The massive oak doors swing open, revealing the marble foyer I used to call home. Crystal chandeliers drip from 30-foot ceilings, their light bouncing off gold-framed mirrors and polished surfaces. The air smells of lemon furniture, polish, and money, so different from the dust and gunpowder that's filled my lungs for years. "Jackson, darling!" Mother glides down the curved staircase, her Louboutins clicking against each step. Her silk Chanel dress probably costs more than what my men made in a year. "We've missed you terribly." Her embrace feels foreign, too soft, too perfumed. I return it stiffly, my combat boots leaving dirt marks on the imported Italian tiles. The prodigal son returns. Father's voice booms from his study doorway. Preston Turner III stands there in his bespoke suit, tumbler of scotch in hand despite the early hour. "I trust you've had enough of playing soldier." My jaw clenches. The board meeting's at noon. He takes a measured sip. "Time to step up and take your place in the company. The Turner legacy won't uphold itself." "Preston, he just got home," Mother starts. "And it's high time he remembered his responsibilities." Father's tone brooks no argument. The portfolio needs attention. The Singapore merger won't wait. Behind them, my sister Victoria descends the stairs, tapping on her phone. She barely looks up. "Daddy's right, Jax. The family name isn't going to protect itself while you're off playing G.I. Joe." The walls close in, marble and gold and crystal press against my chest. These people move through life worried about stock options and country club memberships while men I knew died in the dirt. "The conservatory's been redecorated." Mother loops her arm through mine, pulling me deeper into the mansion. "And you simply must see the new Monet we acquired. The colors are divine. Divine. Like the color of blood against desert sand. Like the flash of mortars against a night sky." I follow them through rooms bigger than the barracks I called home, past artwork worth more than the yearly salary of my entire platoon combined. Their voices wash over me. Merger this, gala that, board meeting something else. None of it matters. None of it's real. Their voices fade into white noise as I follow them into Father's study. The leather chairs and mahogany desk mock me. A prison disguised as privilege. Mother's still talking about some charity gala while Victoria scrolls through her phone, probably planning her next Instagram post. "Enough," I cut through their chatter. "I need a minute." Father's eyes narrow over his scotch glass. "We don't have minutes to waste, Jackson. The board can wait." My voice carries the edge I used to command troops. I just spent 3 years watching good men die. "I don't care about your merger." Victoria gasps. Mother clutches her pearls. Father's face turns that dangerous shade of red I remember from childhood. "Language, Jackson." Mother's voice trembles. "We understand you've been through difficulties, but..." "Difficulties?" A harsh laugh escapes me. "Is that what we're calling it?" "You've had your adventure. Father sets down his glass with a sharp click. Time to remember who you are and the family image you're expected to maintain. I'm not here to play games with you, boy. Who I am. The words taste bitter. I'm the guy who held his best friend while he bled out in the sand. The one who wrote letters to mothers explaining why their sons weren't coming home. That's who I am. My hands shake. I shove them into my pockets before they notice. The Turner name, Father starts. The Turner name doesn't mean anything out there. My voice drops low, dangerous. Your money can't stop bullets. Your connections can't save lives. All this, I gesture at the opulent room. It's not real. The silence stretches, heavy with unspoken words. They don't see it. The way my shoulders tense at sudden noises. How I've positioned myself with clear sightlines to all exits. They see the heir, the soldier, the alpha male who's supposed to step up and lead their empire. They don't see the nightmares. The guilt. The way I can't sleep without checking the perimeter 3 times. How every loud noise sends me reaching for a weapon that's no longer there. Victoria finally looks up from her phone. God, Jax, you're being so dramatic. Just sign the papers and take your place on the board. It's not that hard. If only she knew how hard it is to breathe in this house of mirrors and masks. Speaking of the board. Mother fidgets with her diamond bracelet. You know the requirements, darling. A Turner man needs a proper wife by his side. Someone to help maintain our social standing. My teeth grind together. Of course, it's not enough to march to their corporate drum. They want to dictate my personal life, too. Your mother's right. Father moves behind his desk, asserting his domain. The shareholders need stability. Your military adventure has already damaged our reputation enough. Either you clean up your image and find a suitable wife within the next few months, or you can forget about your inheritance entirely. You can't be serious. Try me. He pulls out a stack of papers, spreading them across the mahogany surface with practiced precision. Each document a loaded weapon aimed at my future. Your trust fund, your penthouse, your position at Turner Industries. It all comes with conditions. Meet them, or find yourself on the street. Maybe then you'll understand the value of family legacy. Victoria smirks behind her phone, perfectly manicured nails tapping away at the screen. Daddy's not playing around, Jax. Time to grow up and join the real world. Her self-satisfied tone makes my jaw clench, as if she knows what the hell that means. The walls of the study press closer, the oil paintings of Turner patriarchs staring down with silent judgment. 3 years of combat training, and I've walked right into an ambush. No tactical retreat available. No backup to call. My military experience means jack all in this corporate warfare. How exactly am I supposed to find someone that quickly? The words taste like ash in my mouth. My fists clench at my sides, the familiar rage building in my chest. You want me to what? Pick up the first society princess who can fake a decent smile? There are plenty of suitable young ladies in our circle. Mother brightens, and by the looks of it, she's already mentally planning wedding colors. The Hamilton's daughter just finished her MBA, and then there's Vanessa Brooks, your old ex-girlfriend. Remember her? I heard she's doing quite well for herself, or that lovely Caroline Whitney. I don't need a catalog of women. My jaw clenches so hard it feels like my teeth might crack. These pampered debutantes wouldn't understand the first thing about what I've seen, what I've done. Father's hand slams against the desk, making the crystal decanter rattle. You need exactly what I say you need. Shape up, find a wife, or get out. Those are your options. I've worked too hard building this legacy to watch you destroy it with your issues. The way he says issues makes my trigger finger twitch. Like 3 years of duty can be summed up in a single dismissive word. The choice isn't really a choice at all. On the street with nothing but combat trauma and nightmares, or play their game. Again. The familiar weight of family expectations settles across my shoulders like body armor, Restrictive, suffocating, but necessary for survival in this particular war zone.
Chapter 3. Vivian. The morning sun beats down as I check the chicken coop, collecting warm eggs into my basket. Another day, another dollar, or lack thereof. The farm's been in my family for generations, and I'll be damned if I let it slip away now. Did you hear about Jackson Turner? Jasmine Cole leans over our shared fence, her weathered hands gripping the wood. She's an older woman who lives right beside the farm. 3 nights in a row at the watering hole, making quite the spectacle. I roll my eyes, moving to refill the water trough. Don't care what that entitled jerk does with his time. They say he's different since coming back from overseas, getting into fights, throwing money around like it's nothing. Sounds exactly like the Jackson Turner I remember. The same arrogant rich boy who tried to buy out half the farms in the county 5 years ago, including mine. The same man who called my family's legacy primitive and suggested we'd be better off working for him and his father's company. What a prick. The goats bleat for attention as I haul fresh hay into their pen. My boots sink into the mud, and I wipe sweat from my forehead. This is honest work, despite what people like Jackson think. Heard he's looking to expand his father's development projects again now that he's back. Sounds like his daddy is forcing him to join the company, whether he likes it or not. Mrs. Cole's voice carries across the yard. Over my dead body. I grip the pitchfork tighter, memories of our last confrontation flooding back. His condescending smirk, the way he'd look down at our farmhouse like it was beneath him. That man could disappear tomorrow and I wouldn't shed a tear. The horses need feeding next. As I measure out their grain, more gossip drifts over from the road. Something about Jackson getting thrown out of the country club last weekend. Typical. He always thought rules didn't apply to him. I pause at the barn door, watching storm clouds gather on the horizon. The land stretches out before me, rows of crops reaching toward the sky. This soil holds my family's blood, sweat, and tears. And no matter how many times Jackson Turner waves his checkbook in my face or tries to pressure me into selling, I won't back down. He and Sterling Development can go screw themselves. Let him self-destruct at every bar in town. Let him throw his tantrums and flash his cash. This farm is my home, my purpose, my everything. And I'd rather die than let someone like him take it away. As I make my way inside the farmhouse, for a lunch break, Maria waves me over. Hold on there, Missy. Bring yourself over here. Maria, I'm starving. My stomach rumbles loud enough that I'm pretty sure the chickens in the coop can hear it. Which is why I'm treating you to lunch. Goodness, girl, do you think working yourself to the bone is going to fix all your issues? Maria's got that look on her face. The one that reminds me of when she used to scold me for climbing trees in sundresses as a kid. It might, I retort, grimacing at the way my stomach is grumbling. I skip breakfast again. 3rd time this week, but there's always too much to do in the mornings. No. She pats the bed of her beat-up blue truck and beckons me over. Come on. Earl's Diner has a warm plate of food waiting for you. Besides, your fridge is emptier than your bank account right now. She jingles her keys with a knowing smirk. God damn it, she's right. Instead of arguing further, I hop into her truck and listen to the radio tunes as we ride further into Pinewood, towards Earl's Diner, where a lot of folks are enjoying their lunch break, so it seems. The parking lot is packed with pickup trucks and sedans, which means we'll probably run into half the town inside. The bell chimes as we push through the glass doors. The usual crowd fills the vinyl booths, farmers taking breaks from their fields, retired folks nursing endless cups of coffee. 2 for lunch? Sally, the waitress, grabs menus. We slide into a corner booth, and I can't help but notice the animated conversation 3 tables over. Did you hear? Sterling Development's making another push to buy up land around here, a man in overalls says between bites of his burger. But it sounds like the Turners ain't backing down from the competition. And old Preston's boy is leading the charge this time. Maria's eyes light up at the gossip like a kid on Christmas morning. She leans in, dropping her voice to barely above a whisper. Your father would have loved this drama. He always did enjoy a good fight against the Turners. Dad would have told Preston Turner exactly where to stick his money. I stab at my chicken fried steak, imagining it's Preston's smug old wrinkled face. Probably would have done it right in the middle of Sunday service, too. The conversation at the other table grows louder, impossible to ignore. They're offering double market value now. Beth and Jim already sold their place. Heard they signed the papers yesterday afternoon. My fork clatters against the plate, the sound jarring through my bones. Beth and Jim's farm isn't too far from mine on the south side. 3 generations of friendship gone with the stroke of a pen. The walls of the diner suddenly feel too close, too confining, as the reality of being surrounded by Sterling Development and Turner Industries closing in. You should see the plans, another voice chimes in from behind me, making my skin crawl. Shopping centers, luxury condos, even a fancy new golf course. They're calling it the new Pinewood, like we need another playground for the rich. Maria watches my reaction over her coffee cup, trying and failing to hide her knowing smile. Her eyes sparkle with familiar amusement at my obvious discomfort. You look like you're about to pop a blood vessel, Mia. Your daddy used to get that same look when he was fixing to raise hell. The Turners think they can just waltz in here and... I cut myself off as more voices join the discussion, my fingers curling into tight fists under the table. The rage building in my chest threatens to spill over. Junior's different than his old man, though. Rougher around the edges since the war. Word is he's only doing this because his father's threatening to cut him off. The gossip flows freely now, like cheap wine at a church social. Poor thing came back all changed. Hardly recognize him these days when he comes into town. Poor little rich boy, I mutter, pushing my plate away. Having to actually work for once. One of the old farmers glances at me, even makes a gesture. They say he's been asking about your farm specifically, Vivi. The first man continues. Seems real interested in the Davis property. Maria reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. Breathe, Vivi. But all I can think about is Jackson Turner, sitting in some fancy office, drawing red X's through our homes like they're nothing but squares on a map. Like generations of history mean nothing compared to his profit margins. My jaw clenches. Maria, I'll kill him. No, you won't, she replies, shaking her head. These are just rumors, mija. No need to get yourself fired up over some rumors. And if Jackson Turner comes up on our farmer, asking the big questions, we'll handle him. Don't worry. Just rumors my behind. I slam my fork down, ignoring the startled looks from nearby diners. First Beth and Jim, now he's coming for my land? Like hell. My hands shake as I pull out cash for the bill. The mere thought of Jackson Turner plotting behind closed doors, strategizing how to take everything I've worked for, everything my parents died protecting, makes my blood boil. He's got some nerve. I stand up so fast my head spins, knocking my water glass with my elbow. Coming back here like some conquering hero, thinking he can just buy up whatever he wants. What, a few years in the military? And suddenly he's God's gift to Pinewood? Maria follows me outside, but I'm already pacing the parking lot like a caged animal. The summer heat beats down, matching the fire in my chest. Sweat trickles down my back, but I barely notice it through my anger. That entitled bastard probably sits in his air-conditioned office, looking down at all of us like we're just pawns in his game. My voice rises with each word, hands cutting through the air as I vent. Bet he's up there right now, planning which family farm to destroy next. Well, he can take his plans and his daddy's money and shove them straight up his. Vivian Davis, Maria cuts me off, her eyes wide with shock. No, Maria, you don't understand. I spin to face her. This isn't just about land. This is about legacy. My great-grandfather built that farm with his bare hands when nobody would sell to a black man. My parents died making sure I inherited it free and clear. And now this silver spoon soldier thinks he can waltz back into town and erase all of that? The rage courses through me like electricity. I remember Jackson from before. His smug face, his conceited tone when he tried to convince my father to sell years ago. Now he's back, probably even worse than before. Thinking his time overseas somehow gives him the right to destroy people's lives. The Turners have always looked down on us. My nails dig into my palms. But I swear on everything I hold dear, I will fight Jackson Turner with every breath in my body before I let him take what's mine.
Chapter 4. Jackson. I pour another glass of scotch, the amber liquid splashing against crystal as my hand trembles. The kitchen's marble countertops gleam under dim lights, a stark contrast to the darkness I feel inside. 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. Again. Those vultures won't leave me alone. My voice echoes through the empty kitchen, bouncing off the expensive appliances that seem to mock my current state. Tomorrow's headlines flash through my mind. Turner heir returns from war, hero or coward. Vultures, all of them waiting to tear into whatever's left of me. The bottle's almost empty when soft footsteps approach. Mom appears in her silk robe, her face etched with concern. Her perfectly manicured appearance, even at this ungodly hour, reminds me of all the society expectations weighing on our family's shoulders. I thought I heard someone down here. Go back to bed, Mom. I grip the counter, steadying myself, my knuckles white against the marble. The last thing I need is her witnessing this mess I've become. Not while my son's drinking alone in the dark. She moves beside me, her perfume a familiar comfort from childhood. The scent of Chanel No. 5 hits me with memories of better days, when I wasn't haunted by shadows. Talk to me, Jackson. Her voice carries both authority and tenderness that only mothers can master. What's there to talk about? Every news outlet in the city's camped outside our gates. Dad built this legacy brick by brick, and now... The glass shakes in my grip. They're turning everything into a circus. Your father is proud of your service. He just has a hard time showing it. Now he wants you to focus on the family business and on rehabilitating your image. That's all. Her hand covers mine, gentle but firm. The media, the speculation, none of that matters. Everything I do reflects on this family, every move, every decision. My throat tightens. I couldn't even grocery shop today without cameras in my face. Then let them look. Mom takes the glass from my hand. They see what they want to see. The rich heir, the soldier, the scandal. But I see my boy who's carried too much for too long. The kitchen blurs. I blink hard, fighting the burn in my eyes. I don't know how to be who everyone needs me to be anymore. Then be who you are. She pulls me into a hug, and for a moment, I'm not a 32-year-old ex-soldier. I'm just her son. The rest will fall into place. I lean into her embrace, letting out a shaky breath. The weight of expectations, of judgment, of maintaining the Turner image. It all feels lighter with her steady presence beside me. She then pulls away to look at me. There's a determined glint in her eyes. There might be a solution to all of this. Mom's fingers tap against the counter, a telltale sign she's been plotting something. The rhythmic sound makes my stomach twist. I've seen that look in her eyes before, right before she orchestrates some grand scheme. One that could help both your image and our business interests. I'm not doing another PR stunt. I pull away from her embrace, reaching for the scotch bottle again. The last time I played along with her plans, I spent 3 months pretending to date a socialite who couldn't name France or Spain on a damn map. She intercepts my hand, her perfectly manicured nails wrapping around my wrist. What if I told you we could solve multiple problems at once? The Davis farm has been a thorn in our side for months now. That stubborn girl keeps rallying the other farmers against us. She's becoming quite the local hero with her protests. Vivienne Davis? My jaw clenches at the mention of her name, remembering our last confrontation at the town hall meeting where she'd torn apart our development proposal piece by piece. What about her? A marriage of convenience. Think about it. The prodigal son returns from war, falls for the humble farmer's daughter. The press would eat it up. The scotch burns in my throat as I choke on laughter. You can't be serious. That woman hates everything our family stands for. Sometimes the best arrangements come from unlikely places. Mom's perfectly shaped eyebrows arch. If we get her farm, the others will follow. Plus, your father's concerned about your recent behavior. This could help stabilize your image. No. I push away from the counter, my glass clinking against the marble surface. Absolutely not. Find another way to get the land. I'm not playing your games anymore. Jackson. Her tone shifts, all business now, the way it does when she's orchestrating another corporate takeover. That girl's got fire, determination, qualities that would complement the Turner name beautifully. And she's quite striking. The cameras would love her. God knows we could use some good press right now. She's a pain in my neck is what she is. The memory of our last encounter flashes through my mind. Her standing in the rain, mud on her boots, jabbing her finger in my chest while telling me exactly where I could shove my buyout offer. Her eyes had blazed with such intensity I'd almost taken a step back. Almost. The woman would rather burn down her farm than sell it to us, let alone marry into the family. Sometimes the best marriages start with a little friction. Mom's lips curve into a knowing smile, the same one she wore when she'd closed her first billion-dollar deal. I've already had our lawyers draw up a proposal. All you need to do is convince her. She slides a thick manila folder across the counter toward me, like she's already won this battle of wills. You've lost your mind. I rake my fingers through my hair. She'd never agree to this. Everyone has a price, darling. Even proud farmers with generations of history on their land. The question is, are you willing to find out what hers is? You don't understand, Mom. This would never work. She hates my guts, and I don't find her very fond either. The woman's desperate. Mom opens the folder, spreading out documents across the marble surface. Their irrigation system is failing. The bank's breathing down their neck. Sterling Development has already been trying to get their hands on her property. 3 more missed payments, and they lose everything. My chest tightens. How do you know all this? I make it my business to know everything about potential business partners. She slides another paper toward me. The Davis farm needs $200,000 for immediate repairs and debt settlement. We offer that as part of the fake marriage agreement. And then what? We screw her over? The words taste bitter in my mouth. Jesus, Mom. We're giving her a choice, Jackson. She can lose everything now, or she can secure her family's legacy through this arrangement. The fact that we might adjust the terms later is simply business. It's cruel. But even as I say it, I see the familiar steel in my mother's eyes, the look that's built empires and crushed competitors. It's survival, hers and ours. Mom straightens her robe. The press conference announcing your engagement is scheduled for next week. I suggest you figure out how to make this work with Miss Davis before then. You're assuming she'll agree. Oh, she will. Mom's smile turns predatory. When the choice is between pride and saving her family's farm, pride rarely wins. She gathers the documents back into the folder. Besides, you've always enjoyed a challenge. Consider this your first real test since returning to civilian life. I watch Mom disappear out of the kitchen, leaving me alone with the manila folder and what's left of the scotch. The crystal decanter catches the dim light, throwing fractured shadows across the document spread before me. This is insane. I flip through the papers, scanning the terms of this manufactured romance. The contract is thorough. Of course it is. Mom never half does anything. $200,000 for immediate repairs. Another $1 million in escrow. And I'll have to secure full ownership of the Turner farm during the marriage. Vivienne's face flashes in my mind. That day in the rain, her curls wild around her face, those hazel eyes burning with defiance. Get off my property, Turner, before I show you exactly how we deal with trespassers in these parts. A smile tugs at my lips despite myself. The woman's got balls, I'll give her that. Standing up to my family isn't something many people dare to do. And now Mom wants me to marry her. But the more I study the contract, the more I see Mom's genius. This could work. The press would eat up the story. War hero falls for the girl next door, healing his battle scars through the power of love, or some such nonsense. Dad would finally shut up about my concerning behavior. The board would stop questioning my stability. And Vivienne, well, she's smart enough to know a good deal when she sees one. $200,000 would save her farm. The $1 million in escrow would secure its future. Pride's a hell of a thing, but so is watching your family legacy crumble. Is my mom serious about duping her into this deal and leaving her with nothing in the end? Considering all the crap Vivienne has said about me over the years, she deserves that sort of thing. I down the last of my scotch. Decision made. All right, Mom. Let's play it your way. The glass hits the counter with a sharp click. Tomorrow I'll pay Miss Davis a visit. She might hate my guts, but I'm betting she hates the idea of losing her farm more.
Chapter 5. Vivienne. I stare at the stack of bills scattered across my grandmother's oak dining table, each one a nail in the coffin of our family legacy. The late afternoon sun streams through the kitchen window, casting long shadows across the worn surface where 4 generations of Davis women shared meals, celebrations, and hard truths. My fingers trace the embossed letterhead of the bank notice. Third warning this month. The numbers blur together, but they tell the same story. We're drowning. Damn it! I sweep my hair back, the curls tangling around my fingers. The chair creaks as I lean back, the same sound it's made since I was tall enough to reach the table. This land isn't just dirt and crops. It's every Christmas morning spent racing down these halls. Every summer evening, watching fireflies with Grandma on the porch. Every lesson Mom taught me about standing tall when the world tries to knock you down. The bank doesn't care about any of that. I grab my calculator for the 100th time, punching numbers with trembling fingers. No matter how I juggle the figures, I can't make them work. We need better equipment, repairs on the irrigation system, and hands to work the fields. But the hiring help means money I don't have. I can't lose this place. A sharp knock jolts me from my calculations. 3 hard raps against the old wooden door echo through the house. I push away from the table, my boots heavy against the floorboards. My heart pounds with each step. Bill collectors don't usually come at sunset. Another knock, more insistent this time, makes the whole door rattle in its frame. I'm coming. The door handle sticks. It always does. And I have to give it an extra yank, the worn brass scraping against decades-old paint. What do you... The words die in my throat. Jackson Turner stands on my porch, his broad shoulders blocking the sunset like some sort of eclipse. His expensive suit looks ridiculous against the backdrop of my weathered farmhouse. The crisp lines and dark fabric are a slap in the face to everything this place represents. Get off my property. I grip the door frame tight enough to feel splinters threatening my palm, ready to slam the door in his face if he doesn't comply soon enough. The nerve of this man, showing up here unannounced. We need to talk, Vivian. His jaw clenches, a muscle ticking beneath the surface. Those cold blue eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my skin crawl. Like hell we do. I move to shut the door, but his hand shoots out, palm flat against the wood. His strength is infuriating, and the way his expensive watch catches the sunlight only adds to my anger. The bank's about to foreclose on your farm? His words freeze me mid-motion, hitting me like a physical blow. 3 months behind on payments. Equipment loans past due. You're drowning in debt. I grit my teeth, fury and fear warring in my chest. How dare you? I have a proposition. He loosens his tie, and for a split second, something flickers across his face, an emotion I can't recognize. That a brief glimpse of vulnerability disappears so fast I almost think I imagined it. One that solves both our problems. We don't have problems, Turner. You have a vendetta against my family's land, and I have work to do. I push against the door again, but it's like trying to move a mountain. His muscled arm doesn't budge an inch, and the casual display of strength makes me want to kick him in his perfectly pressed pants. My father's threatening to cut me out. The words tumble out fast, almost desperate. Says I need to settle down, prove I can handle the responsibility of the company, show the board I'm not just the reckless soldier who came back from war. I bark out a laugh, the sound harsh and disbelieving in the humid evening air. And this concerns me, Hal. Last time I checked, your daddy issues weren't anywhere on my list of problems. Marry me? The crickets chirp in the sudden silence, their song seeming impossibly loud. A warm breeze rustles through the cornfield behind him, sending ripples through the tall stalks, and I wait for the punchline. My fingers dig into the worn wood of the doorframe as my mind tries to process his ridiculous statement. It doesn't come. You're insane. Get off my land right now. My voice shakes with anger, and I hate that he can probably hear it. I mean it, Turner. You need to leave. It's business. He steps closer, invading my space with his towering presence, and I catch a whiff of expensive cologne. You get to keep your farm. I get my inheritance and the board's approval. We both win. The way he says it, like it's the most logical thing in the world, makes me want to slam the door in his perfect face. You want me to pretend to be your wife? The words taste like ash, burning my throat as they come out. To lie to everyone? To commit actual fraud? For 1 year, that's all I need. His eyes scan my face, calculating, like I'm just another business acquisition to evaluate. In return, I'll clear your debts, all of them, plus capital for improvements, whatever the farm needs. Get out. My voice shakes, betraying the trembling fury building inside me. If you think I'd ever agree to something so completely insane. The bank gives you what? 3 months tops? Then what? He pulls an envelope from his perfectly tailored jacket, the motion smooth and practiced. Here's proof I can cover everything. Look at the numbers, Vivian. Think about what you're protecting, what you're about to lose. I stare at the envelope, my father's voice echoing in my head about pride and practicality, about doing whatever it takes to keep the land. The weight of 4 generations sits heavy on my shoulders, crushing me with expectations and responsibility. You're actually serious about this? I search his face for any sign this is some twisted joke, but his expression remains maddeningly steady. Dead serious. He extends the envelope. 1 year of marriage. That's the deal. I cross my arms, studying his face. Something doesn't add up. There's more to this, isn't there? Why the rush? Jackson runs a hand through his hair, messing up the perfect style. Dad's given me an ultimatum. 6 months to prove I'm not just the screw-up son who went off to play soldier. If I don't show him, I'm settled and responsible by then, he'll pass control to someone else and cut me out of the family will altogether. And you picked me for this charade because... Look around. He gestures to the farm, the field stretching out behind him. Your family's been here for generations. People respect you, trust you. The papers love writing about you. The young farmer fighting to keep her heritage alive. So I'm just a PR move? My lip curls. Convenient. You're someone who understands legacy, what it means to fight for what's yours. His voice drops lower, and damn him, there's something genuine in his tone that makes my stomach twist. I need someone strong, someone real. There must be dozens of society girls who jump at the chance to be Mrs. Turner. Exactly. They're exactly what my father expects. What everyone expects. He steps closer, and I hate how my body reacts to his presence. The sharp line of his jaw, the way his suit stretches across broad shoulders that speak of military discipline rather than country club comfort. You're different. Don't. I cut him off, furious at the heat rising in my chest, at how his blue eyes catch the dying sunlight, at how unfair it is that someone this infuriating can look this good. The enemy shouldn't have forearms like that, shouldn't command space like he was born to it. Don't try to charm me, Turner. I'm not one of your debutantes. Trust me, I know. A ghost of a smile plays at the corner of his mouth, and I want to slap it off his face. Or maybe, no maybes. Well, he did it. He has me considering this damn proposal. I hate how my hands start to shake. The numbers dance in my head. The mountain bills, the repairs, the equipment we desperately need. Everything I could save with his money. The offer stands for 24 hours. Jackson pulls out a business card, holding it between two fingers. My private number's on the back. I snatch it from his hand, crumpling it slightly. I didn't say yes. You didn't say no either. He adjusts his cuffs, the motion practiced and precise. Think about it, Vivian. Really think about what's at stake here. Don't pretend you care about my farm. I care about mutual benefit. You need money, I need a wife. Simple as that. He steps back, straightening his tie. Though I have to wonder what your father would think, watching you let her life's work slip away because of pride. The rage hits so fast it steals my breath. How dare you? Imagine being the woman who loses 4 generations of Davis legacy. His voice cuts like steel. The whispers at church, the pitying looks at the market. There goes Vivian Davis, the one who couldn't hack it. My hand connects with the door before I can think. The slam echoing across the porch. The wood shudders in its frame. But it's not enough to drown out his last words, or the truth behind them. I press my forehead against the cool surface, his business card crumpling further in my fist. The worst part isn't his arrogance or his manipulation. It's that he's right. This farm is drowning, and he's offering a life raft wrapped in steel chains. The worst part? I don't see any other way out of this, besides saying yes to this proposal.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
Gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylerWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 6. Jackson. I stare at my phone as another message from Mom pops up. Third one today, and it's not even noon. My jaw clenches as I scan her words demanding an update on the Vivian situation, like I'm some kind of errand boy she can order around. For Pete's sake. I slam the device on my desk, causing my coffee mug to rattle. The dark liquid sloshes dangerously close to the rim. These mahogany surfaces have seen worse during my tantrums, but I'm too pissed to care about furniture right now. The phone buzzes again. This time it's ringing. Of course it is. She never could take a hint when I ignore her messages. Mother. I keep my voice level despite the anger coursing through my veins. My free hand curls into a fist, knuckles white with tension. Jackson, darling, have you spoken to the Davis girl yet? Her crisp tone carries that familiar edge of authority that used to make me snap to attention as a kid. Even now, after everything I've been through, she still has that effect on me, and I hate it. Her name is Vivian. No, I haven't. My jaw clenches at having to repeat myself for the 100th time. This is unacceptable. Your father is growing more impatient by the day. I can only do so much to calm him down when he gets into one of his temper tantrums over your situation. She lets out an exaggerated sigh that makes my blood boil even more. I pace my study, my heavy footsteps echoing against the hardwood floors. The familiar scent of leather and old books does nothing to calm my rising frustration. I told you that Vivienne was going to be a pain in the neck to convince. Did you think I had her swooning when I came and asked her to marry me? Because, let me tell you, that went over like a lead balloon. Oh, don't be pessimistic. This marriage arrangement is vital for both our families. The Davis farm has been bleeding money for years. She needs us as much as you need her. The condescension in her voice makes me want to throw my phone across the room. And you expect me to what? Strong-arm her into marriage? I stop at the window, staring out at the sprawling grounds of the Turner estate. The irony isn't lost on me. All this wealth, and I still can't buy what my parents want most. Use that Turner charm. Mother's laugh grates against my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. Whatever it takes, darling. Money, status, security. Every woman has her price, and this one, she's practically begging to be saved from financial ruin. My fist connects with the wall before I can stop myself. The dull thud does nothing to ease the rage building inside, and pain shoots through my knuckles. I'm not your puppet. I didn't come back from the army just to play your corporate matchmaker. No, you're my son, and the heir to Turner Industries. It's time you started acting like it. Her voice hardens to steel, the same tone she used when she shipped me off to boarding school at 16. Make it happen, Jackson, by any means necessary. The line goes dead. I grab my phone and hurl it across the room. It bounces off the leather couch with a satisfying thunk, though I kind of wish it had shattered. Would have given me something else to focus on besides this chaos of a situation. Fighting in a war zone felt simpler than this nonsense. At least there I knew who my enemies were. Now I'm expected to manipulate some woman who hates me into a loveless marriage just to please the board and expand our empire. The worst part? Mom's right about one thing. I don't have a choice. The Turner legacy sits on my shoulders like a ton of bricks, crushing any illusion of freedom I thought I had. I grab my keys and head for my Rover. Maybe a drive will clear my head, give me space to think about something other than Vivienne Davis and her stubborn refusal to see reason. But even as I navigate the winding roads leading away from the estate, her face haunts me. That fierce look in her hazel eyes when I first proposed the arrangement. Marriage. The word echoes in my mind as I grip the steering wheel tighter. The marriage would solve both our problems, her financial crisis, my family obligations, Simple math. Except nothing about Vivienne Davis is simple. I pull over at the ridge overlooking her farmland. From up here, the acres stretch out like a patchwork quilt, telling stories of generations of Davis blood and sweat. My father sees dollar signs, expansion opportunities, prime real estate. But watching the sun paint shadows across those fields, I see something else. Determination, pride, history. The same qualities I see in her. Damn it! I slam my palm against the dashboard. This would be easier if she was just another gold digger or some naive country girl. But Vivienne? She's a force of nature, as unmovable as the mountains behind her farm. And despite everything, despite knowing she stands between me and my family's demands, I can't help but respect that about her. The upcoming boardroom meeting at Turner Industries looms heavy on my mind. They're expecting some grand news, a marriage announcement that'll make the shareholders cream their pants. Instead, I've got a woman who'd rather watch her farm sink into debt than take my hand in marriage. And the worst part? A small, traitorous part of me admires her for it. But I can't let this slide. Maybe I should head down there and explain to her how much of an idiot she would be if she said no. No, I say, shaking my head. Not worth my time. The engine purrs as I turn onto the main road leading back to the estate. My phone chirps from the passenger seat. That distinctive tone I set for Vanessa months ago. Should have changed it the moment I got back to Pinewood. But like everything else since returning from deployment, it got pushed to the bottom of my endless to-do list. I grab it at a red light. 3 messages, all variations of the same desperate theme. Jaxie, we need to talk. I miss you so much. Can we meet for drinks tonight? Like old times? Christ. The light turns green and I toss the phone aside, disgusted by the nickname she still insists on using. Vanessa's been circling like a vulture since I returned, acting like the years I spent deployed never happened. Like she didn't screw half of Pinewood's eligible bachelors while I was gone. She probably thought I wouldn't find out. Small-town gossip doesn't typically make it to active war zones. But money talks, and the Turner name ensures I always know exactly what's going on back home, whether I want to or not. Ooh, the thought of marrying her flashes through my mind. It'd be easier than this mess with Vivienne. Vanessa would say yes before I finished asking. Probably already has the ring picked out and wedding venues booked in her head. But Mom's voice echoes in my skull. The Davis farm. Prime real estate. When the Davis farm falls, the rest of them will follow. The missing piece Turner Industries needs to complete our expansion plans. Vanessa might be an easier option, but she brings nothing to the table except designer handbags and country club memberships. My phone chirps again, the 3rd time in 10 minutes. I don't need to look to know it's another message from her. Probably something about the charity gala next weekend, or another attempt to accidentally run into me at the country club. Jesus Christ! I slam my hand against the steering wheel hard enough to sting. Take a hint. The wrought iron gates to the estate swing open automatically as I approach in my Range Rover. Vanessa used to love this entrance, would go on and on about how grand it made her feel, like some sort of fairy tale princess. Now all I see is another golden cage, another set of crushing expectations I have to meet. Another reminder that I'm just a puppet dancing on my family's strings. No, Vanessa's not the answer. She never was, no matter how perfectly she fits into my parents' social circle. My family wants the Davis land, and what they want, they get. That's how it's always been. Doesn't matter who they have to bulldoze through, or whose dreams they have to crush to get it. Even if it means I have to somehow convince the most stubborn woman in Pinewood to marry me. Vivienne Davis, the thorn in Turner Industries' side, the one person standing between us and in complete control of the valley. Screw my life. I pull into the circular driveway, killing the engine. My phone's been blowing up non-stop with Vanessa's messages, but as I scroll past her desperate attempts at attention, a new text catches my eye. Vivienne Davis. My heart rate kicks up a notch as I open it. Fine. I'll do it. I accept, but I have conditions. I read the message 3 times, making sure I'm not hallucinating. The tension in my shoulders releases, and I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Holy crap. I lean back against the leather seat, running a hand through my hair. This feels almost too good to be true. My thumb hovers over the keyboard. Part of me wants to fire back immediately, ask about these conditions she's mentioned. But rushing and guns blazing hasn't worked with her so far. Another message from Vanessa pops up at the top of my screen. I swipe it away without reading it. Whatever drama she's trying to stir up can wait. This, Vivian's acceptance, changes everything. I type out a response, delete it, try again. Nothing sounds right. How do you reply to someone agreeing to be your fake wife? There's probably no Hallmark card for that. Finally, I settle on something simple. When and where do you want to discuss terms? The 3 dots appear immediately. She's been waiting for my response. That's interesting. Tomorrow, my farm. 8 a.m. sharp. Don't be late, Turner. Even through text, I can hear that steel in her voice. The same tone she used when she told me to get off her property the first time I proposed this arrangement.
Chapter 7. Vivian. I pace across the worn floorboards of our farmhouse kitchen, my boots clicking against the wood in an erratic rhythm. The morning sun streams through the window, casting shadows that dance with my movements. Maria leans against the counter, her weathered hands wrapped around a steaming coffee mug. Mija, you're going to wear a hole in that floor. What choice do I have? My hands clench into fists. The bank's breathing down our neck. They want to take away everything my family has built over the years. Everything. And all of you will be out of a job if that happens. I can't let that happen. There's always another way. No. I stop at the window, staring out at the fields my great-grandfather established. Not this time. Either I marry Jackson Turner or we lose everything. The same Jackson Turner, who you hate so much? Maria sets down her mug. The one you said wasn't entitled? Yes, that arrogant bastard. The words taste bitter in my mouth. Now he's offering to save the farm, but only if I agree to be his wife. Some twisted power play, I'm sure. And you're certain about this? A tear escapes down my cheek, and I swipe it away with angry fingers. You think I want to marry him? That smug, self-righteous soldier who thinks he can buy anything he wants? My voice cracks. I hate him, Maria. I hate everything he stands for. His entitled attitude, his condescending smirk, the way he looks at me like I'm just another acquisition. But I hate the thought of losing this farm even more. Vivian, don't. I press my palms against the cool window pane, watching my breath fog up the glass. The same window I've looked through since I was a child. Dreaming of my future on this land, now it feels like a prison. He'll be here any minute to make this official. Just tell me I'm doing the right thing. Tell me sacrificing my freedom is worth saving 4 generations of my family's legacy. Maria's silence speaks volumes. Below, a cloud of dust rises from the driveway, signaling an approaching vehicle. My stomach twists into knots at the thought of his arrival. God, I hate him. The words come out in a broken whisper. My fingers curling against the glass. I hate him so much. His arrogance, his money, everything. But I'll marry him to save this land. I have to, even if it kills me inside. Maria wraps her arms around me, and I sink into her familiar embrace. The scent of her lavender perfume mingles with fresh coffee, a combination that's meant home since I was little. Everything will be okay, Mija. You're the strongest person I know. She squeezes me tight, then pulls back. Whatever happens, we're family. Remember that. Her footsteps fade down the hall, leaving me alone with the ticking clock and my thundering heart. Through the window, I spot him coming out of an expensive-looking Range Rover. Jackson Turner unfolds his towering frame. His tailored suit hugs his broad shoulders, a far cry from the dusty work clothes everyone else wears around here. A briefcase dangles from one hand as he surveys our farmhouse, like he already owns it. The morning sun catches his sharp jawline, highlighting a thin scar that traces down to his neck. His military crew cut has grown out just enough to show waves of dark brown hair. Those blue eyes pierce through the distance between us, and my fingers dig into the windowsill. Damn him for looking like that. Damn him for walking with such confidence. Damn him straight to hell for using his looks and money to trap me in this corner. He strides toward the door, each step measured and purposeful. My reflection shows tears still glistening on my cheeks, and I scrub them away with my sleeve. I refuse to let him see me cry. I refuse to give him that satisfaction. The heavy knock echoes through the kitchen. I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. This man might own my future, but he doesn't own my pride. I yank open the door before his second knock lands. Jackson fills the door frame, his presence overwhelming in our modest farmhouse entryway. The scent of his expensive cologne mingles with the morning air. Good morning, Vivian. Skip the pleasantries. Let's get this over with. I step aside, letting him enter. My worn boots seem childish next to his polished dress shoes, probably worth more than what our farm makes in a month. The sight only fuels my anger. He sets his briefcase on our kitchen table, the same one where my grandmother taught me to roll biscuit dough, where she'd tell me stories of our family's legacy while the smell of fresh pastries filled the air. His fingers trace the wood grain, weathered by decades of Davis family meals. Solid craftsmanship. They don't make furniture like this anymore. His eyes assess everything like he's already cataloging what he'll change. If you're here to appraise our belongings, I cross my arms, fighting the urge to slap his hand away from my grandmother's table. I'm here to help. His jaw tightens, a muscle ticking beneath his perfectly sculpted cheekbone. Despite what you might think of me. Help? I bark out a laugh, the sound harsh and bitter in the morning quiet. Is that what you call forcing someone into marriage? Damn, you really are delusional. His eyes meet mine, and something flickers across his face. Doubt, maybe even guilt, but it vanishes beneath that practiced mask of confidence. You have other options. His voice drops lower, taking on that commanding tone that probably works wonders in his corporate boardrooms. Right. Watch my family's legacy get carved up and sold to the highest bidder. Some choice. My fingers dig into my arms where they're still crossed. Generations of blood, sweat, and tears, reduced to dollar signs and decimal points. He pulls out papers from his briefcase, laying them across the table with military precision. The terms are fair, more than fair. Each document lands with a soft whisper against the wood, like falling leaves before a storm. We'll have a courthouse marriage as soon as this weekend if everything goes perfectly. I catch glimpses of numbers that make my head spin. The amount he's offering would clear our debts 3 times over. Why me? The question slips out before I can stop it, more vulnerable than I want to sound. His hand still over the documents. For a moment, that facade cracks, and I glimpse something raw underneath all that polished exterior. Because you're the only person I've met who loves something more than money. He glances around the kitchen, his gaze lingering on the worn spots that tell our family story. This land, you'd die for it. I respect that. The words hang between us, heavy with an honesty I wasn't expecting. Don't pretend you understand. After my time in the military, trust me, I understand dying for something you believe in. The words come out rough, like gravel under tires. The rawness in his voice catches me off guard. I study the scar on his jaw, a jagged line that cuts through his perfect exterior, wondering what other marks the war left on him, what nightmares keep him up at night. He catches me looking and straightens his tie, walls slamming back into place so fast I almost get whiplash. The vulnerable soldier disappears, replaced by the billionaire businessman. The papers need your signature. He holds out a pen, all business again, though something in his eyes still burns. Unless you've changed your mind. My fingers brush his as I take it, and damn if that small touch doesn't send electricity shooting up my arm. Despite everything, his hand is steady, grounding, like the earth I work every day. For a split second, I glimpse the man beneath the billions, someone as trapped by duty and expectations as I am, someone who might actually understand what it means to be suffocating under the weight of legacy. My mother can be at the courthouse this weekend. Jackson straightens the papers with military precision. She understands the need for discretion. Your mother? I grip the edge of the kitchen table. The same woman who called our farm quaint at the county fair last year, like we were some petting zoo for her amusement? She'll behave. His jaw tightens. This needs to be official, and we need a witness. Fine. I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. But I have conditions of my own. Of course you do. He loosens his tie, and for a moment, that perfect exterior cracks. Let's hear them. I'm staying here, on my land, in my house. My fingers trace the familiar grain of the table. I won't move into your family's mansion like some trophy wife for them to parade around. His knuckles whiten around his pen. The press will ask questions. Let them. Make up whatever story you want. But I won't leave this farm. Silence stretches between us, thick as summer humidity. Finally, he nods. Acceptable. What else? No touching. The words come out sharp, defensive. Unless it's absolutely necessary for appearances. No intimacy. No pretending this is anything but what it is. A business arrangement. Something flashes in his eyes. Hurt. Disappointment. Before that mask slips back into place. Understood. I mean it, Jackson. I can't. My voice cracks, and I hate myself for showing weakness. I can't stand the thought of you touching me. He stands, pushing away from the table. For a moment, his shoulders slump, and I catch a glimpse of exhaustion in the lines around his eyes. You think this is easy for me? Marrying someone who despises everything I am? The vulnerability in his voice catches me off guard. I look away, studying the familiar view outside my window. At least we're honest about where we stand. Yeah. He gathers his papers, movements less precise now. At least there's that.
Chapter 8. Jackson. I adjust my tie for the 100th time, standing in the green room of the Turner Industries headquarters. The buzz of reporters and camera crews filters through the closed door. Stop fidgeting. Vivienne swats my hand away from my collar, her perfectly manicured nails grazing my skin. You're making me nervous. I've done 1,000 press conferences. This isn't about that. The weight of my new wedding band catches the light, still foreign and heavy on my finger. It's about getting our story straight. What's there to get straight? We got married. End of story. She crosses her arms, her red dress highlighting the fire in her eyes. The fabric clings to her curves in a way that would be distracting if I wasn't so damn antsy. The press will want details. How we met. When we fell in love. I run my hand through my hair, probably messing up the careful styling. They're going to dig. So tell them the truth. Her jaw sets in that stubborn way I'm becoming too familiar with. That I blackmailed you into marriage to save your farm? Yeah, that'll play well with the shareholders. I let out a harsh laugh, the sound echoing off the walls. I can see the headlines now. Turner Air Force's marriage, stock prices plummet. The vultures would have a field day with that. Vivi's jaw tightens, the muscle working beneath her skin. Then what's your brilliant plan? Her words drip with sarcasm, but I can see the worry in her eyes, even if she'd never admit it. Follow my lead. Smile. Look like you're madly in love with me. I step closer, invading her space, lowering my voice to a dangerous whisper. The scent of her lavender shampoo hits me, making it hard to focus. And try not to contradict anything I say out there. Not a single damn word. I'm not some puppet you can control, Jackson. She tilts her chin up defiantly, refusing to back down even with barely inches between us. For the next hour, you are. The words come out harsher than intended, and I see her flinch slightly. Guilt gnaws at my gut, but I push it aside. This isn't just about us. My family's company. Your farm. Everything rides on making this look legitimate. One wrong move, one slip-up, and it all goes to hell. The door opens with a soft click. My PR director, looking sharp in her tailored suit, peers in with that intense look she gets before every press conference. They're ready for you. Remember to keep it simple and sweet. And if things get tough, just duck out of there. Camera flashes explode like a battlefield the moment we step onto the small stage, making my combat instincts kick in. Vivian's hand finds mine, her grip tight enough to make my knuckles crack. Good. Let them see that connection. Let them believe every damn second of this show we're putting on. Mr. Turner, is it true you got married in a private ceremony last week? The reporter from the Daily Chronicle leans forward, hunger for a scoop evident in his eyes. I lean into the microphone, my media smile, the one I've perfected over years of these circus acts, firmly in place. Yes, Vivian and I wanted to keep things intimate. When you know something's right, why wait? The words taste like ash in my mouth, but I sell them like my life depends on it. Because, in a way, it does. How long have you been dating? Another voice calls out from the sea of faces. I feel Vivian tense beside me, her fingers twitching against mine. We've known each other for months. Sometimes life brings people together in unexpected ways. The practiced line rolls off my tongue smooth as honey. Miss Davis. A young reporter starts, notepad poised. Mrs. Turner, I correct sharply, my tone brooking no argument. The correction earns me a subtle dig of Vivian's nails into my palm, sharp enough to leave crescents in my skin. Message received, sweetheart. Mrs. Turner, the reporter continues, unfazed. What attracted you to Jackson? Before she can speak, I jump in. I think what attracted us to each other was our shared values. Family, hard work, dedication to what matters most. Vivian's smile never wavers, but I know I'll pay for that interruption later. And how did you two meet? A reporter from the business section leans forward, pen hovering over her notepad. I open my mouth, but Vivian beats me to it. At my family's farm. Her voice carries clear and strong through the microphone, that familiar steel in her tone that first caught my attention. Jackson came to discuss a potential business partnership. My jaw clenches, muscle ticking. Not technically a lie, but dangerous territory. The last thing we need is some enterprising reporter digging into the details of that first meeting. Love at first sight, someone calls out from the back of the room. Not exactly. Vivian's laugh sounds natural, practiced, though I catch the slight edge to it. She's better at this than I expected, working the crowd like she was born for it. I actually couldn't stand him at first. The room erupts in chuckles, and several reporters lean forward, scenting blood in the water. My grip on her hand tightens in warning. We're skating too close to the truth here. But that's what makes great love stories, isn't it? I cut in smoothly, shifting closer to her in a show of unity. The unexpected ones. Sometimes the best things in life catch you completely off guard. A flash goes off directly in our faces, momentarily blinding me. How about a kiss for the front page? Some jerk reporter shouts from the crowd. More voices join in, growing louder and more insistent, demanding proof of our affection. The vultures want their pound of flesh, circling us like we're their next meal. These media parasites never know when to back off. Come on, Mr. Turner! Show us some newlywed love! Give us something good for tomorrow's headlines! Vivian's entire body goes rigid beside me, her muscles tensing under my touch. We hadn't discussed this, hadn't prepared for such a public display. But backing down now would only fuel speculation, give them more ammunition to question the legitimacy of our marriage. I turned to her, sliding my hand to her waist, feeling the warmth of her dark skin through the thin fabric of her dress. Her eyes meet mine, panic and defiance swimming in those hazel depths. Even now, she's ready to fight. It's one of the things that draws me to her, despite everything. Trust me, I whisper, low enough that the mics won't pick it up, my lips barely moving. My thumb traces a small circle against her hip, trying to ease some of her tension. She gives an almost imperceptible nod. I lean in, pressing my lips to hers. It's meant to be quick, chaste, just enough to satisfy the wolves. But the moment we connect, something shifts. Her lips are soft, yielding, and for a split second I forget about the cameras, the reporters, everything except the way she feels against me. Camera shutters explode around us like rapid gunfire. Vivian pulls back first, her lips parted slightly despite her composed expression. The room erupts in questions, each reporter trying to outshout the others. When can we expect little Turners? Was this a merger of convenience? What does Preston Turner think of the union? The questions become more pointed, more personal. Each one chips away at our carefully constructed facade. I think that's all the questions we'll be taking today. I cut through the swarm of shouting voices, my PR training kicking in. Thank you all for coming. My wife and I appreciate your support during this exciting time. I guide Vivi off the stage, my hand firm against the small of her back. Her muscles are tense under my touch, coiled like a spring ready to snap. The moment the green room door closes behind us with a solid click, she wrenches away from me like I'm made of fire, putting as much distance between us as the cramped space allows. Don't you ever do that again. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand, smearing her lipstick in an angry streak across her hand. Her eyes flash with barely contained fury. Do what? Save our butts out there? I loosen my tie, the fabric suddenly too constricting against my throat. The silk feels like it's choking me, and the room's temperature seems to spike 10 degrees. You're being dramatic. Those reporters were about to eat us alive. Dramatic? Her voice rises, filling the small space as she takes a threatening step toward me. The air crackles with tension between us. You had no right to kiss me like that. I don't care if every damn reporter in the state was watching. Like what? It was barely a peck. The memory of her soft lips against mine says otherwise, but I push that thought aside. And newsflash, sweetheart, you signed up for this. All of it. Including the occasional show of affection for the cameras. She paces the room, her heels clicking against the hardwood floor. I signed up to save my farm, not to be your puppet. Well, I didn't exactly dream of marrying someone who can barely stand to look at me either. The words come out harsh, defensive. But here we are. God, I already regret this! She stops by the window, wrapping her arms around herself. Join the club. I say it with conviction, but something twists in my gut as I watch her. The way the sunlight catches her profile, the stubborn set of her jaw, the fire in her eyes even when she's angry, especially when she's angry. Damn it. This would be so much easier if she wasn't so intriguing.
Chapter 9. Vivian. I wipe sweat from my brow, the morning sun already beating down mercilessly as I guide the tractor through rows of corn. The familiar rumble beneath me usually brings comfort, but today it only amplifies my irritation. Through the dusty windshield, I spot my new husband leaning against his Ferrari, typing away on his phone in his perfectly pressed suit. He too good to get his hands dirty? Miguel, one of my most trusted workers, pulls up beside me in his pickup. Apparently, I kill the engine. 3 days he's been here and hasn't lifted a finger. Just stands there looking pretty while we do all the work. Mrs. Turner. Jackson's voice carries across the field, dripping with that entitled tone that makes my skin crawl. A word? I climb down from the tractor, boots hitting dirt. The workers pause their tasks, watching the exchange. What is it now? I march over, crossing my arms. The press wants photos of us working together on the farm. He doesn't even look up from his phone. Something about the billionaire heir embracing his new wife's humble lifestyle? Humble? I snatch the phone from his hands, my blood boiling at his condescending attitude. This farm's been in my family for generations. We feed half the county. There's nothing humble about honest work and feeding people. Hey, he reaches for the phone, but I step back, holding it behind me. His jaw tightens, that muscle ticking in his cheek. You want photos? Great. Put on some work clothes and actually help instead of treating this place like your personal country club. God knows we could use another set of hands during harvest. I don't do manual labor. He straightens his tie, looking down his nose at the dirt on my boots. That's what employees are for. I have more important matters to attend to. The workers mutter behind me, their displeasure a tangible thing in the heat. I feel their eyes, their growing resentment. Some have worked these fields longer than I've been alive. This marriage may be fake, but their livelihoods are very real. And I'll be damned if I let this entitled jack-off treat them like they're beneath him. Then why are you even here? I step closer, jabbing a finger at his chest. Because right now, you're just making everyone uncomfortable and getting in the way. I'm here because our arrangement requires it. His jaw clenches. Don't forget who's keeping this place afloat. And don't you forget whose name is still on the deed. I turn on my heel, heading back to the tractor. Either grab a shovel or get out of our way. Realizing that we're attracting a bit of an audience, I wave to my workers. I force a smile, trying to give the illusion that everything is okay with my husband, when in reality, I want to jam a hammer into his skull. Take 5, everyone. I need to have a word with my husband. The sarcasm drips from that last word like venom. They scatter like leaves in the wind, leaving us alone among the endless rows of corn. The morning heat beats down mercilessly, intensifying with each passing second and matching the white-hot anger bubbling in my chest. Sweat trickles down my back, but I refuse to show any discomfort. What's your problem? I plant my feet firmly in the dirt, hands on my hips, refusing to back down an inch. You've been here 3 days, and all you've done is look down on everything and everyone. My workers, my equipment, my methods. Nothing's good enough for the mighty Jackson Turner, is it? My problem. He loosens his tie with one hand, that infuriatingly arrogant smirk still playing on his lips as he surveys the fields like he owns them. I'm doing exactly what the contract stipulates, making appearances, playing nice for the cameras. Isn't that enough for you? Is that all this is to you? A business transaction? The words taste bitter in my mouth as I spit them out. Isn't that what you signed up for? He steps closer, deliberately towering over me, his expensive cologne mixing with the earthy scent of the cornfield. Your farm gets saved. My family gets their picture-perfect marriage. Simple, clean, everyone wins. His voice drops lower, more menacing. So why don't we stick to our roles and make this easier on both of us? No, not simple. I refuse to back down, meeting his gaze. These people depend on this farm. Their families have worked alongside mine for generations. If we're going to do this, I need more than your money and condescension. I need a partner who respects what we do here. Partner? He scoffs, his jaw clenching in that infuriating way of his. We're barely even friends. Hell, most days, I'm not sure you can stand being in the same room as me. And whose fault is that? You won't even try. You just stand around in your fancy suits, treating us like we're beneath you. My voice rises with frustration, echoing across the empty field. If you want this marriage to be more than just another hostile takeover, you need to show these people, show me that you're worth trusting. But instead, you act like this whole thing is beneath you, like we're just another investment in your portfolio. Trust goes both ways, Vivian. His blue eyes narrow, and he takes another step closer, his presence overwhelming my personal space. You've made it pretty clear what you think of me from day one. Every time I try to get close, you shut me down. Because you haven't given me any reason to think differently. I throw my hands up, refusing to back away despite how close he is. The heat radiating off his body only fuels my anger. God, do you even want this to work? Or are we just going to spend the next year despising each other? Because if that's the case, we might as well end this charade right now. For Pete's sake, Vivian, he says through gritted teeth, stop acting as if we actually have to like each other for this to work. His words hit me like a physical blow, and I take a step back, my boots sinking into the soft earth. You think I want to hate this? To hate you? This is my family's legacy at stake. And this is my family's reputation. I'm doing my best to tolerate this situation we're both in. His voice cracks, that perfectly maintained facade finally showing cracks. Every move I make, every decision, it's all scrutinized. One wrong step, and the board starts whispering about replacing me. You think you're the only one with something to lose? At least you have options. The words tumble out before I can stop them. This farm is all I have. These people depend on me. If this fails, my voice breaks, and I hate myself for showing weakness in front of him. You think I don't know pressure? He runs a hand through his hair, messing up its perfect styling. Try having your father's shadow hanging over every boardroom meeting. Try hearing whispers that you're not half the man he is, that you'll never measure up. Then prove them wrong. I gesture at the fields around us. Show them you can do more than just throw money at problems. Show them you can build something real. Real? He laughs, but there's no humor in it. Nothing about this is real, Vivian. This whole marriage is built on paper and promises. You made that clear from day one. Because you never gave me a chance to see anything else. The admission cost me, each word feeling like gravel in my throat. All I see is someone who looks at everything I've built, everything I am, and finds it lacking. His face changes, something raw and vulnerable flashing across it before the mask slips back into place. And all I see is someone who decided who I was before she ever knew me. We stand there in the suffocating heat, the weight of unspoken words hanging between us like storm clouds. The distance between us feels both too far and not far enough, charged with something that neither of us knows how to handle. Maybe that's our real problem, I whisper, more to myself than to him. We're so busy protecting ourselves that we never gave each other a chance. His silence speaks volumes, and the tension stretches tight as a wire between us. I turn away from him, rolling up my flannel sleeves past my elbows. The fabric sticks to my skin, damp with sweat and morning dew. My fingers work the buttons with practiced ease, each movement deliberate as I prepare to climb back into the tractor. The weight of his stare burns into my back. I don't need to look to know he's watching. His presence radiates across the field like a physical force. The Ferrari's engine purrs to life behind me, but he doesn't drive away. Marcus approaches with a stack of irrigation reports, and I focus on the familiar routine of checking water levels and soil conditions. The paper crinkles under my fingers as I scan the numbers, but my mind keeps drifting to the man behind me. "These readings look good," I tell him, pointing to the southeastern quadrant. "Let's adjust the sprinklers in Section 4, though. The soil's getting too dry." Still, Jackson doesn't leave. The sound of his expensive shoes crunching on dirt tells me he's moved closer to the edge of the field. I resist the urge to look back, to see what's holding his attention. I climb onto the tractor, the metal warm under my palms. The key turns with a familiar growl, and I settle into the worn leather seat. Through the dusty windshield, I catch his reflection in the side mirror. He's shed his suit jacket, loosened his tie. His eyes track my movements as I shift gears, preparing to head down the next row of corn. The intensity of his gaze makes my skin prickle. It's different from his usual dismissive glances. There's something else there now, something I'm not ready to name. I rev the engine and push forward, leaving him standing at the edge of my world, watching as I disappear into the endless green rows of corn. His eyes follow until the stalks swallow me whole, until all that's left is the rumble of machinery and the whisper of leaves in the morning breeze.
Chapter 10. Jackson. The late afternoon sun casts shadows across Vivian's farmland as I wander away from the main house. My shoes crunch against dried corn stalks, each step taking me further from the tense silence inside. Even though I'm out of place here, it's still better than being under the scrutinizing gaze of my family back at the estate. Through the rows of withering crops, I spot an old oak tree standing sentinel at the edge of the property. Its sprawling branches offer the perfect escape. I lean against the rough bark, sliding down until I hit the ground. The farm stretches before me, acres of land that Vivian fights so hard to protect. Even now, she's probably sitting on that weathered porch, needle and thread in hand, determined to make those old jeans last another season. Damn. I run my hand over my face, feeling the stubble scratch against my palm. The quiet out here is different from the silence between us. This peace reminds me of dawn watches in the desert, those precious moments before chaos erupted. A bird calls overhead and my muscles tense instinctively. Old habits. Some things are branded into your soul, like the weight of responsibility for your unit, your family name, your wife. I pull out my dog tags from my pocket, letting them catch the fading sunlight. The metals cool against my fingers, grounding me in the present while my mind drifts to last night's argument. "This arrangement is purely business," she'd snapped, those hazel eyes blazing with defiance. "Don't confuse it for anything else." The tags clink as I drop them back into my pocket. Business. Right. Because that's what normal people do. Marry their enemies to save a family farm. But nothing about this situation is normal. Neither is the way my chest tightens when she looks at me with that mixture of distrust and something else. A tractor rumbles in the distance, and I watch dust clouds rise above the cornfield. Out here, away from the suffocating pressure of boardrooms and family expectations, everything should be simpler. Instead, I'm trapped in another kind of war zone, fighting battles I never trained for. Rising from my spot under the oak, I trace my way back through the cornfield. Each step feels heavier than the last, like trudging through desert sand with full combat gear. Sure enough, Vivian sits cross-legged on the back porch of the farmhouse, needle flashing in and out of worn denim. Her curls catch the dying light, creating a halo effect that makes my throat tight. She's still wearing her flannel, rolled up to her elbows. Sweat gleams across her skin and she's biting her bottom lip as she works. The wooden steps creak under my weight as I settle beside her, keeping a careful distance. The rhythmic motion of her hands continues, steady and focused, like field stripping a weapon. The familiar smell of hay and earth fills my lungs, so different from the acrid smoke and sand I used to breathe. During my first tour overseas, I was arrogant as ever. The words slip out before I can stop them. Thought I knew everything. Strutted around base, like I owned the damn place, just because of my family name. Her hands pause for a fraction of a second before resuming their work. The tension between us crackles like static before a storm. There was this kid in my unit, fresh out of basic. Martinez. My fingers find the dog tags again, metal warm against my skin. He used to write letters to his mom every night, telling her about the stars over Baghdad. Said they looked different there, like they were closer somehow. Made the whole godforsaken desert feel a little more like home. The sound of cicadas fills the space between words, their relentless drone making my skin crawl. In my mind, explosions replace their chirping, each sound catapulting me back to that hellhole. The smell of gunpowder and burning rubber floods my nostrils, so real I can almost taste the grit of sand between my teeth. One night, the stars disappeared behind mortar fire. Martinez. My voice cracks, and I have to swallow hard against the memories threatening to choke me. He never finished that last letter. His mom probably still waits by her mailbox hoping for one more story about those damn stars. Vivienne's needle stills completely now. I can feel her eyes on me, burning into the side of my face, but I keep staring straight ahead, watching shadows creep across her cornstalks. You carry it with you. The words scrape against my throat like shrapnel. The weight of every decision, every life. Like that argument earlier, you accused me of trying to control everything. A bitter laugh escapes, hollow and raw. Truth is, control's an illusion. I learned that watching good men die despite my best plans, watching them bleed out while I stood there, barking orders that meant Jack all in the end. The denim slides from her lap as she shifts slightly. Not closer, but not further away either. Sometimes I wake up thinking I'm still there. Sand in my mouth, blood on my hands. Those moments when you can't tell if you're the one giving orders or just another ghost haunting the desert. The silence stretches between us, thick as fog. I wait for her to throw my vulnerability back in my face, to use it as another weapon in our constant battle. Why are you telling me this? Her voice comes out softer than I've ever heard it, almost lost beneath the evening chorus of crickets. I rub my thumb over the raised letters on my dog tags. Because I'm tired of the crap between us, all this tension, the constant fighting, it's exhausting. The metal grows warm against my palm. Thought maybe if I was honest with you for once, really honest, you might see. See what? That I'm not just some rich jerk trying to take over your farm. I turn to face her, catching the way the setting sun paints gold across her features. The war taught me that control is an illusion. Money, power, family name. None of it matters when bullets start flying. Yet here we are, locked in our own private war over things that might not even matter in the end. Her fingers trace the edge of the torn jeans in her lap. So what do you suggest? We just forget everything and play happy family? No. I shake my head, the ghost of a smile tugging at my lips. But maybe we stop treating each other like the enemy. Start being honest about who we really are, not who we think the other person is. She studied me for a long moment, her expression unreadable in the growing darkness. The weight of her gaze feels heavier than any pack I carried through the desert. I don't know if I can do that. Her words come slow, measured. Trust doesn't come easy for me. It doesn't come easy for anyone who's lost something. I let out a long breath. But we're stuck with each other now. Might as well try to make it bearable. The crickets fill another stretch of silence before Vivienne shifts, her shoulder nearly brushing mine. My parents used to sit right here. Her voice carries a weight I've never heard before. Dad would whittle these little wooden animals while Mom darned socks. They talk about crop rotations and weather patterns like they were discussing their favorite TV show. She sets the jeans aside, her hands falling still in her lap. When Mom got sick, Dad spent every evening reading to her on this porch. Said the fresh air was better than any medicine. After she passed, he'd still come out here reading to an empty chair until... Her voice catches. Until his heart gave out too. The confession hits me in the gut. All those board meetings where we discussed acquiring her land. All those cold calculations about profit margins and market values. None of them factored in the ghost of her father reading to an empty chair. This farm isn't just land to you. The words come out rough. It's all I have left of them. Her fingers trace patterns in the worn wood of the porch. Every tree, every field. They're more than assets on some spreadsheet. They're memories, stories, promises. I don't want to give that up. My mother's voice echoes in my head, clinical and sharp. That farm is prime real estate, Jackson. Once the marriage is settled, you need to figure out a way to get your name on the land's deed. Take it from her. Afterwards, you'll figure out how to compensate her for her time. The plans sit in my briefcase upstairs, blueprints for luxury homes where Vivienne's corn now grows. Thank you for telling me this, Vivienne. Call me Vivi, she replies softly, picking at her nails. A nervous habit, I realize, watching her fingers move restlessly. If you want to make this real, might as well call me the name everyone else calls me around here. Sure. And you call me Jax. I offer her a hand as if we were meeting each other for the first time again. Pleased to meet you, Miss Vivi. She smirks, shaking my hand. Her palm is warm and calloused from working the land. I'm honored, Jax. The way she says my name with that hint of sass does something to my chest I'm not ready to examine. I watch her profile in the dying light, seeing for the first time the strength it takes to fight alone. To hold on to something precious when the whole world tries to pry it from your fingers. The same strength I saw in Martinez's eyes as he wrote those letters home, night after night, until that final firefight. I'd give anything to forget that day. The weight of the dog tag suddenly feels heavier in my pocket.
Chapter 11. Vivian. The morning sun beats down on my back as I kneel in the soil, checking the tomato plants for signs of disease or pests. My fingers trace the sturdy green stems, inspecting each leaf with the care my grandmother taught me. Jax's words from yesterday echo in my mind. His confession about his time in the military. The way his hand shook when he told me about losing his friend during combat. For someone who presents such an impenetrable exterior to the world, that vulnerability struck deep. I moved to the next row of plants, adjusting the support stakes. You're doing great, babies. I whisper to the green tomatoes, still weeks from ripening. The familiar motions of farming ground me, but my thoughts keep drifting. My hands clench in the dirt. Jax might understand business, might even have ideas about modernizing the farm. But this isn't just about profit margins. Every inch of this soil carries memories. Daddy teaching me to drive the tractor, when my feet barely reached the pedals. Mama's victory dance when we paid off the last equipment loan. Grandma's secret spots for wild blackberries. The weight of their expectations sits heavy on my shoulders. What would they think of me now? Married to Jackson Turner, of all people. A man whose family represents everything we've fought against for generations. I reach for my water bottle, taking a long drink as I survey the fields, stretching toward the horizon. The morning light paints everything gold, making the dew sparkle on the vegetables like diamonds. This view has sustained 5 generations of my family through droughts, floods, and market crashes. But for the first time in my life, I'm questioning whether being the protector of this legacy means I have to do it alone. Jax's revelation showed me a different side of him, one that understands sacrifice, duty, and the price of pride. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I make my way towards the farmhouse. The kitchen screen door creaks as I step inside, the familiar scent of Maria's cooking wrapping around me like a warm hug. She stands at the stove, humming an old Spanish lullaby while flipping what looks like her famous cornmeal pancakes. "Ah, mi Nina," Maria says without turning around, her practiced hands never missing a beat as she flips another perfect pancake. "You've been up since dawn again." I sink into one of the worn wooden chairs at the kitchen table, dust from the fields settling around me like a second skin. My muscles ache from the morning's work, a familiar comfort. The tomatoes needed checking, and your mind needed clearing. Maria slides a plate in front of me, her knowing eyes meeting mine. The aroma of fresh cornmeal and butter makes my stomach growl. "Talk to me, Vivi. I've known you too long to believe you're out there just checking vegetables." My fingers trace the scratches on the table's surface, marks from countless family dinners, homework sessions, and late-night conversations with Daddy. Each groove tells a story, just like the land outside. I told myself this marriage was just business, a way to save the farm, but yesterday... I pause, the weight of my realization sitting heavy in my chest. Yesterday? What happened yesterday? Maria pulls up a chair beside me, her weathered hand covering mine. The familiar calluses on her palm remind me of countless hours we've spent working side by side in these fields. Jax opened up about the war, about losing people. The pancake steams untouched on my plate, the butter melting into a golden pool. He showed me something real, Maria, and it terrifies me because my voice catches in my throat like a trapped bird. Because what if I start believing in this? What if I let my guard down and it turns out to be another power play? God knows he's got enough money and influence to make anything happen. You've always had good instincts about people, just like your mama. Maria squeezes my hand, her touch as reassuring as it was when I was a little girl, running to her with scraped knees. But that's just it. My instincts are all mixed up now. One minute he's this arrogant billionaire trying to run everything, and the next, I shake my head, remembering the raw pain in his eyes when he talked about his unit. The next he's sharing pieces of himself that make me see him differently. He let down those walls he keeps so damn high, and now I can't stop thinking about what else might be behind them. Maria squeezes my hand. Maybe that's not such a bad thing. It is when this whole marriage is built on a contract, when the fate of our farm hangs in the balance. I push back from the table, pacing the worn linoleum. I can't afford to blur these lines. Maria. I can't risk everything my family built on feelings that might not even be real. Maria stands, moving to the sink to wash some of the breakfast dishes. The familiar clink of plates and running water fills the silence. You know me, Nina. Sometimes the strongest foundations come from the most unexpected materials. I pause my pacing. What do you mean? Remember that old oak by the creek, the one that fell during the storm last spring? She dries her hands on her apron. Its roots had grown so deep they'd wrapped around rocks, through clay, even merged with other trees. Nature doesn't care about keeping things separate and orderly. It finds strength in connection. Jackson Turner isn't exactly a force of nature, Maria. But even as I say it, I think of the intensity in his eyes when he talked about protecting his unit, the way his voice softened when he mentioned his friend Martinez. No? She raises an eyebrow. The man I've seen these past few days isn't the same one who walked onto this farm with his expensive suit and corporate plans. He listens when you talk about crop rotation. He asks questions about the irrigation system. And yesterday, She turns to face me fully. Yesterday, I saw him in the barn at dawn, learning to repair equipment from Miguel. My hand still on the back of a kitchen chair. He what? I furrow my eyebrows, not aware that any of this was going on. Why didn't he mention anything? Said he needed to understand how everything works if he's going to be part of this place. Maria's eyes hold mine. That's not the action of someone playing power games, Vivi. The morning sun streams through the window, catching dust motes in its beam. I remember how Jax's hands shook when he showed me his combat scars, how he'd pulled back at first, not from shame, but like he was protecting me from the darkness he carries. I've been so focused on what his family represents, I admit quietly, my fingers tracing the worn wood of the dining room chair. The corporations buying up family farms, the pressure to modernize or die out. Maybe I haven't been seeing him clearly at all. God knows I've been fighting against what I thought he stood for since day one. Sometimes the hardest walls to break down are the ones we build ourselves. Maria's voice carries the wisdom of decades, gentle but firm, like a mother's touch. That man looks at you like you're the answer to a question he's been afraid to ask. And honey, I've seen enough people come and go through this farm to know when someone's genuine. I step onto the back porch, Maria's words settling in my chest like seeds waiting to take root. The morning sun bathes our fields in golden light, turning the rows of vegetables into living brushstrokes across the landscape. The familiar scent of earth and growing things fills my lungs, and for the first time in weeks, I let myself imagine what it might mean to share this piece of heaven with someone who truly wants to understand it. I close my eyes, letting my fingers trail along the weathered porch railing. For the first time, I allow myself to imagine what it could look like. Jax and me working side by side, his business acumen complementing my farming knowledge, his early morning equipment repairs with Miguel and Marcus. The way he studies our irrigation systems like he's solving a puzzle, but the contract sits in my desk drawer. Its legal terms a stark reminder that this marriage has an expiration date. Each clause designed to protect both our interests, each paragraph a wall between what is and what could be. The lawyer's precise language mocks my growing feelings, reminding me this is just business, nothing more. I open my eyes, scanning the horizon where our property meets the sky. The land doesn't care about contracts or corporate mergers. It only knows the hands that tend it, the hearts that love it, and maybe, just maybe, there's room here for both our dreams to take root. These acres have sustained my family through generations of hardship. They've seen marriages built on much less flourish into something real and lasting. If only I knew whether the man who shared his combat scars with me yesterday is the same one who signed that fake marriage contract. All of this would be so much easier. The Jax who let his guard down, whose hands trembled as he told me about that night he lost Martinez, seems worlds apart from the calculating businessman who drafted the terms for our convenient arrangement. Sometimes when he looks at me, I catch glimpses of both men warring behind those intense blue eyes, and I wonder which one will win in the end.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Jackson. The crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow across the grand ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton. Diamond-draped socialites mingle with tech moguls, their laughter echoing off marble columns. Camera flashes burst like lightning, documenting every calculated smile and rehearsed pose. My hand rests on the small of Vivi's back as we make our entrance. The silk of her sleek blue evening gown flows like water beneath my fingers. She's transformed tonight, her wild curls swept up in an elegant updo that exposes the graceful curve of her neck. The dress hugs every inch of her athletic frame, a testament to hours spent working her family's land. "Mr. and Mrs. Turner!" A reporter thrusts a microphone toward us. "How's married life treating you?" Vivi leans into me, her perfume, something earthy and exotic, making my head spin. The scent reminds me of wild jasmine and summer storms, dangerous and intoxicating. Like a fairy tale. Can't keep my hands off her. I pull her closer, my fingers possessively gripping her hip. The cameras eat it up, their flashes intensifying as I display my apparent devotion to my new bride. These vultures want a story, and we're giving them one hell of a performance. "Darling, shall we make our donation?" She gestures toward the charity auction items, her hazel eyes meeting mine with that familiar challenge I've come to expect. "Lead the way, Mrs. Turner." The name rolls off my tongue easier now, as if we don't butt heads like two angry rams in private. Though if I'm honest, there's something about our fights now that gets my blood pumping in ways I'd rather not examine too closely. As we cross the room, heads turn. She commands attention without trying. Her confidence radiates through every step. The dress she's wearing catches the light, making her brown skin glow like honey. My chest tightens watching her work the room. Right now, she's not the stubborn farmer who curses my name in mumbled breaths. In this room amidst the cameras, she's my wife, a force of nature in designer heels, turning this high society circus into her own personal stage. Suddenly I hear a murmuring amongst the crowd. At first I think it's because of Vivi and I. We look good together, I can't deny it anymore. But that's when I hear a certain name being whispered behind gloved hands. I raise a brow, following the gazes of the people around me. The crowd parts slightly, and there she is. Vanessa Brooks saunters in wearing a red dress that leaves nothing to imagination. The same dress that once would have had me following her every move. She knows exactly what she's doing, especially when her green eyes lock onto mine. "Jackson Turner." Her voice drips honey as she glides toward us. "Marriage looks good on you, Vanessa." I keep my tone neutral, my arm still wrapped around Vivi. "Dance with me for old time's sake?" She places her hand on my chest, right over my heart. "One dance won't kill your lovely wife, will it?" I glance at Vivi, expecting her usual eye roll at these society games. Instead, I catch something different flickering across her face. Her fingers tighten around her champagne glass, jaw clenching at the sight of Vanessa. She's staring at Vanessa's hand on my chest like she wants to break it. I should check on the silent auction items. Vivi's voice comes out tight, controlled. She steps away, but not before I catch the slight tremor in her hand as she sets down her glass. Vanessa wastes no time pressing against me. "Remember when we used to sneak away from these parties?" I watch Vivi over Vanessa's shoulder. She's pretending to study a painting up for auction, but her eyes keep darting our way. Each time Vanessa laughs or touches my arm, Vivi's jaw clenches harder. Well, damn. Who would have thought my headstrong farmer wife could get jealous? Over me? The same woman who called me an entitled trust fund brat last week during our fight about the Northfield irrigation? The realization hits like a shot of whiskey, warm and dangerous. Maybe there's more brewing between us than just our arranged marriage facade. Sorry, Vanessa. I step back, straightening my tie. My wife's waiting. Dance with me. Vanessa's fingers trail down my arm. For nostalgia's sake. I already told you I can't do that. I need to get back to my wife. I take a step back, but Vanessa follows, closing the distance. Your wife? She laughs, the sound sharp as broken glass. Please, Jackson. Everyone knows what this marriage is. A business arrangement. A PR stunt. The soldier and the farmer. Come on. My jaw tightens. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? Her hand finds my chest again. Remember that weekend in the Hamptons? How you said no one would ever understand you like I do? I catch her wrist, removing it from my chest. That was before. Before what? Before you married some country girl who probably doesn't know Crystal from Carlo Rossi? She steps closer, her perfume. Too sweet, too artificial, making me want to sneeze. I saw how you looked at me when I walked in. Some things never change. Everything's changed. I scan the room for Vivi, spotting her by the auction items. She's talking to someone, but her shoulders are rigid, her smile forced. Even from here, I can see the tension radiating off her. Has it? Vanessa presses. Because I remember a time when you couldn't keep your hands off me at these events, when we'd find dark corners and empty rooms. That's enough. My voice comes out harder than intended, drawing looks from nearby guests. I lower it, leaning in. Whatever we had is done. Has been for a long time. Is it because she's exotic, different? I get it, but once the novelty wears off, don't. The word comes out like a growl, deep within my chest. Don't talk about my wife like that. Not another word. Vanessa's eyes narrow, studying my face with that calculating look I used to mistake for intelligence. Well, well. The great Jackson Turner actually falling for his own PR stunt. How fascinating. Her perfect white teeth flash in a predatory smile. I straighten my jacket, fighting to keep my expression neutral for the circling photographers. These vultures would love nothing more than to catch me losing my mind at a charity event. Goodbye, Vanessa. My jaw clenches so hard it hurts. Her laugh follows me, sharp and cold like breaking glass. You can't run from who you are forever, Jackson. You're one of us. The words drip with entitlement, with all the poison of the world I've been trying to leave behind. Even as I turn away from Vanessa, but her fingers wrap around my wrist, manicured nails digging into my skin. The touch feels wrong, artificial, like everything else about her. Like the smile she wears, the calculated tilt of her head, the designer dress that probably cost more than most people make in a month. One more thing. She leans in close, her lips brushing along my upper arm. Remember that thing I used to do? The one that made you forget your own name? Her hand slides up my arm. I still think about it, don't you? Across the room, Vivi stopped pretending to look at auction items. Her eyes lock with mine, and even from here, I catch the hurt flash across her face before she masks it with that stubborn pride of hers. She turns away, disappearing into the crowd. Something in my chest twists. This marriage might be arranged, but seeing that look on Vivi's face, it feels like I've betrayed her, which is ridiculous. We can barely stand each other most days. I jerk my arm from Vanessa's grip, my skin crawling where she touched me. You want to know what I think about? My voice drops low, dangerous. The same tone I used to command troops. I think about how grateful I am that I didn't end up with someone like you. Someone who sees people as stepping stones. Someone who'd sell their own mother for a chance at more status. Jackson! She reaches for me again, but I step back. My wife might be from the rural parts of town, but at least she's real. At least she stands for something besides social climbing and designer labels. At least when she looks at me, she sees a person, not a goddamn bank account. Vanessa's perfectly painted lips part in shock, her mask of sophistication cracking. You don't mean that? We had something special. I do. I straighten my tie, squaring my shoulders as I tower over her. The room suddenly feels too small, too suffocating. And if you ever disrespect my wife again, you'll find out just how much influence the Turner name still carries in this town. That's not a threat. It's a promise. Stay away from us both. I leave her standing there, mouth agape, and push through the crowd of Pinewood's elite, their judgmental whispers following in my wake. But Vivi's nowhere to be seen. The last glimpse I caught of her face plays on repeat in my mind. The hurt, the disappointment, those hazel eyes that always seem to see right through my nonsense. It shouldn't matter. This marriage is just business, just a way to save her farm and clean up my image. So why does my chest feel so damn tight? Why do I want to tear this whole place apart until I find her? Looking for your wife? A waiter in a crisp black uniform points toward the terrace. Mrs. Turner stepped out for some air. She seemed upset. I head for the French doors, adjusting my cufflinks as I walk, but Vanessa's voice lingers in my mind like poison. You can't run from who you are forever, Jackson. You're one of us. The words make my jaw clench. She's wrong. Dead wrong. I'm nothing like these vultures in designer suits, circling for their next opportunity to climb higher on Pinewood's social ladder. And Vivi is nothing like these people either. She's got a realness to her that is rare to find. For the first time since I've met her, I realize that she's like a breath of fresh air in this cloud of suffocating arrogance.
Chapter 13. Vivian. The nighttime breeze whips around my face as I stare at the rolling hills of Pinewood in the distance. My hands gripping the hotel balcony railing until my knuckles starting hurting. My wedding ring catches the moonlight, a mocking reminder of the farce inside. The image of Vanessa's perfectly manicured hand on Jackson's arm burns in my mind. Her tinkling laugh. The way she pressed against him, her designer dress leaving nothing to imagination. And Jackson, he just stood there, that practiced society smile on his face. Get it together, Vivi, I mutter, inhaling the crisp air. This isn't real. But the twist in my stomach feels real enough. The way my chest tightens when I think about them together, that's real too. I shouldn't care. This marriage is a business arrangement. Nothing more. A door slams somewhere behind me. Voices drift out from the hotel's reception hall, carrying fragments of laughter and music. The gala is in full swing, and here I am, hiding like some jealous wife. Wife. The word tastes bitter. Mrs. Turner, a title that means everything to the outside world and nothing between these walls. I straighten my spine, smoothing down my dress. The fabric costs more than a month's worth of feed for our horses. Another reminder that I'm playing a part in someone else's world. My world is dirt under fingernails and early morning dew, not champagne flutes and fake smiles. This is ridiculous. I push away from the railing. I signed up for this. But I didn't sign up for the way my heart clenches when I see them together. I didn't agree to this hollow feeling that's taking root in my chest. And I certainly didn't expect to care what Jackson Turner does, or who he flirts with. A gust of wind sends fallen leaves dancing across the balcony. They swirl at my feet, free and wild, everything I used to be before I traded my independence for a golden cage with Turner's name on it. Heavy footsteps approach from behind, each one making my spine stiffen. I don't need to turn around to know it's him. His presence fills the space like a storm front, electric and overwhelming. The hair on my arms rises just like it always does when he's near. There you are. Jackson's deep voice carries across the balcony, rough with something that might be concern. I've been looking everywhere. Have you? My fingers twist my wedding ring, the metal warm from my anxious fidgeting. Seemed pretty occupied with Vanessa to me. The words come out sharper than I intend, but I can't help it. The image of them laughing together is burned into my brain. What's that supposed to mean? There's an edge to his question, a warning I choose to ignore. I spin to face him, my dress swishing against the concrete, the fabric catching the evening breeze. Don't play dumb, Jackson. It doesn't suit you. My chin tilts up in defiance. Even as my heart hammers against my ribs, his jaw tightens. In his tailored black suit, he looks every inch the billionaire heir, powerful, untouchable. You're really going to do this right now? When should I do it? While she's got her hands all over you again? The words burst out before I can stop them. Or maybe when she's whispering in your ear about the good old days. Jesus Christ, Vivi. He runs a hand through his hair. You know that's not... What I know is what I see. And what everyone in there sees is you letting your ex-girlfriend hang all over you while your wife stands in the corner like an afterthought. His eyes flash with dangerous intensity. This marriage might be a contract, but I take my commitments seriously. Every single one of them. Do you? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're keeping your options open. My hands ball into fists at my sides, fighting the urge to shove him away. Jackson closes the distance between us in 2 long strides, his cologne wrapping around me like a thunderstorm. Is that what you think of me? After everything? I don't know what to think anymore. My voice cracks, betraying the hurt I'm trying so hard to hide. The contract says we have to look married. It doesn't say anything about you entertaining Vanessa's attempts to get you back. Or did you forget that part while she was draped over you like a second skin? I'm not entertaining anything. His hands grip the railing on either side of me, caging me in with his massive frame. The metal creaks under his grip, and his jaw clenches hard enough I can see the muscle jumping. Vanessa can try all she wants. I made my choice when I signed those papers with you, and I don't make choices I'm not damn sure about. A business choice. A choice. His eyes lock onto mine, intense and unwavering, burning with an emotion I can't quite name. And I stand by my choices, Vivian, every damn one of them. A choice? I let out a harsh laugh that sounds hollow even to my own ears. My fingers curl against the cold metal railing behind me. Like the choice to let her touch you, to smile at her stupid jokes, to act like... The anger bubbles up inside me, threatening to spill over. Like what? His voice drops dangerously low, a growl that sends shivers down my spine despite my fury. The space between us crackles with tension. Say it. Like you wish you were with her instead. The words tear from my throat, raw and bleeding, giving voice to the fear that's been gnawing at my insides since I watched them together. Each syllable feels like broken glass in my mouth, but I can't stop them from tumbling out. Jackson slams his palm against the railing, the sound echoing across the empty balcony. That's ridiculous, and you know it. You want to talk about choices? Let's talk about how you run every time things get real. How you hide behind that wall of yours, acting like this is just business. Because it is business. My voice rises, cracking at the edges. You needed a wife to secure your image. I needed money to save my farm. That's all this is. Is that what you tell yourself at night? He leans closer, his breath hot against my face. When you're lying next to me, pretending to sleep? When you think I don't notice how you watch me? I clench my jaw. Don't. No, I'm telling you the truth. But you're so caught up in your own head, so determined to believe I'm the enemy. Aren't you? I shove against his chest, but he doesn't budge. The mighty Jackson Turner, swooping in to save the poor farmer girl. Is that what you tell your society friends? How charitable you are? Pain flashes across his features before anger takes over. You think that's what this is? Yes, that's exactly what I think this is. My voice trembles with barely contained emotion. A business transaction where you get to play hero, while you what? His fingers grip my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. While you pretend this doesn't affect you, that you don't feel anything? His grip on my chin softens, but the intensity in his eyes pins me in place. The truth hangs between us, raw and exposed. My heart pounds against my ribs, each beat a reminder of how deep I've let myself fall into this mess. I can't. My voice breaks. I push his hand away, needing distance. This isn't what I signed up for. The cameras, the gossip, Vanessa, these feelings. I catch myself too late. What feelings? His voice drops lowly. The wrong ones. I wrap my arms around myself, fighting against the chill that has nothing to do with the night air. You saw those tabloid headlines today? Turner heirs marriage of convenience? They're circling like vultures, waiting for us to slip up. Since when do you care what they think? Since it became my life too. I meet his gaze, letting him see the fear I've been hiding. Every move we make, every interaction, it's all under a microscope. And now Vanessa's playing her games, and I'm standing here feeling things I shouldn't. And it's all just too much. His expression softens for a moment before hardening again. Welcome to my world, Vivi. This is what being a Turner means. But I'm not a Turner. Not really. The words taste like ash. I'm just playing one on TV. That's not... It is. I cut him off, my voice sharp. The words feel like broken glass in my throat. And now I'm letting myself forget that. Getting jealous, getting hurt. I shake my head, fighting against the burning behind my eyes. I can't afford to blur these lines, Jackson. Neither of us can. You know what's at stake here. The muscle in his jaw ticks, a telltale sign of his rising frustration. His hands clench at his sides, and I force myself not to track the movement. So what's your solution? Keep pretending? We stick to the contract. Keep our distance. Stop. I gesture between us at this charged space we've created, this dangerous magnetic pull that threatens to undo everything. Whatever this is, whatever we're letting ourselves think this could be. His laugh is harsh, cutting through the tension like a knife. You really think we can go back? After everything? We have to. I straighten my spine, gathering my walls around me like armor, though they feel paper thin under his intense stare. My fingers twist the wedding ring that feels both too heavy and too right on my hand. Because the alternative is letting this mess get even more complicated than it already is. And we both know where that road leads.
Chapter 14. Jackson. Camera flashes explode in my face as we exit through the hotel's revolving doors, the bright bursts temporarily blinding me. The vultures descend immediately, microphones thrust forward like weapons, their hungry eyes fixed on us like we're their next meal. Mr. Turner, how does it feel to marry beneath your social status? A blonde reporter in a cheap suit shoves her microphone toward my face. Mrs. Turner, what attracted you to one of America's most eligible bachelors? Another one crowds in from the left. Is this a publicity stunt for Turner Industries? The questions keep coming, each more invasive than the last. I wrap my arm around Vivi's waist, pulling her close against my side, my fingers pressing protectively into the silk of her reception dress. Her body tenses at the onslaught of questions, and I can feel her heart racing where she's pressed against me. These parasites have no right to make her uncomfortable. Not today. Not ever. Back off. My voice comes out as a dangerous growl as I shoulder past an aggressive reporter who steps directly in our path. His camera clatters to the ground, the sound of expensive equipment hitting concrete giving me a moment of satisfaction. Let that be a warning to the rest of them. That's assault. He scrambles to retrieve his equipment, fumbling with the broken pieces scattered across the sidewalk. "You'll be hearing from my lawyer." "Try me, jerk." My jaw clenches so hard it hurts as another reporter shoves a mic in Vivi's face, nearly hitting her. I snatch it from his grip and toss it aside, watching it skid across the pavement. "Touch my wife again, and you'll need more than a new microphone. I'll make sure you never work in media again." The crowd surges forward like a pack of hungry wolves, hemming us in from all sides. Voices overlap in a deafening swarm of invasive questions. More camera flashes blind us, the rapid-fire bursts making my combat instincts kick into overdrive. "Mrs. Turner, what does your family think about marrying into... Get out of our way." I create a path through the press of bodies, using my frame like a battering ram to shield Vivi. My hand splays across her lower back, guiding her forward while I shoulder past another photographer. These vultures can print whatever they want about me. God knows they have for years. But they won't harass her. Not after what happened in there. A reporter grabs Vivi's arm, his fingers digging into her skin. Big mistake. I whirl around with military precision, shoving him back hard enough to send him stumbling into the crowd of vultures. "Touch her again. I dare you." My voice comes out as a low growl, promising violence. The look in my eyes must convey exactly what I'm capable of because he shrinks back. Our black SUV idles at the curb, our driver holding the door open like a sentinel. Just a few more steps to safety. Another mic appears in my face, nearly catching my jaw. I knock it away with enough force to send it clattering across the pavement. "Is your father disappointed in this marriage, Mr. Turner? What does Preston Turner think about his heir marrying, My fist clenches so tight my knuckles crack. Vivi's hand squeezes mine, her touch instantly grounding me. Right. No punching reporters, no matter how much these bottom feeders deserve it. We finally reach the vehicle. I help Vivi inside first, my hand protective on her lower back, then slide in after her, positioning myself between her and the chaos outside. The heavily tinted windows block out the continuing camera flashes as our driver quickly pulls away from the curb, leaving the media circus and their invasive questions in our dust. Finally, we can breathe. The tinted windows finally give us a moment of privacy as the SUV weaves through traffic back towards the farm. Vivi releases a shaky breath, her shoulders dropping as the tension bleeds out. I watch her carefully, noting how her fingers twist in her lap. A tell I've learned means she's processing something heavy. "Thank you for that." Her fingers brush against my arm, the light touch sending electricity through my skin. I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. Yeah, welcome to my world. I lean back against the leather seat, my jaw still tight from the confrontation. The memory of their shouted questions makes my blood boil all over again. And don't thank me. You're my wife now. Protecting you isn't optional. It's my job. Your job? Her eyebrow arches, that familiar challenge in her voice that first drew me to her. The spark in her eyes tells me I've said exactly the wrong thing, but damn if she isn't gorgeous when she's about to tell me off. I don't need... I know you don't need protecting, but that doesn't mean I won't do it anyway. I turn to face her fully, taking in the way her reception dress catches the passing streetlights. And it's not just the reporters. Vanessa's going to try something. She always does. Jackson. No, listen. My hand finds hers, our fingers intertwining. I've known her games for years. She'll try to get in your head, make you doubt everything. But I don't care about what's going on between us. I won't let her mess with you. The words surprise me as much as they seem to surprise her. This fierce protectiveness. It's new. Different. Before Vivi, I wouldn't have given a damn about shielding anyone from Vanessa's schemes. You really mean that, don't you? Vivi's eyes search mine, like she's seeing something she didn't expect. There's a vulnerability there I rarely get to witness, a softness that makes my chest tighten. Every word. I squeeze her hand, running my thumb across her knuckles. Look, I know this started as something else. But you're my wife according to the law. We're partners, and I protect what's mine." The possessiveness in my voice surprises even me. But damn if I don't mean every syllable. Her breath catches at that last word. The air between us shifts, charged with something neither of us saw coming. The wall she usually keeps up, the one that matches my own, cracks just slightly. I watch as the tough exterior she maintains starts to melt away, revealing glimpses of the woman beneath. Partners. She tests the word, a small smile playing at her lips. Her fingers tighten around mine, and the simple gesture sends electricity through my veins. I think I could get used to that. The way she says it, soft but certain, hits me harder than any admission of love could have. The city lights blur past our windows as we sit in comfortable silence, her hand still in mine. The weight of it feels right, natural in a way I wasn't expecting. I reach forward with my free hand and pop open the SUV's hidden compartment, revealing the bottle of Dom Perignon I had stored earlier. Figured we deserved something special after surviving that media gauntlet. I release her hand to pull out 2 crystal flutes, the glass catching the passing streetlights. "You planned ahead." There's a note of surprise in her voice as she watches me work the cork. "That's thoughtful." The cork pops with a satisfying sound, and I pour the golden liquid into both glasses, watching the bubbles dance in the dim light. Don't sound so shocked. I can be thoughtful when I want to be. I hand her a flute, our fingers brushing in the exchange. The contact sends an unexpected jolt through my system, making my pulse quicken in a way that catches me off guard. "When you want to be." She accepts the glass, a hint of that challenging smile playing at her lips. Her eyes catch the passing lights, making them sparkle with mischief. "And here I thought you were just the arrogant billionaire who stormed onto my farm, demanding ridiculous things from me. And I thought you were just the stubborn farmer too proud to take a good deal." I raise my glass toward hers, enjoying how far we've come from those first heated encounters. The memory of our initial clash makes me smirk. Guess we were both wrong. The crystal makes a delicate chime as our glasses meet, and for a moment I'm struck by how perfectly this feels. Sitting here with her, sharing champagne in a moving car like we've been doing this our whole lives. Vivi takes a sip, and I find myself watching the way her throat moves as she swallows, the elegant line of her neck catching the passing lights. When she lowers her glass, there's something different in her eyes, something softer than I'm used to seeing. "To being wrong," she offers quietly, and the simple honesty in her voice hits me square in the chest. There's no trace of her usual defiance, no hint of the stubborn woman who stood her ground against me for months. "To being wrong," I echo, taking a drink of my own. The champagne is excellent, a vintage that cost more than most people make in a month. But somehow it's not what has my pulse quickening. It's the way she's looking at me now, like maybe she's seeing past the walls I've built, past the armor I've worn for so long, past the facade of the ruthless businessman everyone expects me to be. And for the first time since this whole arrangement began, I'm not sure I mind. Hell, part of me wants her to look deeper, to see everything I've kept locked away. It's terrifying and exhilarating all at once, like standing on the edge of a cliff and wondering what it would feel like to jump.
Chapter 15. Vivian. I stumble slightly as I make my way down the familiar hallway of my farmhouse, the champagne from the ride home still buzzing in my veins. The floorboards creak under my feet, a comforting sound that reminds me I'm home. I turn to face Jax, who's been following close behind, his frame dominating the narrow space. "Good night, Jax," I say, my voice barely above a whisper, as I reach for the doorknob to my bedroom. His hand shoots out, pressing against the door, stopping me from opening it. I look up at him, startled. "Not so fast, Vivi," he murmurs, his voice low and husky. He leans in, his blue eyes intense, pinning me with his gaze just as surely as he's pinning me against the wall. I can feel the heat radiating off his body. the scent of him filling my senses. My heart pounds in my chest as I hold his gaze. "What are you doing, Jax?" I ask, my voice steadier than I feel. He smirks, one corner of his mouth lifting. "I think it's pretty obvious what I'm doing, Vivi," he replies, his voice a low rumble. He leans in closer, his breath hot on my face. "I'm doing what I've been wanting to do all night." His hand reaches up, tucking a curl behind my ear, his fingers lingering on my skin. A shiver runs through me, and I can't help but lean into his touch. Damn champagne, making my body betray me. "And what's that?" I challenge, my voice barely a whisper. His hand moves to cut my cheek, his thumb tracing my jawline. "This," he murmurs, before leaning in and capturing my lips with his. The kiss is intense, demanding, and I can't help but respond. My hands find their way to his chest, feeling the hard muscles underneath his shirt. His hand moves from my cheek to tangle in my hair, pulling me closer, deepening the kiss. I can't believe I'm kissing him, but damn, it feels good. Jax's lips are firm, demanding, and I find myself responding, my body pressing against his. When he pulls away, a small gasp escapes me, my eyes fluttering open to meet his intense gaze. "What's the matter, Vivi?" he murmurs, a smirk playing on his lips. "Miss me already?" I don't answer. Instead, I grab his shirt, pull him back to me, and kiss him passionately. I pour every ounce of desire I've been trying to ignore into this kiss, my fingers tangling in his hair, pulling him closer. He growls low in his throat, a sound that sends shivers down my spine. His hands find the small of my back, pressing me against him as he walks us backwards. I hear the door to my bedroom open, and then we're inside, the dim moonlight casting long shadows across the room. He kicks the door shut behind us, never breaking the kiss. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 16. Jackson. Sunlight streams through the windows, stirring me from sleep. My hand reaches across the bed, finding empty sheets where Vivi should be. The memories of last night flood back, her taste, her touch, the way she called my name. I drag myself up, muscles pleasantly sore from our activities. The house feels different now, charged with possibility. My clothes from yesterday lie scattered across the floor, and I pull them on quickly, eager to find her. Outside, the morning air hits crisp and clean. Dew sparkles on the grass as I follow the path toward her garden, past the barn between rows of corn, until I spot her kneeling by the tomato plants. She's already dressed for work in cut-off jean shorts and a tank top, her curls piled high on her head. Dirt smudges her bare knees as she inspects the green fruits, completely absorbed in her task. "You snuck out early." I approach slowly, hands in my pockets. "These plants don't water themselves." She doesn't look up, but I catch the slight curve of her lips. "Some of us have actual work to do. I could help." "You?" Now she does look up, shielding her eyes from the sun. "Mr. Billionaire wants to get his hands dirty?" "I've gotten my hands plenty dirty before." I crouch beside her, close enough to catch her scent, earth and flowers and something uniquely her. Though usually not with tomatoes. These aren't just any tomatoes. They're heirloom black crims. Her fingers trace one of the plants with such tenderness, it makes my chest tight. Each generation's kept them going. Show me what to do, then. I roll up my sleeves, ready to learn, ready to be part of this piece of her world. She eyes me for a moment, like she's trying to figure out if I'm serious. Then she grabs my hand, pressing my fingers to a tomato skin. Feel that? When they're ready, there's a slight give right here. The morning sun warms my back as Vivi guides my hands through the soil. Her fingers linger over mine, showing me how to check the roots without damaging them. Every brush of skin sends electricity through my body. You're a natural. She bumps my shoulder with hers. Who would have thought? I'm full of surprises, Mrs. Turner. The name rolls off my tongue, still new and thrilling. She leans in closer, dirt-streaked hands sliding up my arms. Is that right? The purr of an engine cuts through our moment. A sleek red convertible tears up the dirt road, kicking up dust clouds in its wake. The car screeches to a halt at the edge of the field. Yoo-hoo, Jackson! Vanessa's voice carries across the garden, sharp as nails on glass. She stands up in her car, waving one manicured hand above her designer sunglasses. Her blonde hair whips in the wind, perfectly styled despite the convertible ride. You've got to be kidding me, I mutter under my breath. Vivi's whole body tenses beside me. Her eyes narrow to slits as she turns to me, jaw clenched tight. The playful warmth from moments ago vanishes, replaced by Arctic frost. Jackson! Vanessa calls again, climbing out of her car in stilettos that sink into the soft earth. I've been trying to reach you. Don't look at me like that. I meet Vivi's glare. I didn't invite her here. Then why is she on my land? Vivi's words come out clipped, precise, each one a warning shot. Our land, I correct automatically, which only makes her glare intensify. Vanessa totters closer, waving both arms now. Her white sundress practically glows in the morning light. I know you're out here somewhere. I'll handle this. I start to stand, but Vivi's hand clamps around my wrist. You better. The steel in her voice matches the grip on my arm. Her eyes flash with a mixture of anger and something else. Hurt, maybe, or fear. I stride across the field, my jaw clenched tight. Vanessa's perfume hits me before I reach her. Too sweet, too artificial compared to the honest earth scent still lingering on my hands. What are you doing here? Don't be like that, Jax. She steps closer, trailing one finger down my chest. I missed you. And clearly you've been slumming it out here. I grab her wrist, removing her hand. Leave, now! Come on, baby. Remember all the fun we used to have. Her lips curve into that practiced pout I used to find irresistible. I heard the most ridiculous rumor that you're actually trying to become a farmer with that farmer girl, but that can't be true, right? That farmer girl is my wife. And this farmer girl can speak for herself. Vivi's voice cuts through the air like a whip. She stalks toward us, radiating fury with every step. Get off my land! Vanessa throws back her head and laughs, the sound sharp and mocking. Oh, sweetie, do you know who I am? You don't get to talk to me like that. I don't care if you're the Queen of England. Vivi plants herself between us, shoulders squared. This is private property, and you're trespassing. Private property? Vanessa's eyes gleam with malice. Honey, do you really think marrying into the Turner family makes you anything more than a gold digger who got lucky? You're still just some dirty little... Finish that sentence. Vivi steps forward, and despite being shorter than Vanessa in her heels, she somehow towers over her. I dare you. How dare you threaten me? Vanessa gasps, looking to me. Jackson, are you going to let her speak to me this way? My wife can speak however she wants. I move to stand beside Vivi, my hand finding the small of her back. Especially to people who show up uninvited and insult her. Vanessa's face twists into something ugly, all pretense of sophistication dropping away to reveal the venom beneath. At least I come from the right social circle, unlike some people who probably learn table manners from YouTube videos and wouldn't know the difference between a salad fork and a dessert spoon if their life depended on it. The barb hits its mark with surgical precision. I feel Vivi stiffen beside me, her shoulders drawing tight under my palm. The fierce confidence from moments ago wavers, replaced by something smaller, more wounded. It makes my blood boil to see her shrink under Vanessa's classist crap. Get in your overpriced car and leave. My voice drops low, dangerous, the same tone I used to command troops in combat. Don't make me call the police. I promise you won't like how this ends if you stay another minute. Fine. Vanessa tosses her perfectly highlighted hair, clicking back to her convertible in those ridiculous $1,000 heels. But this little farming experiment won't last, Jax. When you're ready to rejoin civilization and remember who you really are, you know where to find me. She slides into the driver's seat with practiced grace, but I can see how her hands shake with rage as she grips the steering wheel. She peels out in a spray of gravel, her convertible's tires spitting rocks in every direction as she tears down the driveway like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. The dust cloud hangs in the air, and the tension between Vivi and me is so thick I can barely breathe through it. Vivi. I reach for her, my hand stretching toward her shoulder, but she steps away like my touch might burn. Don't. She wraps her arms around herself, creating a fortress I can't breach. Her shoulders are tight, jaw clenched in that way that tells me she's holding back a storm. Just don't. She's nothing. Her words mean nothing. I keep my voice steady, trying to pour every ounce of conviction I have into those words. But I know how Vanessa's venom works, how it seeps in through the smallest cracks. Really? Vivi's laugh comes out harsh, brittle, like broken glass scraping against concrete. Because she seems like a very persistent tumor that came along with this marriage. One that keeps showing up, spreading her poison. Her words hit me like bullets, precise and painful. I'll handle her. Make sure she never comes back. My voice drops an octave, that familiar cold steel of command sliding into place. This isn't a promise. It's a declaration of war. Like you handled her today? Her eyes meet mine, filled with hurt and anger. Face it, Jackson. I married you, but I also married all your baggage, your ex-girlfriends, your social circle, your family's expectations. And they're all just waiting for the farmer girl to fail. That's not true. I reach for her, but she's already pulling back, creating a wall between us I can't seem to break through. I need to check on the Northfield. She turns away, shoulders rigid, spine straight as steel. Alone. The word cuts deeper than any knife could. I watch her walk away, her steps quick and purposeful, putting distance between us. Each stride feels like another blow to my chest. The morning sun doesn't feel warm anymore. Instead, it beats down harsh and unforgiving, exposing every crack Vanessa's words left behind. My fists clench at my sides, rage and helplessness warring inside me. I've faced down enemies in combat, but watching my wife, my fake wife, retreat from me, that's a different kind of battle entirely. One I'm not sure how to fight. Vanessa. I stare down the spot where her car was. My fists clench at my sides, internally vowing to tear down that woman for coming to mess with what's mine. Even though this marriage started off on the rockiest foundation, I'm trying to build something honest now. I won't let her screw that up for me. Not again.
Chapter 17. Vivian. The afternoon sun beats down as Marcus and I check the irrigation lines running through the eastern field. My boots sink into the soft earth with each step, the soil still damp from the sprinklers. These connectors need replacing soon. Marcus points at a junction where two pipes meet. They're starting to show wear. I crouch down to inspect the plastic fitting. Add it to the list? We can't risk. The crunch of approaching footsteps makes me tense. I don't need to look up to know it's Jack's. His heavy stride is unmistakable after these weeks of him staying here. Everything all right over here? His deep voice carries across the field. My jaw clenches. Part of me wants to tell him to mind his own business, that we managed just fine before he showed up. But that's not fair. Vanessa's cruel words from earlier aren't his fault, even if she'd never have shown up here if not for their history. Just routine maintenance. I straighten up, avoiding his gaze. Nothing we can't handle. Mind if I take a look? He steps closer, and I catch a whiff of his cologne mixing with the earthy scent of the fields. That damn cologne of his, spicy and masculine, makes it hard to keep my guard up. I've picked up a thing or two about irrigation systems. Marcus glances between us, clearly sensing the tension crackling in the air like static before a storm. I'll go grab those spare parts from the shed. He hurries off before I can stop him, leaving me alone with the last person I want to deal with right now. I don't need your help. The words come out sharper than intended, like barbed wire wrapped in silk. My fingers tighten around the wrench I'm holding. Vivi? Jax runs a hand through his hair, messing up those perfect brown strands. About earlier, with Vanessa? Don't. I turn back to the pipes, needing something to focus on besides him and his stupidly perfect face. The metal is cool under my fingers, grounding me. It's fine. It's clearly not fine. You've been avoiding me since the morning. He moves to block my view, using every inch of his imposing height to force me to acknowledge him. His jaw is set in that stubborn way that means he won't back down. Look, I know you're angry, but I didn't ask her to come here. No, you just dated her long enough that she thinks she has some claim on you. The bitter words slip out before I can stop them. I know I'm being irrational. Jax isn't responsible for his ex's behavior. But right now, logic isn't winning against the sting of Vanessa's earlier insults. I step away from him, hoping he'll take the hint, but he doesn't. He's still here, trying to spark up a conversation, when the only thing I want to do is figure out what the hell is going on with my irrigation system. Jax runs a hand through his dark hair again. Vivi, look. I have a history with Vanessa, yes, but I don't care about your history with her. I cross my arms, trying to create distance between us. But I'm not going to be caught in the middle of whatever's going on. Jax steps closer, his presence overwhelming my senses. Nothing's going on. She means nothing to me. His fingers brush my arm, sending sparks through my skin. Last night between us, that meant everything. A surge of desire pulses through my body once the memories start to trickle in again. His hands on my body, his lips trailing down my neck, the way he'd whispered my name like a prayer. I shake my head, forcing the images away. One night doesn't erase your past. Is that what this is about? You're jealous of Vanessa? His blue eyes search mine, a mix of frustration and something softer playing across his features. Don't flatter yourself. I try stepping around him, but he blocks my path. I just don't need the drama. You come with too much baggage, Turner. Nonsense. His hand catches my wrist, gentle but firm. You felt what I felt last night. That wasn't just sex and you know it. Let go. My voice wavers, betraying me. The warmth of his touch sends electricity through my veins, making it hard to think straight. Tell me you don't feel anything for me. Look me in the eyes and say it. His intensity pins me in place, those blue eyes burning with a determination that makes my knees weak. I can't. God help me, I can't. Every time he's near, my walls crumble a little more. But seeing Vanessa today, with her designer clothes and perfect hair, throwing around words as if she still has a place in Jax's heart, the memory twists like a knife in my gut. What if she's right? What if Jax still has thoughts about her? What if he wants to be with her, deep down inside? I'm not fighting for you. I pull my hand free, ignoring how cold my skin feels without his touch. I won't compete with someone like her. I've got enough battles to fight just keeping this farm alive. The words taste bitter, like lies usually do. But even as I say the words, my treacherous heart skips at the way he looks at me, like I'm the only person in his world. Like Vanessa and all his complications don't exist. Like the vast differences between our lives mean nothing. I don't accept that. Jax's voice drops an octave, sending shivers down my spine. The rough edge in his tone speaks of determination and desire. You're running scared, and we both know it. His shoulders square, stance widening as if preparing for battle. A battle for me. I'm not running from anything. I take another step back, but my heel hits the irrigation pipe. I'm being practical. You're Jackson Turner, heir to billions. Society's golden boy. I'm just trying to keep my family's farm alive. That's why I married you. That's why I accepted this damn contract in the first place, to save myself. Stop. He closes the distance between us, his hands coming up to frame my face. The warmth of his calloused palms sends electricity through my skin. Stop acting like you're beneath me, like what we have isn't real. I try to turn away, but he holds me there, forcing me to meet those intense blue eyes that seem to pierce straight through my defenses. We don't have anything. No? His thumb traces my bottom lip, the gentle touch at odds with his commanding presence. Then why does your breath catch every time I touch you? Why can't you look at me without your pupils dilating? Why do you unconsciously step closer whenever I enter a room? That's just... My voice catches as his other hand slides down to my waist, fingers spreading possessively against my hip. Physical attraction, nothing more. It doesn't mean anything. Bull, the word comes out rough, almost angry, vibrating through the minimal space between us. You think I can't see how you smile when I bring you coffee in the morning? How you lean into me when we're going over the farm accounts? How you watch me when you think I'm not looking? I notice every damn thing about you, Vivian, whether you want me to or not. I clench my jaw, muscles tightening against the unwanted truth of his words. Stop analyzing me, then stop lying to yourself. His forehead presses against mine, the heat of his skin burning through my defenses. We're falling for each other, Vivi, hard and fast, and it scares the crap out of you. It doesn't... My voice wavers, betraying me. It does. He cuts me off, his hands tightening on my waist. Because it scares me too. But I'm not fighting it anymore, and I won't let you hide behind excuses about Vanessa, or social status, or whatever other walls you're trying to build. I'm done watching you run. I push against his chest, my palms meeting solid muscle as I struggle to create space. Space to think. To breathe, to remember all the reasons this is a terrible idea. You don't get to tell me how I feel. No, but I get to tell you how I feel. His voice drops lower, rougher, sending shivers down my spine despite my resistance. And I'm falling in love with you, Vivian Davis, whether you want to admit it or not. My head shakes before I can stop it. The motion desperate and jerky. No, this wasn't... We had a deal, a contract. This was never supposed to happen. I stumble backward, nearly tripping over the irrigation pipe. His words echo in my head, falling in love, making everything spin. The carefully constructed walls I'd built, the safe distance I'd tried to maintain, it's all crumbling. I need to go. My voice cracks as I turn away from him, from those intense blue eyes that see too much. My boots dig into the soft earth as I start walking, then half running toward the farmhouse. Vivi! His voice carries across the field behind me, but I don't stop. Can't stop. The screen door slams behind me as I escape into the familiar comfort of my home. The kitchen's worn linoleum and faded curtains ground me. This is my reality, not whatever fantasy Jax is trying to create, not the dangerous warmth spreading through my chest at his words. I grip the edge of the counter, trying to steady my breathing. The afternoon sun streams through the window, catching the simple gold band on my finger, a constant reminder of our arrangement. This marriage was supposed to be straightforward, a business deal, nothing more. But now, my throat tightens as tears threaten to spill. I blink them back furiously. I can't afford to feel this way. Can't let myself believe in something that could shatter everything. The walls feel like they're closing in, heavy with the weight of emotions I'm not ready to face. Not now. Maybe not ever.
Chapter 18. Jackson. The elegant gates creak open as I pull up to my family's estate, gravel crunching under the tires. Everyone's stares burn into me through the windshield. The groundskeeper pausing mid-trim, the maids clustering by the front steps, whispering. I kill the engine and slam the car door, striding past them all. "Jackson, where have you been? Out on that farm with your wife?" Victoria's voice rings out across the marble foyer. "Mom's been—" I brush past her, taking the stairs two at a time. My footsteps echo through the empty halls until I reach my study, the only place in this godforsaken house that feels like mine anymore. The whiskey bottle clinks against the crystal tumbler as my hands shake. Amber liquid sloshes over the rim, but I don't care. I down it in one burning gulp, Vivi's words still ringing in my ears. That's not possible. Her voice had been so small, so afraid. The screen door slammed between us before I could stop her, leaving me standing in her fields like an idiot. Damn it. I hurl the empty glass against the wall. It shatters, crystalline pieces scattering across the hardwood floor. I drop into my leather chair, dragging my hands down my face. The whiskey isn't doing anything to dull the ache in my chest. How could I have been so stupid? Letting those words slip out when I saw her working in those fields. The sun catching her curls just right, making her glow like some kind of goddess. Victoria's heels click outside my door. "Jax, what's going on? I heard—" "Leave me alone, Vicky." The clicking stops, a pause. Fine. Be that way. Her footsteps retreat down the hall. I reach for the bottle again, replaying every moment. The way Vivi's eyes had widened, fear replacing their usual fire. How she'd backed away from me like I was some kind of threat. After everything we've been through, after all the walls I thought we'd broken down, she still can't believe I could love her. The whiskey burns, but not enough to chase away the memories that surface. My hands grip the glass tighter as fragments of gunfire and explosions pierce through my skull. The floor of my study transforms into scorching desert sand, and I can almost feel the heat radiating through my combat boots again. I close my eyes, but that only makes it worse. Johnson's face appears, his stupid grin as he showed me pictures of his newborn daughter the night before we lost him. Martinez talking about the letter he wrote for his mother, but he never got to send it. Their blood is still on my hands no matter how many times I've washed them. My chest constricts. The air grows thick, heavy with phantom smoke. Those nights in the trenches, praying to whatever God would listen, making deals I never thought I'd have to keep. Just let me live long enough to know what it feels like, to hold someone and mean it, to build something real. And now that I finally have it with Vivi, I'm watching it slip through my fingers like sand in a goddamn desert storm. The memories hit harder with each sip. The ID explosions, the screams of my men, the feeling of absolute helplessness as I watched good soldiers die. Some leader I turned out to be. I couldn't save them then, and I can't seem to hold on to what matters now. You don't get it, I whisper to the empty room, remembering how she backed away from me today. I wasn't supposed to make it back. Johnson, Phillips, Martinez, they all had someone waiting, plans, futures. I was just the rich jerk with nothing to lose, the one who was running away from his family's problems. My fingers trace the scar running down my forearm, the one that should have killed me. Instead, I lived. And now, I'm living a lie. The whiskey burns my throat, but it can't wash away the memory of her skin against mine last night. It wasn't part of any plan. Wasn't supposed to mean anything. But damn, I can't stop thinking about her. She's consuming me. The way she stands up to me, refusing to back down even when I tower over her. How she called me out on my nonsense that first day at the farm, mud on her boots and fire in her eyes. Nothing like the yes-men and socialites I'm used to. Vanessa would have played along, smiled and nodded, waited for the right moment to strike. But Vivi? She throws every challenge right back in my face. Makes me earn every inch of ground between us. I grip the glass tighter. This marriage was supposed to be simple. Save my reputation, acquire her land, move on. The board of directors would stop breathing down my neck about my behavioral issues, and the media circus would die down. Clean, clinical business. Instead, I'm sitting here like some lovesick teenager, replaying every argument, every heated glance, every moment she proves she's my equal. The way she manages that farm single-handedly, preserving her family's legacy through sheer force of will. How she sees right through my carefully constructed walls, calling out my privilege while acknowledging my service without pity. God damn it. I set the glass down hard enough to make the expensive whiskey slosh dangerously. When did this become real? When did her opinion start mattering more than the board's? Than my family's? Than the empire I've spent my whole life preparing to run? Last night changed everything. Not just the physical connection. Though Christ, no one's ever made me feel like that. Made me lose control like some goddamn teenager. But the vulnerability in her eyes afterward. The way she looked at me. Really looked at me. Like she saw past all my bull. The trust she placed in me. Even knowing this marriage was built on lies. Even knowing I'd manipulated the whole situation to get what I wanted. I rest my head in my hands, feeling the tension headache building behind my eyes. I've had my share of women, more than my share if the tabloids are to be believed. But none of them got under my skin like this. None of them challenged me, frustrated me, fascinated me the way she does. None of them made me question every decision I've ever made. Made me want to be better. My phone buzzes again. Another email from Mother. I don't need to read it to know what it says. The same thing she's been hammering me with for weeks. Have you gotten her to sign over the farm? The whiskey swirls in my glass as memories of board meetings flash through my mind. Mother's perfectly manicured nails tapping against mahogany tables, her voice ice cold as she laid out her master plan. Buy up all the surrounding farmland in Pinewood. Transform it into luxury developments. Triple our profits. And Vivi's farm sits right in the middle of it all. Just charm her, darling. You're good at that, Mother had said, like she was asking me to pick up milk from the store. Not destroy someone's legacy. Not tear apart generations of blood, sweat, and tears poured into that soil. I grabbed my phone, thumbs hovering over the keys. Delete. 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 Every manipulative message from her disappears into digital oblivion. You don't know her, I mutter, thinking of Vivi's calloused hands, the way she touches each plant like it's precious. The pride in her voice when she talks about her great-grandfather breaking that land for the first time. You don't understand what that farm means. The truth hits like a punch to the gut, the kind I used to take in basic training. I came here to be Mother's good little soldier again, her perfect puppet dancing on golden strings. To prove I could handle the family business after my embarrassing episode overseas, like getting shot at and watching my men die could be summed up in 2 patronizing words. One signature, and I'd be back in her good graces. The prodigal son returned. Instead, I found something real. Someone real. Someone who sees past the Turner name and all its nonsense. My fingers trace the rim of the glass, the crystal catching the dim light like tears. I don't deserve her, I mutter into the empty room. The words taste bitter, worse than the whiskey burning down my throat. Every smile, every touch, every moment of trust she's given me, all built on lies. Each precious second tainted by the truth I've kept locked behind my teeth. But I won't do it. Won't be the one to destroy everything she's fought for, everything that makes her who she is. Mom and Dad can go to hell with their development plans and their corporate greed. They've taken enough from me. They won't take this too. I just pray when Vivi finds out the truth, she'll understand why I came, and why I stayed. Why this turned into something so much more important than family legacy or dollar signs. Something worth fighting for.
Chapter 19. Vivian. I pushed the chilaquiles around my plate, the tortilla chips softening in the spicy red sauce. Maria sits across from me at the Warren kitchen table, her knowing eyes fixed on my face as I spill everything. And then he said it, that he's falling in love with me. The words tumble out between bites, my heart racing just remembering the intensity in his eyes when he'd confessed. Can you believe that? Jackson Turner, of all people. The same man who used to drive me absolutely insane with his arrogance. Mijita. Maria takes a sip of her Coca-Cola, leaning back in her chair with that motherly look she gets when she knows she's right about something. The way you're picking at your food, instead of devouring it like usual, tells me this isn't just another one of his games. I've known you since you were little. You only play with your food when something's really got you twisted up inside. That's the thing. I set my fork down, pushing my plate away entirely. It doesn't feel like a game anymore. When we kissed. Besitos? Maria's eyes widen, and she practically bounces in her seat. Now we're getting somewhere. Tell me everything. I shake my head, fighting the smile tugging at my lips. It wasn't just a kiss, Maria. It was intense, different. Like everything I thought I knew about him shifted. One minute, he was the arrogant billionaire I couldn't stand. In the next, I trail off, remembering the way his hands had felt, how safe I'd felt in his arms. And the marriage? Maria leans forward, her voice dropping conspiratorially. Still fake? On paper, yes. But now, I grab my soda, needing something to do with my hands. I don't know what we are. This whole arrangement was supposed to be simple. He gets his inheritance. I save the farm. Clean and easy. Maria's laugh fills the kitchen. Amor, when has anything involving the heart ever been clean and easy? My voice catches in my throat, and I fidget with the napkin in my lap. What if I let myself feel something back and it all falls apart? The farm, the marriage, everything we've worked for. God, we've come so far, and I can't bear the thought of losing it all because I couldn't keep my emotions in check. What if it doesn't? Maria reaches across the table, her warm hand covering mine, her silver bracelet catching the evening light streaming through the kitchen window. That man looks at you like you hung the moon. I've seen it for myself. The way his eyes follow you around the room, how his whole body turns towards you like a sunflower seeking light. But I'm supposed to hate him. He's everything I stood against, entitled, arrogant. I bite my lip, remembering our earlier fights, the way we'd clash over every little thing. Maria corrects me, giving my hand a gentle squeeze. Was everything you stood against. People change, Vivi. Sometimes love does that to a person, and that man has changed more in these past weeks than I've seen anyone change in years. I groan, dropping my head to the table with a soft thud against the worn wood. I didn't ask for any of this. This wasn't part of the plan. It was supposed to be a simple business arrangement. The best things in life rarely come when we ask for them. Maria pushes my plate closer, the aroma of fresh cilantro and spices wafting up. Now eat. Cold chilaquiles are a sin I won't have in this house, and you'll need your strength to deal with that handsome husband of yours. The knock at the door cuts through Maria's words. I push away from the table, my bare feet padding across the worn wooden floors. Through the screen door's mesh, Vanessa's perfectly made-up face comes into view, her red lips curved in a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Mrs. Turner. She draws the name like it's poison, her perfectly plucked eyebrows arching with disdain. I thought we should have a little chat. I push the door open, keeping my spine straight as steel. What do you want, Vanessa? She breezes past me uninvited, her designer perfume filling the entryway with an overwhelming cloud of jasmine and entitlement. Her Louboutin heels click against my floor like tiny hammers. Just to make sure you know what you're getting into. Did Jackson ever tell you about Monaco? My fingers tighten on the door handle until my knuckles strain. I don't need to hear. 3 women in one weekend. She examines her manicured nails, each one a perfect shade of blood red. Her lips curl into a cruel smile. That's the real Jackson Turner, the one I know, the one who comes crawling back every time his little adventures fail. Trust me, sweetie, I've seen it all before. My stomach twists into knots. I cross my arms, fighting to keep my face neutral, even as the imagery of Jackson and these faceless, unknown women starts swirling in my mind. The food Maria made sits heavy in my gut, threatening to make a reappearance. In Paris, she continues, each word precise and cutting. Ask him about the yacht party, about how he treats the help when he thinks no one's watching. Do you really think he sees you as anything more than another conquest, a charity case? The walls feel closer, tighter. I shift my weight, trying to ground myself. Face it, sweetie. You're just his latest project. The farm girl he can save, the diversity hire he can parade around at galas. But eventually, she steps closer, her voice dropping. He'll remember who he really is, what he really wants. Someone who understands his world. Maria's voice cuts through the tension like a knife. Fuera de aquí. Out! She appears beside me, dish towel clutched in her fist. You come to my kitchen spreading lies? Get out before I forget my manners. Vanessa's smile turns sharp. The truth hurts, doesn't it? She backs toward the door, head high. Don't worry, Vivian. When he comes back to me, and he will, I'll take good care of him. Leave. Maria's voice carries steel. And don't come back to this farm. Ever. The screen door slams behind her, but her words linger, feeding the doubts I thought I'd buried. I press my palm against the wall, steadying myself as Maria's warm hand finds my shoulder. Maria guides me back to the kitchen table, her arms steady around my shoulders. Mírame, mijita. She cups my face in her weathered hands, forcing me to meet her eyes. That snake only comes here to poison your mind with lies. Everything she said, basura, garbage. I sink into my chair, the wood creaking beneath me. But what if she's right? What if... No. Maria's voice carries the same firmness she used when I was a child trying to skip my chores. That woman is desperate. She sees what Jackson has become with you, how he's changed. She wants to destroy what you have because she cannot have it herself. My fingers trace the grain of the wooden table, following the familiar patterns. I keep seeing it in my head, Maria. Him with other women, living this whole other life I know nothing about. And I swallow hard, surprised by the ache in my chest. It hurts more than it should. Ay, mi amor. Maria slides back into her seat across from me, reaching for my hand. Of course it hurts, because you're falling in love with him too. No, The denial dies on my lips as Maria raises an eyebrow. Is it that obvious? As obvious as the sun in the sky. She squeezes my fingers. The way your eyes light up when he walks in, how you catch yourself smiling at nothing. That's not acting, Mijita. That's your heart speaking its truth. I drop my head into my hands. I didn't want this, any of it, these feelings. The heart wants what it wants. Maria's chair scrapes against the floor as she moves closer. And yours? It's chosen Jackson Turner, whether you planned it or not. What if I'm just seeing what I want to see? I push away from the table, needing to move, to breathe. My feet carry me to the kitchen window overlooking the farm, my anchor, my constant. Maybe I've built up this whole fantasy in my head. The changed man, the deep connection, all of it. Vivian, Maria starts, but I cut her off. You didn't know him before, Maria. The way he'd strut around town, throwing his money and privilege in everyone's face. The stories about him and his lifestyle. My fingers press against the cool glass. Monaco, Paris, all these places where he lived this completely different life, with women who understand his world in ways I never could. The setting sun casts long shadows across the fields, painting everything in shades of gold and doubt. Each ray of light seems to illuminate another question, another fear. 3 women in one weekend. The words taste bitter on my tongue. What kind of man does that? And now he claims he's falling in love with me. I turn back to Maria, my chest tight. How do I trust that? How do I know this isn't just another game to him? The memory of his kiss burns against my lips, warring with Vanessa's words. His gentle touches clash with tales of yacht parties and casual conquests. Every soft look he's given me feels tainted now, colored by the possibility that it's all an act, that I'm just another notch in his designer belt. But God, Maria, my voice cracks. When he looks at me, when he touches me, it feels real. So real it terrifies me. And I hate that Vanessa's words make me question everything. Every moment, every touch, every confession. I hate that I'm letting her get in my head like this. I sink back into my chair, exhausted. I want to believe him. I want to trust that what we have is different, that he's changed. But now all I can think about is him with other women, living this extravagant life I know nothing about. And I'm scared. Scared that I'm just another chapter in his story, another experiment before he goes back to his real life. Back to someone like Vanessa.
Chapter 20. Jackson. The burn of whiskey lingers on my tongue as consciousness creeps in. My neck protests from sleeping at an awkward angle on the leather couch, and the crystal tumbler beside me catches the first rays of dawn streaming through the study windows. Damn it. I rub my face, stubble rough against my palm, grimacing at the sandpaper sensation. The grandfather clock in the corner shows 6 a.m., its steady ticking hammering against my skull. Another night spent in here instead of my bed back at the farmhouse. Another night trying to drink away memories that won't fade. A sharp knock cuts through my hangover haze, making me wince. Jackson? Mom's voice carries that particular tone. The one that says she's not leaving until she gets answers. The one she's used since I was a defiant teenager. Open this door. We need to talk. I drag myself up, muscles stiff from the uncomfortable position, my body protesting every movement. Empty bottles litter my usually pristine desk, a testament to the past few days of self-imposed isolation. The sight of them pisses me off. I'm better than this. Coming. My voice comes out gravelly as I cross the room on unsteady legs, unlocking the heavy oak door that's been my barrier against the world. Christ, I need coffee and aspirin. Mom stands there in her silk robe, arms crossed. Her perfectly styled hair and makeup tell me she's been up for hours already. Victoria called me, says you've been hiding in here for days. Not hiding, working. With whiskey as your assistant. She steps past me, nose wrinkling at the state of the room. This isn't like you, Jackson. The household staff say they haven't even seen you leave this room since you came back to the estate. I'm fine. I move to my desk, straightening papers that don't need straightening, desperate for something to do with my hands. Anything to avoid her penetrating stare. Just busy with work, important contracts, and whatnot. You're many things, darling. But you've never been a good liar. She picks up an empty bottle, turning it in her manicured hands with a disapproving click of her tongue. Your sister's worried. I'm worried. This isn't how a Turner handles things. We face our problems head-on with dignity. The Turner name. Always the damn Turner name. It sits like a weight around my neck, choking me with expectations and responsibilities I never asked for. Maybe I'm tired of handling things the Turner way. My jaw clenches as I slam a drawer shut harder than necessary. Maybe I'm done with the whole perfect family facade. Is this about what happened with the farmer girl? Because if you need to talk, don't. The word comes out sharper than intended, like a knife between us. My hands grip the edge of the desk until my knuckles turn white. Just don't. That's not up for discussion. Darling, you know we need to see some progress with the Davis situation. Mom's voice takes on that practiced, diplomatic tone she uses in board meetings. The development plans are already drawn up, and the board is getting impatient. This marriage arrangement needs to show results soon. The mention of the farm sends a surge of rage through my veins, burning hotter than the whiskey ever could. I spin around, knocking over an empty bottle. It crashes to the floor, shattering like my last thread of patience. Results? That's all you care about? Stupid results? Watch your tone, Jackson. I raised you better than... No. I slam my palm against the desk. You raised me to be just like you. Cold, calculating, willing to destroy people's lives for what? More zeros in our bank account. She takes a step back, perfectly shaped eyebrows rising. This is business. The Davis farm is prime real estate and... The Davis farm isn't some piece on your monopoly board, Mother. These are real people, with real lives. My voice rises with each word, echoing off the wood-paneled walls. And I'm done. I'm not getting you the Davis farm, not now, not ever. The color drains from her face. What's gotten into you? Reality. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. Maybe for the first time since coming back, I'm seeing things clearly. We're so caught up in our own stupidity, in our precious Turner legacy, that we don't even see what we're doing anymore. Jackson Turner, you will not speak to me this way. Or what? You'll cut me off! Go ahead. I spread my arms wide. Because I'd rather be broke than be part of this egotistical nightmare anymore. She stands there, mouth agape, looking at me like she's never seen me before. Like her perfect son, her perfect heir has been replaced by a stranger. Mom's shoulders shake as tears stream down her face, smearing her perfect makeup. Your father will hear about this. He'll cut you out completely, Jackson. Everything we built, everything we planned for you, gone. I lean back against the desk, surprisingly steady despite the hangover. The threat that would have terrified me a few years ago now feels hollow. Empty. Like the promises I made to Vanessa before deployment when I thought designer suits and country club memberships were what made a man. You think I care about the money? Her gasp echoes through the study. Turners don't say things like that. We don't throw away generations of wealth and influence. But the guy who cared about all that died somewhere in the desert, buried under gunfire and screams. Remember my 25th birthday party? I grab another bottle, not to drink, just to hold something. Vanessa wore that white Dior dress cost more than most people make in a month. We stood there taking photos, playing our parts, the perfect power couple. You were happy then? I was miserable. The bottle hits the desk with a thud. I just didn't know it yet. Too busy being what everyone expected. The golden boy with the trophy girlfriend, ready to take over Daddy's empire. Mom dabs at her eyes with a silk handkerchief. Vanessa still asks about you. She'd take you back in a heartbeat if... If what? If I pretend to be that jerk again? My laugh comes out harsh. The army showed me what matters, Mom. Real loyalty, real sacrifice. Not this superficial nonsense we wrap ourselves in. You're throwing everything away. Her voice cracks. Everything we worked for. No. I straighten up, feeling clearer than I have in days. I'm finally seeing what's worth fighting for, and it's not the Turner legacy. Can't you see what this is doing to me? Mom's voice trembles. To our family. We had such plans for you. I move to the window, watching the sun climb higher over the estate's manicured grounds. All this wealth, all these perfectly trimmed hedges and marble fountains. They feel like props in some twisted play now. Your plans, not mine. My fingers trace the cool glass. I've seen what really matters. The Davis farm. That land means something. Generations of hard work. People actually giving a damn about more than profit margins. Please, darling. Be reasonable. I am being reasonable. I turn to face her. For the first time in my life, I understand what matters, and it's not destroying someone's legacy just to add another zero to our bank account. This isn't like you. She clutches her handkerchief tighter. That girl has poisoned your mind against us. Don't. My voice cuts through her words. Don't you dare blame Vivi for this. She showed me what real integrity looks like, what it means to fight for something that matters. Fresh tears stream down Mom's face, her carefully applied mascara creating dark rivers on her cheeks. We're your family. And families don't destroy people's lives for profit. I run a hand through my hair, exhausted by this conversation. That farm is Vivi's heritage, her future. I won't be part of taking that away from her. You're choosing her over us? Mom's voice rises, hysteric. Some farmer over your own blood? I'm choosing to be someone I can actually respect when I look in the mirror. Mom collapses into the leather couch, her sobs echoing through the study. Your father will never forgive this betrayal. Maybe that's the price of doing the right thing. I grab my jacket from the back of my chair, leaving Mom's sobs behind as I stride out of the study. The grand hallway stretches before me, portraits of Turner ancestors watching my exit with their judgmental painted eyes. Each step on the marble floor echoes like a drumbeat of rebellion. Victoria appears at the top of the stairs, still in her silk pajamas. Jax, what's going on? I heard yelling. Not now, Vicky. I push past her, taking the stairs 2 at a time. But where are you going? I pause at the bottom, looking up at my sister. Out. Not sure if I'm coming back. The morning air hits my face as I burst through the front doors, clearing the last traces of my hangover. My Range Rover sits in the circular driveway, sleek and expensive. Another symbol of everything I'm about to leave behind. The engine roars to life, and I catch a glimpse of Mom watching from the study window as I accelerate down the long driveway. The gates open automatically. Probably for the last time. Once they close behind me, there's no going back. No more trust fund, no more legacy, no more golden boy playing by their rules. But for the first time since coming home, my chest feels light. The weight of expectations of the Turner name falls away with each mile marker I pass. Vivi's face fills my mind, her fierce determination, her unwavering integrity, the way she fights for what matters. She showed me what real strength looks like, not this manufactured life I've been living. I hit the gas harder, the engine's growl matching the surge of purpose in my veins. Let them cut me off. Let them write me out of the will. Some things are worth more than money, like the look in Vivi's eyes when she talks about her land, the passion in her voice when she fights for her heritage. The estate disappears in my rearview mirror, growing smaller until it's just another mansion on the hill. But ahead lies something real. Something worth fighting for. And I'm done fighting it.
Chapter 21. Vivian. The floorboards creak beneath my feet as I pace the length of my farmhouse living room. Vanessa's words from earlier echo in my head like a broken record, even as I do my best to forget all the toxic things she said. I pause at the weathered oak cabinet, my fingers trailing over the brass handles my grandmother polished every Sunday. Inside, decades of memories rest in faded photographs and worn albums. I pull out the one closest to my heart, a snapshot of my father standing proud in front of our successful harvest after a bad drought. My hands shake as I sink into Mama's old rocking chair, the photo pressed against my chest. The setting sun streams through the window, landing across the hand-sewn quilt draped over our sofa, each patch a story, each stitch a testament to my family's resilience. But when I close my eyes, all I see is Jack's. His genuine smile when he thinks no one's watching, the way his shoulders tense when he talks about the war. "What would you think, Daddy?" I whisper to the photograph. "Your baby girl falling for Jackson Turner of all people." The house feels both too empty and too fulfilled with generations of Davis strength and sacrifice. The walls that have weathered storms and celebrations seem to press in, reminding me of everything I stand to lose or gain. I trace the outline of my father's face in the photograph. He taught me to trust my gut, to stand my ground. But he also taught me that love, like farming, requires faith. Sometimes you plant seeds without knowing if they'll take root. A cool nighttime breeze drifts through the open window, carrying the scent of fresh-turned earth and possibility. I set the photo down and walk to the porch, my bare feet finding comfort in the familiar grooves of the wooden planks. My land. Our land, maybe one day. I can almost see it. Jack's strong hands working alongside mine. His business acumen helping modernize our operations while keeping our heritage intact. His resources could help us expand, preserve more of the surrounding farmland from developers. We could make something incredible here. The words escape my lips before I can catch them. In my mind's eye, I see him striding through the cornfields, showing the same reverence for the soil that I feel. His military precision would complement my generational knowledge. Together, we could... A Turner? Working the fields? Vanessa's mocking phantom of a voice slices through my daydream. Please, he belongs in boardrooms, not playing farmer with you. I drag my fingers through my curls, trying to shake off these thoughts of Jack's. But his touch lingers on my skin like a ghost. The passionate night I shared with him replays in perfect detail. The heat of his mouth on my neck, his calloused hands mapping every curve of my body, the way he whispered my name like a prayer while he was thrusting into me. This is insane. I push off the porch railing and head back inside, but the memories follow. The bedroom door clicks shut behind me, and I catch my reflection in the antique mirror. The woman staring back looks different somehow. My body still heats up from remembering how Jax pressed me against this very bed, how he took control yet asked permission with every touch. "You're playing with fire, Vivi." I strip off my clothes and step into the shower, letting the hot water drum against my shoulders, but even here I can't escape him. The phantom press of his fingers, the scratch of his stubble, the commanding tone in his voice when he... Stop it! I press my forehead against the cool tile. Love is a luxury I can't afford. Not with the farm hanging by a thread, not with vultures like Vanessa circling. One wrong move, and generations of Davis blood, sweat, and tears could slip through my fingers. But God, the way he looked at me, not like some conquest or charity case, like he saw me, really saw me. The strength and the fear. The fighter and the dreamer. I step out of the shower, wrapping myself in a towel, My bed still holds his scent. I run my hand over the sheets where we lay tangled mere days ago. What are you doing to me, Jackson Turner? The question hangs in the air as I sink onto the mattress. Every logical part of me screams to guard my heart, to remember who he is, what his world represents, but my body remembers the safety I felt in his arms, how for just a moment I could let someone else be strong. I press my face into the pillow where he rested, inhaling deeply. This could destroy everything. I whisper to the empty room, but for the first time in my life, maybe destruction wouldn't be such a bad thing. The ceiling fan whirs above my bed, its gentle rhythm doing nothing to quiet my restless mind. 3 days. 3 days since Jax left for his family estate after dropping that bomb, that he loves me. My fingers trace the empty space beside me, where his solid frame should be. I roll onto my side, hugging his pillow close. The memory of him learning to operate the tractor floods back. His focused expression, sleeves rolled up, revealing those muscled forearms covered in dirt. He'd insisted on figuring it out himself, cursing when he stalled it twice before getting the hang of it. Damn thing's more complicated than a tank, he'd grumbled, but his eyes sparkled with determination. My hand slides across the cool sheets. The house feels different without his commanding presence filling every room. No heavy footsteps on the porch in the morning. No deep laugh echoing through the kitchen as he attempts to cook breakfast, burning toast and all. Last week, he spent some time helping me mend fences in the south pasture. His expensive watch forgotten on the nightstand, designer clothes traded for worn jeans and work boots. He looked more alive out there, more himself, than in any fancy society party we've been forced to attend. You're good at this, I told him, watching him drive post into the ground with perfect precision. The sun had beaten down on his broad shoulders, his muscles flexing with each powerful strike. Military training comes in handy. He'd wipe sweat from his brow, leaving a streak of dirt across his forehead. Though I never thought I'd enjoy manual labor this much, the admission had made me smile. The billionaire heir finding peace in honest work. Now the farm feels hollow without him shadowing my steps, asking endless questions about crop rotation and irrigation systems, his genuine interest in learning everything, his respect for the land. It wasn't just for show. The way he'd lean against the fence post, listening intently as I explained soil composition, those blue eyes focused entirely on me. Not once did he check his phone or seem distracted by the empire waiting for him in the city. I pressed my face into his pillow, breathing in the fading traces of his cologne mixed with earth and sweat. The scent of a man who isn't afraid to get his hands dirty, who sees the value in what generations of my family built here. Who understood that this land isn't just soil and crops, it's legacy, it's home. His pillow still holds the indent of where he slept, and I run my fingers over the cotton, remembering how naturally he fit into my world. Where are you right now? I whisper into the darkness, imagining him in his massive estate, probably unable to sleep in his king-sized bed, just like me. Suddenly, the distant sound of an approaching vehicle catches my attention. The glint of headlights makes me sit up and stare out through the window. Squinting my eyes, my heart skips a beat as I spot a familiar black car winding down the gravel drive, kicking up dust in its wake. Jax? My fingers clutch the towel tighter around my chest. The car's engine cuts off, leaving only cricket songs and the distant lowing of cattle. I scramble off the bed, nearly tripping over my own feet as I dash to my dresser. My hands shake as I yank out an old cotton t-shirt and sleep shorts. What's he doing here? Why's he back? I struggle to pull the clothes on, my damp curls leaving wet patches on the fabric. The shirt clings to my not quite dry skin as I hear the distinctive crunch of his expensive shoes on gravel. I pause at my bedroom mirror, running fingers through my tangled hair. trying to work out the worst of the knots. The woman staring back looks wild-eyed, caught between wanting to run downstairs and wanting to hide under the covers. My heart pounds against my ribs like a trapped bird as his footsteps hit the first porch step. I can't decide if I want to smack him or kiss him for showing up like this. The wood groans under his weight. That familiar sound I'd gotten used to hearing every morning before he left, before he dropped that bomb about loving me, before everything got complicated, before he turned my whole damn world upside down with those words I wasn't ready to hear. Get it together, Vivi. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my racing pulse, but it's no use. My body remembers his touch, his kiss, the way he made me feel that night, like I was the only woman in the world who mattered. And now he's here, unannounced, in the middle of the night, probably looking as devastatingly handsome as ever. My stomach does a backflip at the thought of facing him again. What could he want with me? I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 22. Jackson. My knuckles rap against the weathered wood of Vivi's farmhouse door. The porch light casts long shadows across the wraparound deck, and crickets chirp their nightly symphony. The door creaks open. Vivi stands there in a loose cotton shirt and sleep shorts, her wet curls wild around her face. The sight of her hits me like a punch to the gut. "What are you doing here?" Her voice carries none of its usual fire, just exhaustion and something else I can't place. I drag a hand through my hair, forcing myself to meet her hazel eyes. I know I've been MIA these past few days. The words tangle in my throat. After telling you how I felt, I needed space to get my head straight. Vivi leans against the doorframe, arms crossed. Her silence stretches between us like a physical thing, but her eyes never leave mine. The quiet urges me to fill it, to explain, to make her understand. I've spent my whole life keeping people at arm's length. Then you came along with your stubborn attitude and that fierce heart of yours. My fingers curl into fists at my sides. Admitting I love you, it scared me. Still does, but it felt right. And I don't regret doing it because it's the truth. She doesn't move, doesn't speak, just watches me with those penetrating eyes that see right through every wall I've built. I'm not good at this vulnerable crap, never have been, but you deserve better than me running away when things get real. The words scrape raw in my throat, but I force them out anyway. Vivi clears her throat, stepping back from the doorway. "Come in. I'll make us some tea." Her voice is soft, uncertain, so different from her usual confident tone. I follow her into the warm kitchen, watching as she fills the kettle and sets it on the ancient stove. The familiar scent of herbs and fresh-baked bread wraps around me, mingling with the earthy sweetness that always seems to linger on her skin. This place feels more like home than my family's mansion ever has. Every worn floorboard, every chipped tile tells a story of love and hard work. "I didn't think you'd come back." She keeps her back to me, reaching for 2 mugs from the cabinet. Her shoulders are tense, defensive. Not after I freaked out on you. Hey. I move closer, careful to give her space. My fingers itch to touch her, to turn her around and pull her against me. But I know better. Don't worry about that. It was a lot to process. Hell, I dropped a bomb on you out of nowhere. The words taste bitter in my mouth, reminding me of how spectacularly I'd screwed up. The kettle whistles, and Vivi pours the steaming water over tea bags. Her hands tremble slightly, but she steadies them. The scent of chamomile fills the air between us. These past few days... I accept the mug she offers, letting the warmth seep into my palms. I've been thinking about my time in the war, about Martinez and all of my other army friends. They never made it home to their families. Vivi settles across from me at the kitchen table, her fingers curled around her own mug. I kept telling myself I didn't need anyone, that settling down was for other people. The tea scalds my throat, but I welcome the burn. I've spent years running from anything real, anything that could hurt, but watching my brothers die over there... My voice catches. Life's too damn short for pretending. I want a real life. A good woman, you... Vivi's fingers trace the rim of her mug. This isn't what we agreed to, Jackson. The fake marriage contract. Screw the contract! I set my mug down hard enough that tea sloshes over the side. I'm done pretending. Done playing games. She pushes back from the table, putting distance between us. Her eyes dart away, focusing on the window where moths dance around the porch light. It's not that simple. Why not? Vanessa stopped by earlier. The name hits me like ice water. My jaw clenches. What? She had quite a few stories to share. Vivi's voice stays steady, but her grip tightens around her mug. About your extensive dating history, the string of women, the yacht parties, Monaco and Paris, to be more specific. Blood pounds in my ears, that vindictive tramp. And you believe her. Should I not? Those stories... I gripped the edge of the table, trying to contain the rage building in my chest. That was before the war, before I knew what mattered. She seemed pretty convinced you haven't changed. Vivi's words cut deep, but there's a question in her eyes, begging me to prove Vanessa wrong. Of course she did. The legs of my chair scrape against the floor as I stand. Vanessa's trying to sabotage this because she can't stand that I moved on, that I found something real with you. Did you? Her voice cracks. Or am I just another conquest? Don't! I slam my palm against the table. Don't let her get in your head like this. She's playing you, playing us both. Vivi flinches at my outburst, and shame floods through me. I force myself to take a breath, to lower my voice. I'm gonna get her back for this. Jackson! No, she crossed a line. Coming to your house? Trying to poison what we have? My hands shake with fury. She needs to learn to stay the hell out of my life. Sit down. Vivi's hand touches my forearm, gentle but firm. Getting angry won't solve anything. The warmth of her touch cuts through my rage. I drop back into my chair, running both hands over my face. Look at me. She waits until I meet her gaze. I feel it too. This thing between us, it's not just the contract anymore. But Vanessa isn't going away, and that terrifies me. She's nothing. Let me finish. Vivi's fingers drum against her mug. Every time I start to let my guard down to believe this could be real, she shows up. And she knows things about you that I don't. Things that make me question everything. My chest tightens. Ask me anything. I'll tell you the truth. It's not just about the truth. She pushes her tea aside, leaning forward. This farm is everything to me. My family's legacy. If things go wrong between us, if this blows up in our faces... Her voice wavers. I could lose it all. The land, my home, everything my parents worked for. I would never. You might not mean to, but your world is different from mine. One wrong move, one scandal, and everything I've built could crumble. She swallows hard. I want to trust you, Jackson. God help me, I do. But Vanessa's right about one thing. We come from different worlds. The distance between us feels like miles, even though I could reach out and touch her. So, what are you saying? I'm saying I need a bit of time. Space to figure out if what I'm feeling is worth risking everything for. Her eyes shine with unshed tears. Because right now, I don't know if I'm strong enough to take that leap. I don't care about different worlds. I reach across the table, taking her hand in mine. My family, their money, their expectations. None of that matters compared to what we have. You can't mean that. Vivi tries to pull away, but I hold firm. I've already started liquidating assets. The yacht, the penthouse in Manhattan, my shares in Turner Industries. The words tumble out before I can stop them. I'm setting up a trust. For you. For the farm. Her eyes go wide. Jackson, what are you... My family's going to cut me off soon. I know this. I told my mom that I valued you more than anything else, and... It's only a matter of time before this news gets to my dad. My thumb traces circles on her palm. But I've got enough set aside. More than enough to protect this place, to make sure you never have to worry about losing it. You'd give up your inheritance? For me? Her voice catches. That's so damn crazy. We were enemies when this started, don't you remember? We didn't like each other. That was different. I was still consumed by my old life, blinded by ignorance and arrogance and all the things that made you hate me in the first place. Vivi swallows hard and her breathing quickens. She lets out a small breath. My God, Jax, this is insane. What's insane is pretending I could ever go back to that empty life. I lean forward, willing her to understand. Money doesn't mean anything if I'm miserable. And that's exactly what I'd be without you. Vivi's free hand comes up to cover her mouth. Tears spill down her cheeks. You're serious about this? Dead serious. I squeeze her hand, feeling the delicate strength in her fingers. Every penny I have, every resource, it's yours. No contracts, no conditions. Just us, building something real together. Everything I own, everything I am, it's meaningless without you in my life. But your family can go to hell! The words come out harsh, certain, ripping from my chest with years of pent-up resentment. I've spent my whole life trying to be what they wanted. The perfect heir, the society prince, the puppet on their golden strings. I'm done playing their games. I choose you. I'll always choose you. A sob escapes her throat. She stands, pulling me up with her, and crashes into my chest with enough force to knock the breath from my lungs. Her arms wrap around my waist as she buries her face in my shirt, her tears soaking through to my skin. I mean every word. I murmur into her hair, breathing in the familiar scent of sunshine and lavender that's uniquely her. Every single word. And I'll spend the rest of my life proving it to you.
Chapter 23. Vivian. The morning sun bathes the farmer's market in golden light as Wang and I stroll between the colorful stalls. His hand rests at the small of my back, warm and steady, as we pause to admire Mrs. Henderson's fresh tomatoes. Mrs. Turner, you must try these heirloom varieties. Mrs. Henderson beams at me, and the name still sends a little thrill through me. Hearing myself called Mrs. Turner still makes my stomach flutter. They'd be perfect for that sauce recipe you shared last summer. They look amazing. I pick up one of the purple streaked tomatoes, testing its ripeness with practiced fingers. The skin yields perfectly under my touch, promising sweet, juicy flesh inside. We'll take a dozen. Jax pulls out his wallet before I can reach for mine, his muscled arm brushing against my side. Add some of those yellow ones, too. As we move through the market, familiar faces greet us with warm smiles and friendly waves. The local vendors treat us like any other couple, not the tabloid sensation we've become. No cameras flash in our faces. No reporters shove microphones at us, demanding statements about the Turner heirs' surprise marriage. Here, we're just Jax and Vivi, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Mr. Turner. Old Mr. Wilson waves from his honey stand, his weathered face crinkling with delight. Brought your wife to sample the new wildflower blend? Wouldn't miss it. Jax guides me over, his thumb tracing circles on my back, sending little shivers up my spine despite the warm morning air. The honey is sweet on my tongue, and I can't help but lean into Jax's solid presence beside me. His familiar scent wraps around me like a comfort blanket. This is incredible, Mr. Wilson. Only the best for our favorite couple. He winks, already wrapping up a jar. Made from the wildflowers right over on Miller's Hill. My bees have been mighty busy this season. We weave between stalls filled with fresh produce, handmade soaps, and local crafts. The market buzzes with life and laughter, exactly how I remember it from my childhood. People call out greetings, offer samples, share recipes. A few older ladies press paper-wrapped cookies into my hands with knowing smiles. No one mentions billions or business empires or scandal. Here, under the shade of maple trees in the town square, we're part of the community fabric, woven into its simple, honest pattern. Look who it is, the Turners. Miss Patricia from the flower stand waves us over. These dahlias just screamed Vivian when they bloomed this morning. The flowers are stunning shades of burgundy and cream. Jax plucks them from my hands as I reach for my purse. I got it, baby. His voice is soft against my ear, the simple domesticity of it all. Shopping for produce, picking flowers, being called Mrs. Turner, fills me with unexpected warmth. I catch Jax's eye as he hands me the wrapped bouquet, and his smile reaches all the way to those blue eyes I've come to adore. And I have to admit, this feels really nice. Being here, being us, being normal, just Mr. and Mrs. Turner, spending their Saturday morning at the market. A sharp laugh cuts through the peaceful market atmosphere. My spine stiffens as I recognize that sound. Vanessa Brooks, with her friend in tow, both dressed like they're headed to a photo shoot rather than a farmer's market. Well, if it isn't the happy couple. Vanessa's voice drips with honey-coated venom. Shopping for your little farm? She eyes my market basket with a barely concealed disdain. I feel Jax's muscles tense beside me, his arm going rigid where it brushes against mine. The crowd around us quiets, produce forgotten in their hands, as they watch the scene unfold like some twisted reality show. I can practically feel their eyes boring into us, waiting for the drama to explode. You know, Chelsea, Vanessa stage whispers, tossing her perfectly styled hair over one shoulder. I heard the most interesting thing about our dear Vivian here. Apparently, That's enough, Vanessa. Jax's voice cuts through her words like steel, sharp enough to slice through the tension-filled air. He steps forward, positioning himself slightly in front of me in that protective stance I've seen him take so many times in situations where the press is swarming us. We both know whatever you're about to say is bull, and I'm not going to stand here and let you run your mouth. My breath catches in my throat as I watch him defend me. This isn't the private confrontation I expected. This is Jax taking a stand in front of half the town. Every vendor, every shopper, every nosy neighbor who'll spread this story across Pinewood by dinner time is witnessing this moment. But Jackson, darling, Vanessa bats her mascara-heavy lashes. I'm only looking out for you. After all, we both know she's just after your money. The timing of her farm's financial troubles and your whirlwind romance, please. The market goes dead silent. I can feel everyone's eyes on us. Let me make something crystal clear. Jax's voice carries across the hushed crowd. Vivian saved her farm herself through hard work and determination, something you wouldn't understand. And unlike you, she never once asked me for money. Vanessa's perfectly painted smile falters. In fact, Jax continues, why don't you tell everyone about the prenup you tried to negotiate while we were still dating? Or the offshore account you started in my name? Gasps ripple through the crowd. Chelsea takes a step back from her friend. I don't know what you're talking about. Vanessa's voice wavers. Don't you? Because my lawyers have quite a paper trail. Jax's words are measured, calm, devastating. So before you try to paint my wife as a gold digger, remember, I know exactly who played that role in my life. I stand there, stunned by his public defense of me, as Vanessa's face drains of color. The crowd watches, transfixed, as she opens and closes her mouth, no clever comebacks left in her arsenal. Vanessa's designer heels click against the pavement as she storms away, her friend Chelsea scurrying after her. Even from behind, I can see her shoulders shaking. Whether from rage or humiliation, I'm not sure. A few stray tears glitter on her cheeks as she disappears around the corner. Jax turns back to me. His jaw still set, but his eyes softening as they meet mine. His hand finds its way back to the small of my back, steadying and warm. I can't believe you just did that. I lean into him, my heart still racing from the confrontation. In front of everyone. She deserved it. His thumb traces circles on my back. She doesn't know when to quit. Someone had to put her in her place. Around us, the market slowly returns to life. Conversations resume, though I catch snippets of excited whispers about what just happened. Mrs. Henderson busies herself with her tomatoes, pretending she hasn't been hanging on every word. You didn't have to. I did. Jax's voice is firm. And if she keeps this up, there's plenty more where that came from. The tabloids would love to hear about her creative accounting practices. You wouldn't? Try me. He grabs a peach from the nearest stand, testing its ripeness. Nobody messes with my wife. The possessive note in his voice sends a shiver down my spine. I watch as he pays for the peach, his movements controlled but still tense from the confrontation. The vendor can barely meet his eyes, still processing the scene they just witnessed. Think that'll keep her away? I ask as we resume our shopping. If she's smart, it will. Vanessa's got more skeletons in her closet than she'd like people to know about. He splits the peach in half, offering me the larger portion. And unlike her, I've got proof to back up every claim. The market's energy gradually shifts back to normal as we continue our shopping, though I notice people stealing glances our way. Jax's hand never leaves my back as we browse through the stalls. These strawberries would be perfect for breakfast. I reach for my wallet, but Jax is faster. I got it. He hands over cash to the vendor before I can protest. And grab some of those blackberries, too. You don't have to buy everything. I've got some money to spend, too. Well, I want to. His blue eyes lock with mine. Let me spoil my wife a little. We stop at the artisanal cheese stand, where Mr. Romano's eyes light up at our approach. I pick up a wedge of aged cheddar, but Jax adds 3 more varieties to our basket. The Gouda pairs perfectly with those crackers from 2 stalls down. Mr. Romano points across the way. Then we need those too. Jax steers us toward the cracker stand. Our basket grows heavier with each stop. Fresh bread, local honey, handmade pasta, tomatoes, herbs I'd mentioned wanting to plant in our garden. Every time I try to pay, Jax beats me to it. We pause under the shade of an old oak tree, taking a break from the sun. Jax sets down our overflowing basket and turns to face me. His hand cups my cheek, thumb brushing across my skin. Thank you, he murmurs. For what? for being you, for standing strong against Vanessa, for making every day better just by being in it. His lips meet mine, soft and sweet at first, then deeper. The world fades away. The market sounds, the whispers, everything but the feel of his mouth on mine, his solid warmth against me. My hands find their way to his chest as I melt into him, lost in the tenderness of his kiss. This doesn't feel like the calculated public displays we'd planned when we first married. This feels real, too real, and I'm enamored by it all. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 25. Vivian. The morning sun bathes the farmland in golden light as I sip coffee with Maria on the wraparound porch. My gaze drifts to the distant fields where Jax and Marcus work on the irrigation system. Sweat glistens on Jax's bare chest as he hefts tools and pipes, his muscles flexing with each movement. More coffee? Maria's voice breaks through my thoughts, making me jump slightly in my seat. Oh yes, please. I hold out my mug, still distracted by the view. The way the sunlight catches Jax's skin is almost hypnotic. She pours the steaming liquid with a knowing smile, the rich aroma filling the air between us. You know, for someone who claimed to hate that man, you sure spend a lot of time admiring him. I'm not admiring anything. I tear my eyes away from Jax's broad shoulders and the defined muscles of his back. Damn him for working shirtless. Just making sure they're doing the work properly. That irrigation system is crucial for the summer crop. Maria settles back in her rocking chair with a creak, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Is that why you haven't touched your breakfast? Too busy supervising? Those eggs are stone cold now, Mrs. Turner. I glance down at my untouched plate of eggs on the porch table, pushing them around with my fork. The irrigation system is crucial for what? Watching your husband's abs? Maria's laugh rings out across the porch, making me want to sink into my chair and disappear. Vivian, you're not fooling anyone. That marriage may have started as business, but the way you look at him now, Lord, it's like watching a romance novel come to life. Maria, I hiss, mortified that she might be loud enough for Jax to hear. What? I've known you since you were knee-high to a grasshopper. I can tell when you're sweet on someone. She leans forward in her chair, her eyes sparkling with that knowing look that makes me feel like I'm 12 years old again, caught stealing cookies from her kitchen. And honey, you've got it bad. In the distance, Jax wipes his forehead with the back of his hand, then bends down to adjust a pipe fitting. I catch myself biting my lower lip. See? Maria nudges my arm. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You've got it bad for your husband. I do not, but even I can hear the lack of conviction in my voice. Maria's persistent gaze makes me squirm in my seat. I take another sip of coffee, but the mug doesn't hide my face well enough. Come on, mija. Talk to me. What's really going on between you two? I set down my mug with a sigh. Fine. Things have changed. Changed how? Maria leans closer, her eyes bright with interest. We've gotten closer. A lot closer. My fingers trace the rim of my mug. At first it was just business, you know, the arrangement, the deal. But now, I pause, watching Jax demonstrate something to Marcus, his hands moving with precise, confident movements. Now I catch myself thinking about him all the time. The way he looks at me across the dinner table, how he reaches for my hand when we walk together, those quiet moments when it's just us. And, Maria prompts, and I think I'm falling in love with him. The words tumble out before I can stop them. More and more each day. It's terrifying and wonderful all at once. What about that Vanessa woman? She was causing trouble before. She's finally backed off. Relief floods my voice. Haven't seen her skulking around in a while now. It's like she finally got the message that Jax isn't interested. I lean back in my chair, feeling lighter having admitted it all. For the first time, I feel like I can just be with him without looking over my shoulder or wondering who's trying to come between us. About time you admitted it. Maria's smile spreads wide across her face. The way that man looks at you when you're not watching, like you hung the moon and stars. I scratch at my nape. You think so? I know so. And I've never seen you smile this much, not even when the summer harvest comes in perfect. Maria reaches over and squeezes my hand, her weathered fingers warm against mine. Love isn't something you can keep at arm's length, mija. When it comes for you like this, you have to embrace it fully. Let yourself feel everything, the good and the scary parts. I pull my hand back, wrapping my arms around myself like a shield. The cotton of my shirt feels rough against my skin as I try to hold myself together. But what if what? Maria's knowing eyes search my face, seeing right through my defenses like she always has. What if I give him everything and he breaks my heart? The fear that's been gnawing at me finally surfaces, bitter on my tongue. My voice drops to barely a whisper. What if this isn't real for him, the way it is for me? He comes from such a different world. Maria clicks her tongue, shaking her head the way she used to when I was little and refusing to eat my vegetables. You're doing what you always do, trying to control everything. Protect yourself from getting hurt. But love doesn't work that way. You can't farm with one foot in the field and one foot on the porch. And you can't love halfway either. I know, but no buts. She leans forward, her eyes intense, the way they always get when she's about to drop some serious wisdom. Listen to me, Vivian. I've been married 43 years. You know what I've learned? Love is like jumping into deep water. You can't just dip your toes in. You have to dive completely. I watch Jax in the distance again, my heart doing that familiar flip when he glances our way and waves. His strong arms flex as he helps Marcus with the irrigation pipes. And damn if that doesn't make my stomach tighten. It's scary. Of course it's scary. But it's also the most wonderful feeling in the world when you let yourself fall completely. Maria's voice softens, and she reaches over to squeeze my hand. Being in love with someone who loves you back, there's nothing like it. Nothing. Don't let fear rob you of that joy. But how do you know when it's right to let go of that fear? I twist my fingers in my lap, fighting the urge to run over there and throw myself into his arms, or run away entirely. You don't. That's the point. She chuckles, the sound warm and knowing. You just have to trust your heart and take the leap. And from where I'm sitting, your heart already knows what it wants. Your head just needs to catch up. She nods toward Jax, meaningfully. That man loves you. I can see it from a mile away. Don't throw that away because you're scared. The truth of her words hits me hard. I've been holding back, keeping one foot on solid ground, even as I feel myself falling deeper for Jax every day. The way that man looks at you, Maria continues, the way he protects you, supports you, those aren't the actions of someone playing games. Don't let fear of what might happen stop you from experiencing what's happening right now. I twist my wedding ring around my finger, the metal warm against my skin. What do you think my parents would think about all this? About me? About him? Maria's expression softens, and she sets her coffee mug down. Well, first they'd probably give you an earful about that fake marriage arrangement. Your daddy especially. He never did like shortcuts or deals that seemed too good to be true. My chest tightens. Yeah, but you know what? Maria leans forward, her eyes meeting mine. Above everything else, they wanted you happy. That's all they ever wanted for their baby girl. I remember your mama telling me once, right before she passed, that her biggest worry was you'd work yourself into the ground trying to keep this farm going. I swallow hard against the lump forming in my throat, memories of their faces flooding back. I miss them so much sometimes it hurts. There are days I catch myself turning to tell Mama something, or wanting to ask Daddy for advice. I know, mija. She reaches over and takes my hand, her weathered fingers warm and comforting against mine. If they were still here, they'd see how Jackson looks at you, how he respects the land, how he works alongside everyone else despite coming from money. They'd see how he makes you smile. Lord knows I haven't seen you this light in years. That boy may be rough around the edges, but he's got a good heart. Even though we started off hating each other, I fidget with the handle of my coffee mug, remembering our early confrontations. Especially because of that. Maria's laugh lines deepen as she shakes her head. Your mama would have loved that part. She always said the strongest love grows from the rockiest soil. And look at you two now, proving her right. The way you both challenge each other, push each other to be better. That's exactly what she hoped you'd find. The weight in my chest lifts a little, replaced by a warmth I've come to associate with thoughts of Jackson. You really think they would have accepted him? Sometimes I wonder if they'd understand everything that's happened. Once they saw how happy he makes you, how could they not? Maria squeezes my hand. Your parents weren't perfect, but they knew what mattered most. And what matters most is that smile I see on your face when he's around.
Chapter 26. Jackson. I step into the farmhouse, the old wooden floorboards creaking under my boots. The late afternoon sun streams through the kitchen windows, casting shadows across Vivi and Maria huddled over a mess of papers at the dining table. These bastards are getting more aggressive. Vivi's jaw clenches as she shuffles through the stack, her fingers gripping the papers so tight, I worry she might tear them. The Ramon family got another offer yesterday. Double what they proposed last month. Jerks. Maria shakes her head, her weathered hand smoothing out a crumpled letter. The sunlight catches the silver strands in her dark hair as she leans forward. Sterling knows exactly who to target first. The smaller farms, the ones struggling the most. They're picking us off like wolves circling their prey. Mrs. Turner. I clear my throat, still getting used to calling her that. The title sends a surge of pride through my chest, even as tension fills the room. Everything okay here? Vivi's hazel eyes meet mine, frustration burning in them. Her curls are wild from where she's been running her hands through them all afternoon. Sterling Development's playing dirty. They're isolating the farms one by one, making it harder for everyone to hold out. These jerks think they can break us if they get enough people to sell. I move behind her chair, placing my hands on her shoulders. The tension in her muscles is palpable. Our farm's secure. You don't need to worry about, That's exactly why I need to worry. She stands up abruptly, pacing the kitchen. What about everyone else? This isn't just about money. They're targeting our community members, trying to destroy every farm they can. If they can start doing that, they won't stop until they've gotten ours. They're offering way above market value now, Maria adds, her voice heavy. Some folks can't afford to say no, especially with the drought last season. Screw Sterling and their blood money. I grab one of the letters, scanning the predatory language masked in corporate pleasantries. They're trying to break up the community. And it's working! Vivi slams her palm on the counter. Pretty soon we'll be surrounded by their stupid cookie-cutter houses and strip malls. The pain in her voice cuts deep. This land isn't just property to her. It's heritage, identity, community. My money might protect our piece of it, but I understand now why that's not enough for her. We need to talk to the other farmers, she says. Maybe if we organize, create some kind of support system, I might have some ideas about that. I pull out my phone, already scrolling through contacts. Being a Turner comes with certain advantages, and it's about time I use them for something worthwhile. I scroll until I find Derek Matthews' number, VP of Acquisitions at Turner Industries and someone who owes me more than a few favors. Give me a minute. I step onto the back porch, the screen door clicking shut behind me. The call connects on the second ring. Jax Turner? To what do I owe the pleasure? Need some intel on Sterling development. Word is they're making aggressive moves in Pinewood against the farmers in the community. Those vultures. Derek's laugh crackles through the speaker, sharp and knowing. They've been a thorn in our side for months, trying to snatch up properties before we can get to them. Real aggressive bastards, if you ask me. Think you could throw some obstacles their way? Delay tactics, competitive bids, whatever it takes to keep them busy elsewhere? I paced the length of the porch, my jaw clenched tight. Could probably arrange something. That new shopping complex they're eyeing. Might be time Turner Industries showed some interest. Papers shuffle in the background, followed by the click of a keyboard. But why the sudden interest in Sterling? This isn't like you, Jax. Let's just say it's personal now. My voice drops an octave, leaving no room for questions. Ah, the wife's farm situation. Say no more. There's understanding in his tone now. I'll see what strings I can pull. I head back inside, where Vivi's bent over a calculator, scribbling numbers in that determined way of hers. Her forehead's creased with concentration, and something in my chest tightens at the sight. What if we pooled resources? She looks up at Maria. Create an emergency fund for farms at risk. Help cover costs during hard seasons so Sterling can't prey on desperate situations. Community supporting community. Maria nods. Like the old days. I can help set it up. The words leave my mouth before I fully process them. Both women turn to me. Structure it as a proper foundation. Get some tax benefits involved. Make it sustainable long term. Vivi's eyes narrow. You do that? Already made some calls about Sterling. Turner Industries is going to keep them preoccupied for a while. I pull up a chair. Now let's talk numbers for this fund. We'll need trustees, clear guidelines for qualification. We need to make sure it stays in local control, Vivi cuts in. No corporate nonsense. Agreed. You and Maria can head the board. I'll just handle the legal framework, get everything set up properly. My lawyers can have the paperwork done by next week. The sooner we get this rolling, the better. Maria pulls out a fresh sheet of paper, her expression focused. Let's start listing who needs help first. I know at least 3 families struggling with equipment repairs. We'll also need a proper application process, I say, pulling my laptop from my briefcase sitting nearby. Years of corporate dealings have taught me how to streamline these things. Something transparent, but not too bureaucratic. Keep it accessible. Maybe a simple 1-page form with basic criteria. Vivi leans over my shoulder, her curls brushing against my neck as I type. The light floral scent of her shampoo is distracting as hell. What about emergency situations? Sometimes people can't wait for paperwork. We can set aside a portion for immediate relief. My fingers fly across the keyboard, creating a basic framework while trying to ignore how close she is. Have a separate committee for urgent cases. 20% of the fund should work for that. Enough to help, but not drain the main resources. Maria spreads a local map across the table, marking farms with different colored pins. The Ramones and Porters are our priority. Both had bad harvests last season. Add the Wilsons to that list. Vivi points at a spot near the creek. Their equipment's barely hanging on. I make quick notes, already planning calls to my network of lawyers. I'll have the foundation paperwork ready by tomorrow. We can start with an initial fund of $5 million. The words come out before I can second-guess them. Both women freeze. Jax. Vivi's voice wavers. It's a start. We can always add more. I keep my tone casual, like I haven't just committed a fortune to this cause. The community needs this. Maria reaches across the table, her warm hand covering mine. You're good for her, you know that? Good for all of us. Her eyes are knowing, gentle. I see how you look at her when she talks about the farms. How you're building something here, not just for Vivi, but for everyone. Heat creeps up my neck. I'm not used to such direct appreciation, especially when it comes to my feelings for Vivi. Just doing what needs to be done. No. Maria shakes her head. You're doing what you want to do. There's a difference. Vivi's hand finds mine under the table, squeezing tight. She doesn't say anything, but her touch says everything. Her fingers interlace with mine, her palm warm against my skin. Thank you, Jax. This means everything. It's nothing. I shift in my chair, brushing off the praise. The numbers on my laptop screen blur together as I try to focus on anything but the intensity of her gaze. No, don't do that. She turns my face toward her with her free hand. Don't brush this off like it's nothing. $5 million to help our community? That's not nothing. I clear my throat. Look, I've had this money sitting around doing nothing except making more money. Been wanting to do something meaningful with it for years. Just never knew what. My shoulders relax as I admit this truth I've kept buried. Growing up, everything was about profit margins and corporate takeovers. This is different. Maria's eyes crinkle at the corners as she smiles. Who knew Jackson Turner had such a big heart under all that fancy suit and tie? Don't go spreading that around. I try to maintain my gruff exterior, but can't help returning her smile. Bad for my reputation. Too late. Vivi's thumb traces circles on my palm, sending little sparks of electricity up my arm. We figured you out. Underneath that tough billionaire exterior is a man who actually gives a damn. You're a good man, Jax, Maria adds, gathering the papers into neat stacks with practiced efficiency. Your money's impressive, sure, but what you choose to do with it, that shows who you really are. She taps the stack against the table to align the edges, giving me that knowing look that makes me feel like a kid caught doing something nice. The warmth in their voices makes something in my chest expand, a feeling I'm not quite used to yet. I've spent years building walls, protecting myself from genuine connection, learning the cutthroat ways of corporate America. But here, in this farmhouse kitchen with these two women who see right through my defenses like they're made of glass, those walls don't stand a chance. It's terrifying and liberating all at once. Just trying to protect what matters, I mumble, squeezing Vivi's hand. The calluses on her palm remind me of everything she's fought for, everything I'm now fighting for too. Hell, maybe I've gone soft, but for once in my life I don't give a damn about maintaining my image anymore.
Chapter 27. Vivian. The old church basement smells exactly like it did during Sunday school. Musty wooden pews and Miss Simona's lemon cookies. I grip Jax's hand as we descend the creaky stairs, familiar faces turning to greet us. Some with warm smiles, others with barely concealed surprise at seeing Jackson Turner beside me. If it ain't little Vivian Davis. Well, Mrs. Turner now. Mr. Rodriguez waves from his usual spot in the front row. His weathered face breaks into the same kind smile that used to greet me when I'd stop by his farm stand for fresh tomatoes. The deep creases around his eyes remind me of all the summers I spent helping him sort through his produce. Still Vivi to you, Mr. R. I squeeze into the row beside him, Jax following close behind. His solid presence at my back sends a wave of comfort through me. How's the Southfield doing? Same story as yours, I expect. Sterling vultures circling overhead. He shakes his head, running calloused fingers through his silver hair. Offered me double market value last week. Told them they could take their fancy paperwork and shove it. More neighbors file in. The Patels, the Coles, faces I've known since I could walk. Mrs. Cole catches my eye and gives me a sympathetic nod. The room buzzes with worried whispers about development plans and property values. I can feel the tension thick in the air, like storm clouds gathering before a downpour. All right, folks, let's get started. Sarah Smith, who runs the local co-op, takes her place at the podium. Her usually cheerful demeanor is replaced with something harder, more determined. We all know why we're here. Sterling Development isn't just targeting one farm anymore. They're trying to swallow our whole community. They offered me triple market value last week. Pete Wilson calls out from the back, his weathered face creased with worry. But this land's been in my family since before the Civil War. My granddaddy would roll over in his grave if I sold. That's why I wanted to propose something. I stand, heart hammering against my ribs, feeling every eye in the room turn to me. My palms are sweaty, but my voice stays steady. What if we created a community fund? Pool our resources to help farms stay afloat during tough seasons. Make it harder for Sterling to pick us off one by one. We could support each other through droughts, equipment repairs, anything that makes us vulnerable to their offers. The Turner Foundation could help with initial funding. Jack speaks up beside me, his deep voice commanding immediate attention. The familiar warmth of his presence steadies my nerves. Match whatever the community raises. Dollar for dollar, no strings attached. The room erupts in excited chatter. Mrs. Watson waves her cookie tin in approval, nearly spilling her famous snickerdoodles. Now that's the spirit. Working together like we used to. Her enthusiasm spreads through the room like wildfire, and for the first time tonight, I see hope replacing fear in my neighbor's eyes. I can donate equipment time, Mr. Rodriguez says. Help folks who need extra hands during harvest. One by one, people start calling out offers. Storage space, marketing help, labor sharing. The energy in the room shifts from despair to determination. These aren't just my neighbors anymore. They're my army. Old Mrs. Chen rises from her seat, her tiny frame barely visible over the pews. My parents came here with nothing but dreams and determination, built our farm from scratch. When the floods came in '82, everyone pitched in to save our crops. That's what community means. My throat tightens as memories surface, helping the Chens harvest water chestnuts every autumn, learning to make dumplings in their warm kitchen while rain pelted the windows. Sterling offered us a fortune too, says Tom Baker, his voice gruff with emotion. But money can't replace 40 years of memories. My kids learned to walk in those fields. My Mary's buried there. He pauses, collecting himself. When she passed, y'all brought enough food to feed an army, stayed with me through those dark days. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I stand again, drawing strength from the nodding heads around me. Sterling sees dollar signs where we see stories. They see empty land where we see generations of sweat and sacrifice. Every acre here holds pieces of who we are. Remember when that drought hit a couple years back? Eddie Johnson pipes up. My well ran dry. Next morning, I wake up to find half the town running water lines from their properties to mine. Saved my whole herd. Jax's hand finds mine, squeezing gently. The simple gesture grounds me, reminds me why we're fighting. They think they can divide us. I continue. Offer enough money to make us forget what matters. But our strength isn't in our bank accounts. It's in each other. In knowing that when times get tough, we've got an entire community at our backs. Mrs. Cole stands, her voice steady and clear. My grandson asked me yesterday why I won't sell. I told him some things are worth more than money, like watching the sunrise over fields your daddy planted. Like knowing every family here would drop everything to help if you needed them. The room hums with murmurs of agreement. Stories continue to flow, tales of barn raisings and shared harvests, of neighbors helping neighbors through storms, both literal and metaphorical. Each memory weaves another thread in the fabric that binds us together, stronger than any developer's checkbook. I rise again, drawing strength from Jax's supportive presence beside me. My great-grandfather bought our land when most Black folks couldn't own property. He worked so hard, saved every penny. The deed still in his handwriting, shaky because he taught himself to write by candlelight. The room falls silent. Even Mrs. Watson's cookie tin stops rattling. He passed that land to my grandfather, who expanded it acre by acre. During segregation, when banks wouldn't give loans to black farmers, our community pulled together. Everyone pitched in what they could. My fingers traced the worn wood of the pew in front of me. That's the legacy Sterling wants to bulldoze. Not just crops and soil, but the blood and sweat of people who fought impossible odds. Jax's hand presses against my lower back, steady and warm. His touch reminds me I'm not alone in this fight anymore. My daddy used to say our land doesn't just grow corn and soybeans, it grows stories. Every furrow holds the footsteps of folks who came before us. When I walk those fields, I hear their voices in the wind, feel their hopes in the soil. My voice carries clear and strong through the basement. I see the spot where my mama taught me to tell ripe melons by their sound. Where Daddy showed me how to read weather in the clouds, Mr. Rodriguez nods, wiping his eyes with a weathered handkerchief. That land raised me, taught me everything about persistence, about getting back up when life knocks you down. During droughts, floods, market crashes, it stood strong, just like this community. I straightened my shoulders, feeling the weight of generations behind me. So when Sterling comes waving their checkbook, telling me to name my price, I tell them some things aren't for sale. You can't put a dollar value on legacy, can't measure heritage in square footage. The basement erupts in applause, the sound echoing off the old walls like thunder. Mrs. Chen jumps to her feet first, her tiny frame radiating determination. I'll put in the first $100 right now. Make that $500 from the coals, Jasmine calls out, her husband nodding firmly beside her. The energy sweeps through the room like wildfire, neighbors calling out pledges, sharing ideas. Mr. Rodriguez pulls out his checkbook right there, pen scratching against paper. For the future, he says, pressing the check into my hands. My vision blurs as I look down at the amount. These are people who work sunrise to sunset, who count every penny during the lean months. Yet here they are, ready to fight not just for their own land, but for each other. Sarah rushes up with a legal pad, frantically scribbling down names and numbers. We'll need a committee, she says, excitement making her words tumble out fast. Someone to manage the fund, set up guidelines. I can help handle the paperwork, Tom Baker offers. My daughter's a lawyer in Atlanta. She'll make sure everything's proper and legal. The basement fills with the buzz of planning, of hope taking root and growing stronger by the minute. I turn to share this moment with Jax and catch him watching me. His blue eyes hold something I've never seen before. Pride, yes, but something deeper. Something that makes my heart skip. He doesn't say anything. Doesn't need to. In his gaze, I see the man who once stood against me, now standing beside me, fighting for this land like it's his own. The same determination that flows through my veins now flows through his. I reach for his hand, and his fingers intertwine with mine instantly, naturally, like they've always belonged there. In this moment, surrounded by the strength of my community and anchored by his touch, I feel invincible. Sterling development doesn't stand a chance against us. Not anymore.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. When I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 28. Jackson. I stride across Vivi's farmland, leading a group of real estate developers through rows of thriving crops. The morning sun casts shadows across fertile soil that's been in her family for generations. Behind me, Thomas Wheeler, CEO of Wheeler Development, runs his hand through silvering hair, squinting at the expanse of green before us. Look at this soil. I crouch down, scooping up a handful of dark earth, letting it sift through my fingers. The richness of it reminds me of coffee grounds, dark and full of promise. You won't find land this rich anywhere else in the county. These farms don't just feed our community, they're its backbone. Hell, my wife's family has worked miracles with crops here for decades. The numbers don't lie, Jackson. Thomas shakes his head, his expensive Italian loafers carefully avoiding the dirt. This area's prime for development. The return on investment. I get it. Trust me, I do. Standing up, I dust off my hands on my jeans, squaring my shoulders as I face the development team. Being a Turner means understanding business, but some things matter more than profit margins. But what about the returns we can't measure? The families who've worked this land for generations, the food security it provides. You're talking about destroying something irreplaceable. Sandra Morales, another developer, steps forward, her blazer a stark contrast to the pastoral scene around us. Your passion is admirable, but it's not just passion. I guide them toward the eastern field where workers harvest fresh vegetables. See those trucks? They're heading to local schools, hospitals, food banks. This farm feeds thousands. The Turner name carries weight, Thomas says, but even you must see the potential here. I see potential all right. Leading them to higher ground, I gesture across the rolling landscape. Imagine partnering with these farms instead of bulldozing them. Sustainable agriculture, community programs, farm-to-table initiatives. The PR alone would be worth millions. Sandra's expression shifts. Go on. We create a model for responsible development, show other communities how to preserve their agricultural heritage while still turning a profit. Hell, I'll personally invest in making it happen. Thomas pulls out his phone, typing quickly. You always did have a knack for finding angles others missed. It's because I'm not just looking at dollar signs. I lock eyes with each of them. I'm looking at legacy. Yours and mine. The developers exchange glances and I can see the wheels turning. Sometimes the best way to protect something isn't to fight. It's to make others see its true value. The developers trail behind me as I lead them toward the heart of the farm. Vivi's pride and joy. A sprawling field of organic produce that feeds half the county. Look at these tomatoes. I pluck one off the vine, its weight solid in my palm. You won't find this quality in any supermarket. This isn't just agriculture, it's artistry. Sentiment doesn't pay the bills, Jackson. Oswaldo interjects. No? I toss him the tomato. These premium organics sell for triple what commercial farms charge. The waiting list for restaurant contracts stretches 6 months, and that's just one crop. Paula crosses her arms. The housing market is volatile. I cut her off, my military training kicking in as I lay out the tactical advantage. But people will always need to eat. During the recession, you know what businesses stayed afloat? Farms like this one. While development sat half empty, this farm kept producing, kept employing, kept feeding communities. I guide them to the irrigation system Vivi designed with Marcus, a masterpiece of sustainable engineering. See this? Solar-powered, computer-controlled, minimal waste. This farm isn't stuck in the past. It's leading us into the future. Thomas's eyes narrow with interest. The tech angle could work. Damn right it could. I gesture to my tablet, showing them the projections I've spent weeks preparing. Imagine an agricultural technology hub. We preserve the farmland but add research facilities, educational programs. Silicon Valley meets the heartland. The numbers speak for themselves, profit margins that make their original development plans look amateur. But it's not just about money. Every time I walk this land, I remember why I fought overseas, to protect places like this, communities like this. Sandra and Thomas exchange looks. I've given them a glimpse of what I see. Not just acres of dirt waiting for concrete, but a legacy worth preserving. The Turner name might open doors, but it's what you do once you're inside that matters. These numbers... Thomas scrolls through the projections on my tablet, his earlier skepticism morphing into intrigue. They're solid, but Sterling's already making moves in the area. Sterling's short-sighted. I pull up satellite imagery of neighboring farms that gave into development. Look at these plots they bought last year. Half-finished construction, property values tanking, and the surrounding farms suffering from disrupted water tables. Sandra leans in. The environmental impact reports? Devastating. I swipe to the next screen. But here's what we could do differently. Partner with the farms, modernize their operations, and create a sustainable agricultural district that'll appreciate in value year after year. The initial investment would be higher, Oswaldo notes, and the long-term returns astronomical. I highlight the revenue streams. Premium organic produce, agricultural tourism, research partnerships with universities. Sterling's building houses nobody wants. We could build something revolutionary. Thomas hands me back the tablet, adjusting his tie with those perfectly manicured fingers that scream old money. You're not just protecting your wife's farm, are you, Turner? No, I'm offering you the chance to be pioneers. I meet his gaze with the same intensity I used to stare down enemies in combat. Sterling's playing checkers. We're playing chess, and I don't lose at either game. Paula's already running calculations on her phone, her fingers flying across the screen like she's conducting a digital symphony. If we redirect our development fund into agricultural technology, we'd corner the market. Sandra's eyes light up like she's just discovered gold. She leans forward, practically vibrating with excitement. No one else is thinking this big. This could revolutionize the entire region. I'll have legal draw up the partnership agreements. Thomas extends his hand, and his grip is firm when we shake. You've got yourself a deal, Turner. Let's show Sterling what real innovation looks like. The smile that spreads across my face is pure satisfaction. Another battle won, but this time with spreadsheets instead of bullets. I shake his hand, feeling the weight of victory. Not just for Vivi's farm, but for every family trying to preserve their legacy against corporate bulldozers. Smart move, I say. Welcome to the future of farming. I walk the development team back to their fleet of luxury vehicles, a parade of gleaming German engineering that looks comically out of place against the backdrop of tractors and farm equipment. Thomas gives me one final firm handshake before folding his tall frame into his Mercedes. We'll have the paperwork to you by end of week, he says through the open window. Looking forward to it. I watch their cars kick up dust as they wind down the dirt road, their taillights disappearing around the bend. Movement catches my eye. Vivi's standing on the farmhouse porch, one hand shielding her eyes from the sun. She waves me over, and my boots eat up the distance between us in long strides. How'd it go? Her voice carries a hint of worry. Instead of answering, I wrap my arms around her waist and lift her clean off her feet, spinning us both in a circle. Her surprised laugh rings out across the yard. We did it, baby. Got them to see things our way. They're not just backing off. They want to invest. Long-term partnership, agricultural technology, the whole 9 yards. Her hands grip my shoulders. You're serious? Dead serious. Your farm isn't just safe. It's about to become a model for sustainable agriculture in the region. I set her down but keep her close, my hands settling on her hips. No more developers breathing down our necks. No more fighting to keep what's yours. What's ours? She corrects, pressing her forehead against my chest. I can feel her smile against my shirt. I still can't believe it. You really convinced them? Had to speak their language, money and innovation. My thumb brushes across her cheek, feeling the softness of her skin. Those corporate types only understand profit margins and market expansion. Once I showed them the potential return on investment, they couldn't sign fast enough. She pulls back, those hazel eyes bright with unshed tears. The sight makes my chest tighten. When my parents passed, I thought I'd have to do this all alone. Fight every battle by myself. Keep their legacy alive with nothing but determination and hope. Never alone. Not anymore. I cup her face in my hands, studying the fierce determination that first made me fall for her. That same fire still burns in her eyes, the one that challenged me, pushed me, changed me. You know what I realized today? Everything I fought for overseas, freedom, justice, protecting what matters. It was all leading me here, to this farm, to you. Every battle scar, every tough decision, every sacrifice, they were just steps bringing me closer. Smooth talker, but her voice catches and I feel the slight tremor in her body. Nah, just honest. I lean down, my lips hovering inches from hers, breathing in the familiar scent of sunshine and earth that always clings to her skin. We're building something here, Vivi. Something real. Something that'll last. Something worth every damn fight. She rises on her tiptoes, closing the distance between us. Her kiss tastes like victory and promise, like summer rain on rich soil. I pull her closer, pouring everything I can't say into this moment. My pride in her strength, my commitment to our future, my certainty that this is exactly where I'm meant to be. When we break apart, she's grinning. So, about those agricultural technology plans? Already thinking about work? I laugh, keeping her wrapped in my arms. Always. She kisses me again, quick and playful. But maybe it can wait till tomorrow.
Chapter 29. Vivian. The sunset paints the farm in golden hues as I stand at the edge of the apple orchard. Mason jars filled with wildflowers line the aisle between rows of white chairs, their petals dancing in the early evening breeze. Strings of lights weave through the branches overhead, creating a canopy of stars even before dusk settles in. My hands smooth down the simple white dress I chose for this celebration, so different from the courthouse ceremony we hastily put together. This time, the whole community has come together, transforming my family's farm into something magical. Your parents would be so proud. Mrs. Garcia, who lives down the road, wraps me in a warm embrace. She smells of fresh-baked bread and lavender, just like she has since I was a little girl running through these fields. They'd love seeing the farm like this. Through the gathering crowd, I spot Jax in his tailored navy suit, directing the setup of additional chairs. Even now, after everything, the sight of him makes my heart skip. He catches my eye and winks, that signature smirk playing across his lips. The flower arch at the end of the aisle bursts with sunflowers and wildflowers, all grown right here on this land, my land, our land now. The same soil my great-grandparents worked, where my parents taught me everything I know about farming and life. You ready for this, Mrs. Turner? Jax appears at my side, his hand finding the small of my back. More than ready? I lean into him, taking in the scene before us. Look at how many people came. The chairs fill with familiar faces. Farmers who've worked alongside me for years. Locals who've supported the farm through thick and thin. Even some of Jax's high society friends who've shed their usual formal attire for something more fitting for a farm celebration. Fairy lights twinkle to life as the sun dips lower, casting a warm glow across the orchard. The old oak tree that stood sentinel over this farm for generations spreads its branches wide, as if blessing this gathering. Wind chimes sing softly in the breeze, their melody mixing with the quiet murmur of conversation and laughter. Maria appears beside me, her eyes glistening. The decorations turned out perfect. Your mother would have loved those wildflowers. She always said they were the farm's natural jewelry. I touch one of the mason jars, memories flooding back. Remember how she'd send me out to pick them every Sunday morning. And you'd come back with more mud than flowers, Maria laughs, adjusting a loose strand of my hair. Now look at you, mija. The crowd settles into their seats as the string quartet begins playing. My heart pounds against my ribs as I take in the scene. Our closest friends and family gathered under the apple trees, where I spent countless hours climbing as a child. Jack stands at the front, his posture military straight, but his eyes soft when they meet mine. The same eyes that once looked at me with contempt now hold nothing but devotion. His jaw twitches with emotion, and I catch the slight tremble in his usually steady hands. God, he's gorgeous in that tailored suit. Time to walk you down that aisle. Maria offers her arm, stepping into the role my father should have filled. She squeezes my hand, her warmth steadying my nerves, just like she's done since I was a little girl, running wild through these orchards. Each step feels weighted with history. The generations of Davis farmers who worked this land. The journey from enemies to lovers that brought Jax and me here. The future we're building together. The grass beneath my feet is still damp with dew, grounding me to this moment, to this place that's shaped everything I am. When I reach him, Jax takes my hands in his calloused fingers, so like mine own from working the land, intertwine with mine. The rough patches tell our shared story, his from gripping rifles and steering wheels of military vehicles, mine from years of tending to the earth. His thumb traces small circles on my palm, a private gesture that makes my heart skip. Vivi, his voice carries across the orchard, deep and sure. I came to this farm thinking I knew everything. You proved me wrong in the best possible way. You taught me that real strength isn't about power or money. It's about fighting for what matters, standing your ground, and opening your heart, even when it scares the hell out of you. I promise to be your partner in everything, from board meetings to harvest seasons. This land is part of you, and now it's part of me too. My voice shakes as I respond. Jax, you stormed into my life like a tornado, threatening everything I held dear. But you became my shelter in the storm instead. I promise to stand beside you through every battle, whether it's in your world of business or my world of farming. You've shown me that sometimes the best things grow from the most unexpected seeds. The setting sun bathes us in golden light as we exchange rings, better ones from the bands we had before, the metal warm against our skin. The crowd erupts in cheers and applause as Jax pulls me in for a kiss that makes my knees weak. His strong arms steady me, and I can feel his smile against my lips. Under the twinkling lights, our guests move to the reception area, where wooden tables dressed in white linens create an intimate setting between the apple trees. The scent of barbecue and fresh-baked pies drifts through the air, a perfect blend of down-home cooking and elegant catering that bridges our two worlds. May I have this dance, Mrs. Turner? Jax extends his hand as the quartet starts playing. Always. I place my hand in his, and he leads me to the makeshift dance floor, a wooden platform laid right over the earth I've tended for years. Jax pulls me close, one hand at my waist, the other holding mine against his chest. His heartbeat drums steady and strong beneath my palm. Remember when you told me I'd never understand what this land means to you? And now here you are, dancing on it. I rest my head against his shoulder as we sway. Who would have thought? I understand now. His lips brush my ear. It's not just soil and crops. It's your legacy, your heart. And I promise to protect it just as fiercely as you do. Around us, other couples join the dance. Maria twirls with her husband, her dress floating like flower petals in the breeze. Even some of Jax's stuffiest business associates have loosened their ties and kicked off their shoes to feel the earth beneath their feet. The fairy lights overhead and blur into stars as Jax spins me, my dress swirling around my legs. His laughter, deep and genuine, mingles with the music and the chirping crickets, a symphony that feels perfectly us. When he draws me back in, his blue eyes shine with something that makes my heart swell. I love you, Vivian Turner, he whispers just for me. Every stubborn, beautiful, passionate inch of you. I rise on my tiptoes to kiss him, tasting the sweetness of promise on his lips. I love you too. Every arrogant, tender-hearted, wonderful bit. Jax leads me off the dance floor, his hand warm against the small of my back. The music fades into the background as we make our way through clusters of guests enjoying their meals and drinks. There's my favorite newlyweds. Old Mr. Johnson waves us over to his table. His weathered face breaks into a wide smile. That community fund you two set up saved my grandson from having to sell our dairy farm. Your family's been working that land for generations. I squeeze his shoulder. We can let another young farmer lose their heritage. The equipment loan program is a game changer. Mrs. Chen joins us, her young granddaughter balanced on her hip. Being able to share resources between farms, it's exactly what this community needed. Jax's chest puffs with pride. Vivi showed me how much stronger we are when we work together. It just made sense to combine my business experience with her farming knowledge. And now look at us. Maria approaches with a tray of champagne, her dress swishing around her ankles as she moves with practiced grace through the crowd. 3 farms already saved from corporate buyouts, and more getting help every day. The whole county's talking about what you two have done. I accept a glass, the bubbles dancing as I clink it against Jax's. Remember when you wanted to buy us all out? Strutting around in those fancy suits, throwing around big numbers like they could replace generations of history. God, I was such a jerk. He pulls me closer against his solid chest, pressing a kiss to my temple that makes my skin tingle. Best failure of my life. Turns out some things are worth more than money. We move between tables, stopping to chat with each group of farmers who've become more like family than neighbors. The Williams sisters thank us for the sustainable farming workshops, proudly sharing photos of their first successful organic crop. The Martinez family shares how the interest-free loans helped them upgrade their irrigation system, their eyes bright with hope as they describe their plans for next season's expansion. You've changed everything, Weiler Davidson says, his eyes misty. At 78, he's the oldest farmer in our community. For the first time in decades, I'm not worried about who'll take over when I retire. My granddaughter actually wants to keep farming, thanks to your programs. Jax's hand tightens around mine. That's all we wanted, to give the next generation a fighting chance. Who knew falling in love would save an entire farming community? I lean into him, watching our guests laugh and celebrate under the twinkling lights. Love and a hell of a lot of stubbornness. His blue eyes sparkle with mischief. Mostly yours.
Chapter 30. Jackson, After the party, I scoop Vivi into my arms, her laughter ringing out as I carry her through the threshold of the farmhouse. The old door creaks open, and I kick it shut behind us, not breaking stride. Her eyes, those captivating hazel orbs, sparkle with anticipation and challenge. I set her down gently, her body brushing against mine, and I claim her lips in a fierce, passionate kiss. She melts into me, her hands gripping my lapels, pulling me closer. I taste the sweetness of champagne on her tongue, and it's intoxicating. When we finally break apart, her breath comes in short gasps, her eyes never leaving mine. "Welcome home, Mrs. Turner," I whisper, my voice husky with desire. A slow smile spreads across her face. "It has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?" I grin, taking her hand and leading her towards the bedroom. Our bedroom now. The room is dimly lit, the faint glow of the moon casting shadows across the floor. I turn to face her, my heart pounding in my chest. She's stunning, her dark curls cascading down her back, her eyes reflecting the silver moonlight. I reach out, tracing the line of her jaw with my fingertips. Her skin is soft, warm to the touch. "You're beautiful, Vivi," I murmur, my voice barely above a whisper. She shivers slightly at my touch, her eyes never leaving mine. "You're not so bad yourself, Jax."
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I roll onto my back, pulling her with me. She nestles into my side, her head resting on my chest. I can feel her smile against my skin, a soft laugh escaping her lips. "Well, Mr. Turner, you certainly know how to make an entrance." I chuckle, my arm tightening around her. "Just following your lead, Mrs. Turner." She looks up at me, her hazel eyes sparkling with amusement and satisfaction. "I think we make quite the team." I grin, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "The best team." We lay there in silence, our bodies cooling, our breaths evening out. The room is filled with the scent of us, a heady mix that I can't get enough of. I trace patterns on her back, enjoying the feel of her soft skin under my fingertips. She shivers slightly, her body responding to my touch. "You know," she says, her voice soft, "I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad we did this whole fake marriage thing." I raise an eyebrow, looking down at her. "Oh, yeah? And why's that?" She laughs, her fingers tracing the lines of my abs. "Because it led us here. To this. To us." I smile, her words hitting me right in the chest. I never thought I'd say it either. But damn, I'm glad we did too. I pull her closer, my mouth finding hers in a soft, slow kiss. This isn't about lust or desire, it's about connection. About love. When we break apart, her eyes meet mine, her expression serious. "I love you, Jax." My heart skips a beat, those 3 words hitting me like a freight train. I never thought I'd hear them, never thought I'd feel them. But here we are, laid bare, raw and real. I take a deep breath, letting the words sink in. "I love you too, Vivi," I say, my voice steady, sure. More than anything.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.